Su Mu, a second-generation billionaire, traveled through time to the melodramatic novel, Shenyuan Continent, and became a cannon fodder villain. The system told him that he could go home as long as he completed all the plots. To this end, Su Mu continued to hone his acting skills and play the role of villain. Who would have thought that after filming was completed, the world would collapse and they would have to start all over again? What are you playing? Su Mu collapsed. There was no other choice, Su Mu could only restart the second generation. But, the originally cold heroine became gentle and lovely. The protagonist's beautiful master's attitude changed drastically and she threw herself into Su Mu's arms. Next came the black-bellied loli and the pure girl. No. Wait. Aren't you the heroine? Why are they all surrounding me, the vicious male supporting role? Su Mu collapsed and yelled. I just want to go home. Please read the script. Chapter 1. I played a dead villain at the beginning, but now it's over and the system forces me to restart the world. Jingru. Where are you? In the pure darkness, Su Mu's frightened and worried voice echoed alone. Jingru. I'm here to take you back. Su Mu looked around, not noticing at all that in this lightless forbidden area, there was a pair of cold eyes staring at him. Then a mysterious wave began to surge. The entire forbidden area began to twist wildly, and everything was destroyed. Su Mu looked extremely terrified, but just before he was shattered, he still maintained his professional ethics and kept shouting the name, Jingru. His consciousness gradually blurred, but Su Mu felt relieved. Damn, the show is finally over. A beam of light cut through the darkness before his eyes, and Su Mu jumped up from the bed with great joy. Not far away, rows of halberds with a strong aura were shining brightly. Ha, I'm finally home. Morning, young master. Beside the bed, a row of beautiful maids bowed and greeted softly. A special fragrance filled the air. Su Mu was stunned, etc. Isn't this right? Why does this scene look so familiar? Dog system. Su Mu growled in his heart, filled with anger at being tricked. Ding. I'm here, host. Didn't we agree that I can go back home after completing the story mission? What's going on? The system has detected that the original world line has collapsed, and the task has been restarted. What is that? Su Mu thought he had heard it wrong. Host, please complete the task again. I'm done with you. Su Mu cursed loudly. Decades ago, he was just an ordinary person on the blue planet, with an ordinary fortune of hundreds of billions, and ordinary cars and beautiful women, until he read an online novel. Shenyuan Continent is a standard brainless and cool novel for men. The protagonist, Chen Shu, is of humble origin but extremely talented. With the help of countless concubines, he slaps various villains in the face along the way and finally ascends to the throne of the immortal emperor. I don't know if it's the author's bad taste, but in this kind of novel, he also gave the male protagonist an alternative, virgin skill, setting. Before becoming the immortal emperor, he could only fight to the extreme with the female characters. Just because Su Mu saw too brainless a plot in the novel and couldn't help but scold the author for being cunning, he was forcibly dragged by the dog system to travel to the world of the novel and became a cannon fodder villain. The system also requires Su Mu to complete all the plots before returning. Is this right? Su Mu was dumbfounded. Shenyuan Continent is not a serious novel, it is a pure pleasure novel. For the sake of pleasure, this crappy author dares to write anything in it. This historical plot, after playing it once, made him sick, and now it's happening again. Dog system, I don't want to play anymore, send it back to me. Su Mu didn't have a good tone at all, and he was holding back a fire in his heart. Ding. Host, calm down. There was a small accident in the original timeline. A large number of characters collapsed in the later period, leading to the destruction of the world. The system has forced the world to restart and made a little correction. This is the last time. What the hell? The end of the world. What's going on? After hearing this, Su Mu's anger subsided a lot. Thinking that it was for the sake of going home, there was no shame in compromising, so he took a deep breath. I'll trust you one last time. Tell me, what's going on now? Ding. Considering the special situation, the system is very considerate and directly jumps to the key plot for the host. Current plot. Chapter 43, The Apprenticeship Ceremony. As a veteran actor, Su Mu is quite familiar with this part. The plot is not complicated and takes place in the Holy Land of Yaofeng. In the original novel, Su Mu entered the Yaofeng Holy Land in order to get close to the heroine, the ice goddess Qing Jingru, just to become a fellow disciple with the heroine and spend time with her day and night. The male protagonist Chen Shu saw injustice when he saw it, and denounced his behavior of using backdoors, and directly challenged Su Mu, who was one level higher than him. In the end, he won by a narrow margin and became famous throughout the Holy Land, and was regarded as a young hero. Okay. Su Mu felt helpless. If you lie to me again, I will never let you go. Ding. This system is designed to give the host the most perfect plot experience, and is on the same page with the host. Su Mu. Haha. Bang bang. There was a knock on the door and the voice of the housekeeper Uncle Mo was heard outside. Young master, it's almost time, we should set off. Here I come. Su Mu changes his expression in a second. As a veteran actor, integrating into the plot has basically become his instinct, and acting skills are no big deal. He raised his hand, and the maids quickly gathered around and helped him change his clothes. Not long after, a handsome young man appeared at the spot. He looked a little pale and a little feminine. Before Su Mullen went out, he specially selected a mighty halberd from the weapon rack. This was his signature weapon. He waved the halberd handle and smiled evilly. Su Mu nodded with satisfaction. After going out, Uncle Mo stared at the young master whom he had watched grow up, and now he had grown into a handsome young man, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The young master is good in every way, except for his poor vision. Why do you have to fall for a woman like Qing Jingru? Well, following the butler, I boarded the flying boat, flew over the huge Su family territory at high speed, and rushed towards the Yaofeng Holy Land. Even on a flying boat, one can feel the extremely rich spiritual energy and the laws of the universe in the air. This is the foundation of the immortal race. The power structure of the Shenyuan continent is not complicated. The 3 holy places are at the top, and below them are the 10 great immortal clans. The Su family is one of them. Each force has unimaginable energy, and there are countless strong people among them. Even destroying a small world is just a matter of a flick of a finger. Su Mu is the only son of the Su family's patriarch and the only heir to the immortal clan. His father, Su Ningye, is the strongest person in the Su family and a top-level cultivator at the peak of the immortal king level. With such a top-level identity and background, Su Mu's own talent for cultivation is not bad either. But it is just such a person who plays the role of a cannon fodder villain and a brainless bootlicker. Of course, Su Mu in the original book regarded this as true love. On the flying boat, Uncle Mo, is Jingru also in the Holy Land now? Su Mu conscientiously plays the role of an affectionate bootlicker, and his solid acting skills from more than 10 years leave no room for flaws. Miss Qing is also on her way to the Holy Land. Uncle Mo paused for a moment, but still told the truth, sighing even more deeply in his heart. Young master, Qing Jingru is not worthy of you at all, wake up quickly. The flying boat quickly arrived at the destination. Su Mu flipped over and jumped into the square. The Yaofeng Holy Land was right in front of him. With the strength of the Su family, there is no need for Su Mu to enter the Holy Land. He did it entirely for the heroine. And Su Mu's father, Su Ningye, doted on him to the extreme. After all, he was a late-born son, so he opened a back door for him so that he could enter the palace legitimately. As for why the back door was able to be opened, it was of course because the Su family was a shareholder of the Yaofeng Holy Land. The 3 Holy Lands were originally jointly organized by the 10 great immortal clans. As soon as I landed, Uncle Mo called Su Mu and handed him a storage ring. Young master, this is a gift for you to attend school. Su Mu raised his eyebrows. It turns out there is no such plot. But he still took it with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Mo. Uncle Mo shook his head slowly. Don't thank me, this is not prepared by me, it was prepared by Miss Han Ying. The young lady gave it to me in advance, and specifically asked me to give it to you when you arrive at the Holy Land. Su Mu. Who? Chapter 2 Self-Cultivation of a Dog Licker. Who said it was sent by you? Su Mu was extremely surprised. It's Miss Han Ying. Uncle Mo bowed. Su Hanying. Will she give me a gift? Is this thing safe? Su Mu suddenly looked at the storage ring in his hand with a vigilant look, as if he wanted to throw it away. Su Hanying, one of the heroines of the original novel, is considered Su Mu's sister, but the two are not related by blood. She is the orphan of Su Mu's brother adopted by his father Su Ningye. A long time ago, Su Hanying was trained as the family heir until Su Mu was born. The relationship between the two of them was not really good, especially after Su Mu fell in love with Qing Jingru. Their relationship became even worse, to the point where they would fight whenever they met. Su Hanying was away from home all year round, and when she came back rarely, she looked at Su Mu with disdain and disgust. The meaning is very clear: if a brain-dead bootlicker like you becomes the head of the family in the future, the Su family will be ruined. Because of this, Su Hanying would never give herself a gift. Su Mu was absolutely sure of this. Isn't that a little bit wrong? He frowned in thought. Is this plot in the original book? Or did the other party have a new plan and was going to use this method to please Su Ningye? To fight for the inheritance right again. But unless the other party kills Su Mu directly, nothing he does will be of any use, because he is the only son his father has. Why is that? No matter how I look at it, it feels like a weasel paying New Year's greetings to a chicken. Su Mu muttered to himself. He put his spiritual consciousness into the storage ring, and there was only one item inside, a golden halberd that shone brightly. Holy artifact. It can still grow. Oh my god. Su Mu was shocked. Such a big gift. What on earth was Su Hanying going to do? He took out the golden halberd and waved it. It was as light as a feather and flowing with the rhythm of Tao. It was indeed a good thing. And because it is a growth-type holy weapon, it automatically adapts to Su Mu's current level of cultivation, allowing him to exert its maximum power without any burden. That's right. Uncle Mo seemed to suddenly remember. Miss Han Ying said that she will return to the clan in a while, and she hopes you can attend her welcoming banquet. What? Oh my god, did she take the wrong medicine? Or? Su Mu raised his hand and pointed at his head. You stayed in the wasteland battlefield for too long and burned your brain. You're not trying to trick me into coming over and beating me up, are you? Uncle Mo, I have to say that my young master has always been a very good person. He is filial to his elders, loyal to his brothers, and even very nice to them, the servants. But when facing Miss Han Ying, he seemed like a different person. Is it because Miss Han Ying taught the young master too harshly when he was young? Did she cause him to rebel? Uncle Mo guessed. The golden halberd was very handy and it was obviously carefully selected, but Su Mu found it tricky. There is no such part in the original book. He is a veteran actor and it is impossible for him to remember it wrong. Before he could ask the system, a loud roar suddenly came from the side. Boom! An equally luxurious flying boat landed, and Su Mu saw a familiar figure from afar flying towards him. Hey, isn't this our young master Su? Why did he come to the Holy Land for further studies? Is it really just for your Jingru? A tall young man landed safely and bumped into Su Mu's shoulder. Roll. Su Mu frowned and turned his lips around, then turned around and gave a thumbs-down gesture. Luo Haicheng, the first heir of the Luo family, is Su Mu's best brother. The relationship between the two is beyond imagination. When he was a kid, he really did something like wearing open crotch pants. Although the other party was not as brainless as Su Mu, Luo Haicheng would fully support Su Mu in doing anything he wanted to do. Su Mu killed people and he set fire. Su Mu Pu Chong cells. No, that's not the case. It's a pity that in the original novel, the subsequent development is not very good. Although Su Mu didn't see the ending of the whole book, the author was still updating it when he traveled through time, but based on the plot he had seen. Soon, the protagonist Chen Shu will trap and kill the early villain, Su Mu, in the lightless Forbidden Land, so that Qing Jingru will be left with only him. The sudden disappearance of his good brother was unbelievable to Luo Haicheng. In order to investigate the truth, he used everything, even unscrupulous means. Because of this, he lost his status as the first heir and was expelled from the Luo family. Unfortunately, under the influence of Chen Shu's protagonist Halo, the investigation not only yielded no results, but in the end Luo Haicheng himself ended up with his family broken up, his cultivation wasted, and he ultimately died tragically in the wilderness. The one who did it was even his own sister, who was also one of Chen Shu's concubines. Well, Su Mu sighed and patted the other person's shoulder. What's wrong? You don't look happy. Luo Haicheng was a little confused. If he had said, "You're Jingru," before, Su Mu would definitely be extremely happy. What happened today? Is my uncle here? From now on, only I can say the word Jingru. Also, remember to be nice to your sister. Luohai City. Su Mu did not forget his identity as a bootlicker and always paid attention to self-cultivation. We've been brothers for so many years, and you can't even call me by my name. And what are you talking about my sister? You can't. Luo Haicheng looked confused and uncertain. In fact, even if Su Mu had feelings for his sister, Luo Haicheng would just laugh and try to bring them together. But today the other party's attitude was a little strange, so he felt confused. Anything wrong? Tell me, I'll help you. The other party was so righteous that Su Mu just felt it was a pity. After all, the people of Luohai City are not bad. They are good in talent, character, and appearance. It's a pity that they offended the protagonist because of Su Mu and ended up with a miserable end. If you stay away from me, nothing will happen. Su Mu was half joking, he really hoped that the other party would stay away from him so that he would not be implicated. This wasn't the first time he tried to warn the other party. Is there really something wrong? Luo Haicheng frowned, sensing something was wrong. He was about to continue speaking, but was interrupted by Su Mu raising his hand. I won't talk to you anymore, Jingru is here. As he spoke, his whole expression brightened. Luohai City. With a loud bang, Qing's flying boat slowly landed. The Qing family is not one of the top 10 immortal clans, but an emerging force, which has benefited greatly from the support of Su Mu. The scale of their flying boat is not as grand as that of the Su and Luo families. I saw a beautiful figure slowly falling down. Qing Jingru is here. At this point, the apprenticeship ceremony was about to begin, and many people had already gathered around. In an instant, everyone's attention was attracted. It was silent. Su Mu also nodded secretly. Qing Jingru is worthy of being the #1 female lead. She is young, but has a peerless beauty, bright eyes, white teeth, and a graceful figure. Although he is just a mortal, he has a kind of immortal aura. Because of her cold personality that keeps strangers away, she is often called the Fairy of Coldness. Being the first female protagonist, she is definitely not just a vase, she has an ancient divine body, the Phoenix Ice body. Her talent is unprecedented, even if she doesn't practice, her cultivation will automatically increase until she becomes an immortal. Seeing the other party approaching, Su Mu became more spirited. Come to life. Chapter 3 Something is wrong. Very wrong. Su Mu walked quickly towards him. With a warm and sincere smile on his face. As a veteran dog-licking actor, he has experience and insights into being a dog licker that others can hardly imagine. For example, at times like this. Qing Jingru had just got off the flying boat and had not taken a few steps when Su Mu had already walked most of the distance between them and came in front of her. In the original novel, this plot was considered a small highlight of Su Mu's acting skills. Whenever he recalled it, he was amazed. Normally, the protagonist Chen Shu should be standing next to Qing Jingru at this time. Su Mu went to greet him with joy, but found that there was another man next to her. The joy at first sight, the shock when discovering Chen Shu, the subsequent anger and shame, and finally the repression. That kind of natural emotional transition cannot be acted out without more than 10 years of experience as a bootlicker. PFF The young master of the Su family is here again. People around sneered softly, full of disdain. This Su Mu is really persistent in pursuing Qing Jingru. He doesn't even think about why Fairy Qinghan would fall for someone like him. Do you think Fairy Qinghan will pay attention to him? I bet 100 yuanxi that she won't. I won't follow 100 either. Humph. Prodigal son. Some people snorted with disdain. Isn't Su Mu just relying on having a good father? In order to help him get close to Qing Jingru, his father made the family sacrifice so much of their interests. That's right, look at it now, it's all stuffed into the Holy Land. The Holy Land is the highest place for cultivation. What does he think of this place? Among these people, some are children of wealthy families like Su Mu, while others are cultivation geniuses from various worlds. They all have their own pride and would never do such dog-licking behavior. That's why they despise Su Mu so much. So much so that there was no way to suppress the discussion. Su Mu also heard it and rolled his eyes inwardly. Cut. If it wasn't for the system task, if it wasn't for going home, who the hell would be a bootlicker? A dog that licks the boot doesn't get a house. In the square. Su Mu walked quickly towards Qing Jingru. It seemed that he was staring at her, but in fact he was looking for Chen Shu. Huh, not here. Was he hiding behind the crowd and I didn't see him? Before he could think too much, Su Mu had already arrived in front of Qing Jingru, and he spoke his lines with great emotion. Jingru, I'm here to find you. For you, I came to the Holy Land to practice. Qing Jingru was wearing a snow-white gauze dress today, her long black hair fluttering in the wind, and her arms as white as jade touching her hair, which was breathtaking. Su Mu already knew Qing Jingru's reaction. The other party would simply ignore him and walk right past him without even looking back. This is the veteran actor's mastery of the script. Next, Su Mu should cause trouble for Chen Shu. By the way, where is Chen Shuren? I've already walked right up to you. Why aren't you in position yet? You have no professional ethics at all. Thank you. Qing Jingru stood there and smiled, as if she was waiting for Su Mu to come. By the way, I knew in advance that you were coming to the Holy Land, so I specially prepared this for you. As she spoke, Qing Jingru took out an exquisite storage ring from her arms and tried to hand it to Su Mu. The girl's smile is as beautiful as a flower, showing her gentleness. What? Su Mu was dumbfounded. This plot is not going in the right direction. Qing Jingru sent me a gift. This news was like someone telling Su Mu that your father, the immortal king, one of the strongest people in the world, had died suddenly in his prime. It's like the impact of a mudslide. What did you just say? He couldn't help but asked again. Hey, this is for you. Qing Jingru handed it forward again, and looking at Su Mu's dazed expression, she couldn't help but smile. You are still like this, like a little fool. Qing Jingru's eyes were vague, as if she had returned to her previous life and saw the person who had always been by her side and loved her wholeheartedly, looking exactly the same as he does now. Su Mu, after being reborn, it's my turn to find you. Qing Jingru made a secret decision. In her previous life, under the influence of Chen Shu, she always felt that Su Mu approached her with ulterior motives, so she deliberately kept her distance. It was not until many years later that she realized how much Su Mu had given for her. He did not care about the cold stares from others or the disgust from his family members. But the boy did not care and was full of love from beginning to end. Unlike Chen Shu, a villain with ulterior motives. Qing Jingru's extremely gentle reaction made Su Mu, a veteran actor, stuck. What the hell? Isn't this right? Su Mu looked behind her again, and there was no one there except her personal maid. Just you. Su Mu spoke tentatively. Certainly. Qing Jingru smiled slightly. She thought of the person who was with her at this moment in her previous life, Chen Shu. The other party approached her deliberately just to use her to seize resources, and even wanted to kill her in the end in an attempt to become an immortal emperor. The girl found out later that Su Mu had actually died at the hands of the other party. Chen Shu used the news of her distress to trick Su Mu into entering the lightless forbidden land alone, and in the end, Su Mu even ended up being mutilated. I heard that before Su Mu died, he kept calling her name. Thinking of this, murderous intent flashed in Qing Jingru's eyes. In this life, I will never allow anyone to hurt you, Su Mu, wait for me. She took a deep breath in her heart, reminding herself that now is not the time. Not only does Chen Shu have a destiny, but there is also a huge force hidden behind him. It is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Qing Jingru looked at Su Mu, who was standing in a daze in front of her, took a step forward, and closed the distance between them. Su Mu could already smell the other person's elegant body fragrance at the tip of his nose. Let me help you put it on. There is a gift for you in the ring. Having said that, Qing Jingru actually took Su Mu's hand and was about to put the ring on him. But at this moment, she suddenly frowned. I saw. An unfamiliar storage ring was being worn on Su Mu's hand. It had delicate and exquisite patterns on it, and it was obviously from a woman. Where did this come from? Qing Jingru thought quickly. Su Mu has always had only one storage ring, which he has used since childhood. So where did this new one come from? And it is so delicate. Although Su Mu looked beautiful, Qing Jingru knew that he had an extremely strong character and would rather break than bend. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to practice with a weapon like the halberd. Just gave her all the tenderness. Whose ring is this? Before he could think too much, Qing Jingru had already put the ring on Su Mu's left middle finger, and their fingertips separated as soon as they touched. There is a slight cool touch. What is this ring? Qing Jingru asked this seemingly unintentionally. Oh, you're talking about this. Su Haniang gave it to me. Su Mu answered casually, somewhat absent-mindedly. Su Haniang, Su Mu's sister. In the previous life, if this person hadn't gone to great lengths to lurk beside Chen Shu, Qing Jingru and the others would never have had the chance to seize the vulnerable moment when he was promoted to the immortal emperor. There seems to be nothing wrong with a sister giving a gift to her brother. Qing Jingru took a half step back, still with a gentle smile on her face. I see. The atmosphere between Su Qing and others is harmonious. But the people around were completely confused. No, buddy. Isn't this right? There's nothing right about this. Chapter 4 Mo Shuangxing. On the field, Su Mu was still standing opposite Qing Jingru. He was stunned for a long time before he reacted. Thank you. You're welcome. This is what I should do. The girl smiled. There was dead silence all around. This sudden scene caught everyone off guard. Qing Jingru didn't even give Su Mu a cold look. And your attitude is so gentle. What exactly happened? I see. Some people suddenly realized. It must be because of Su Ningye. These words seemed to suddenly remind everyone, and their eyes lit up. Yes, everyone knows that Su Mu's father, Su Ningye, dotes on him extremely. Su Ningye is a top-level cultivator at the peak of the Immortal King level, one of the strongest people in the world, and the current patriarch of the Immortal Clan, the Su family. The energy it contains is simply beyond imagination. Su Ningye must have exchanged interests with the Qing family. For the sake of the family, Fairy Qinghan changed her attitude drastically. It must be like this. Everyone nodded and agreed with it. Su Mu also heard the conversations of the people around him. After careful thought, this was indeed the only possibility. Otherwise, according to Qing Jingru's personality, it would be absolutely impossible for her to do such a thing. Dad, you guy. For the sake of my son's happiness, I have paid so much. Damn it. Jingru, you don't have to be so restrained, just be natural. Su Mu still hoped that the heroine would maintain her personality and not cause any trouble for him. He really didn't want to happen again. No, I mean everything I say, you. Qing Jingru suddenly stiffened and looked apologetic. I'm sorry, my master just sent me a message, I have to go over there quickly, I'll come find you later. She smiled apologetically, waved her hand gently, and walked towards the interior of the Holy Land. The girl passed by Su Mu, bringing with her a faint fragrance, but Su Mu had a blank expression on his face. He was a little confused. Regardless of whether his father paid a huge price or not, he felt that something was wrong today. By the way, where did this kid Chen Shu go? Su Mu looked around but didn't find the other person, feeling a little annoyed for a moment. These people really have no professional ethics at all. The male lead was late and the female lead was absent. Su Mu expressed contempt for this. He also hurried towards the interior of the Holy Land. It was getting late and the apprenticeship ceremony was about to begin. Luohai City had disappeared long ago, the ceremony was about to begin, and his master had called him away. Su Mu walked alone and slowly, and those who were traveling with him stayed away from him. After all, everyone knows that he is the eldest son of the Su family, a foolish licker who ruins the family fortune and kowtows in order to lick others. The people present were all geniuses from various forces. They were all arrogant and naturally looked down on people like Su Mu. But Su Mu didn't care. The road of a bootlicker is lonely. When. 3 deep bell sounds echoed continuously, and the apprenticeship ceremony officially began. The ceremony was held inside the Yaofeng Holy Land, a circular plaza surrounded by 9 mountain peaks rising into the clouds, with eyes constantly scanning the crowd. Above, there is a fairy air floating in the air. Below, there was a lot of noise. This is the difference between immortals and mortals. Inside the venue, Su Mu saw many familiar faces. Chen Shu, like Su Mu, was standing in the square. Luo Haicheng, next to his own master, winked at Su Mu. Qing Jingru, also standing beside her master, had a pure and beautiful temperament, worthy of the title of fairy. The latter two were each on a hill. There is another. Mo Shuangxing, one of the heroines of Shenyuan continent, is the woman who gave the most help to the protagonist Chen Shu in the early stage of the plot. She is a third-level immortal king, one of the 9 peak masters of Yaofeng Holy Land, and also Qing Jingru's master. The other party was half hidden in the clouds, wearing a white dress with moonlit night sky, willow-shaped eyebrows and star-like eyes, with an immortal figure and a beautiful face. A closer look revealed that her complexion was as plump as jade, with ups and downs, making people sigh at her great strength. Su Mu thought secretly. According to the normal plot, Dad Su Ningye should have already communicated with the other party, so Su Mu does not need to participate in the assessment later and can directly become the other party's disciple. Then, the protagonist Chen Shu will suddenly appear, trample Su Mu under his feet through a fight, and replace Su Mu as the opponent's disciple. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Mo Shuangxing could not cheat openly and accept a loser as his apprentice. As for why Chen Shu was able to defeat Su Mu, who was one realm higher than him, this was also thanks to Mo Shuangxing. It was because she proposed a competition with fellow cultivators that Chen Shu took out a semi-saint weapon that could grow. By the way, there are a total of 10 levels of cultivation in Shenyuan continent, from low to high: Xuanqi, Ningdan, Hunti, Nahai, Tianyuan, Dixian, Tianxian, Shenhuang, Shanzun, and Shandi. Each major realm is divided into 9 levels. At this point in time, Su Mu has reached the peak of the Tianyuan realm, while Chen Shu is only at the second level of the Nahai realm. In short, the plot of the apprenticeship ceremony is that Chen Shu and Mo Shuangxing cooperate with each other. One wants to become the other's disciple, and the other doesn't want to be taken advantage of, so they use each other. Qing Jingru watched coldly from the sidelines, and appeared at the right time to humiliate Su Mu severely and promote Chen Shu as a rising star in the Holy Land. Su Mu also discovered that Qing Jingru had been staring at Chen Shu in the square without moving her eyes at all. He sighed softly. It seems like this battle cannot be avoided. But then again, they are the male and female protagonists. And, if the plot deviates again, Su Mu feels like he won't be able to play anymore. But as Su Mu looked at it carefully, he suddenly let out a light exclamation. Is there something wrong with Qing Jingru's eyes? Normally, at this moment, she should be looking at Chen Shu with appreciation, approval, or at least calmness and friendliness. But Su Mu vaguely sensed murderous intent. No. Did I see it wrong? Su Mu was a little skeptical. Why would the heroine look at the hero like that? Or was it because the distance was too far and I didn't see clearly? It must be like this. Su Mu nodded secretly. After all, there are so many clouds in between. Then Mo Shuangxing's eyes must be the same. Su Mu muttered to himself, glancing at the other person, and couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Qing Jingru's expression was understandable, but what was wrong with Mo Shuangxing? Logically speaking, she shouldn't know Chen Shu now. At the top of the mountain, Mo Shuangxing forced himself to suppress the murderous intent in his heart, telling himself that it was not the right time yet. At the same time, he looked at the young man who was thinking with his head down at the other end. There was tenderness in his eyes. Little guy. Soon, time came to that familiar node. The apprenticeship ceremony has officially begun. An old man shouted loudly, and his voice kept echoing. Everyone in the field looked up, and the young boys and girls looked excited and looked forward to it. It's finally started. Holy Land, here I come. I won't lose to anyone this time. Joining a holy land to practice cultivation is the lifelong dream of many people. All the current Immortal King-level powerful people in Shenyuan continent have had experience of practicing in holy lands when they were young. In other words, if you want to embark on the highest path of spiritual practice, this is your only choice. Buzz. A huge roar was heard, and a huge crystal suddenly appeared in the center of the sky above the square. According to convention, the first stage of the ceremony is for the masters of each peak to select disciples and perform grace due. The old man's voice was so powerful that it made everyone feel stuffy in their chests. Enlu, it sounds like the privilege of the masters of each major peak, to select the disciples they like in advance and ask them whether they are willing to join them. Actually, this is a customary agreement among all the major families. It is an opportunity to enter through the back door. As long as you can bribe the peak master, you can directly enter the sect at this time. Su Mu's heart tightened. Here we go. Actors, take your positions. Enlu begins. Anyone who gets the token can enter as a disciple, the old man finished speaking. In an instant, 4 of the 9 mountaintops burst out with strong fluctuations of vital energy, and 3 tokens flew out immediately, each choosing their master. It looks like 4 people were chosen this year. Everyone was envious. As expected, these are all people from the Immortal Clan. Su Mu glanced. Suddenly, a rainbow appeared on the top of Poli Peak. The ancient token crossed the distant clouds and hung in front of Su Mu, flickering in the glow of the sunset, reflecting the sorrow of the people around it. Su Mu, are you willing to become my disciple? Mo Shuangxing's voice rang out from it. Su Mu just opened his mouth. Wait, Chen Shu suddenly shouted, with a righteous look on his face, and stepped out from the field. Chapter 5, The Euphorbia Releasing Water. Wait, I don't agree with this. Chen Shu stood in front of Su Mu and spoke loudly and with righteous indignation. Su Mu's pupils also shrank suddenly, and he began to prepare his acting skills, waiting to be challenged. Sure enough, Chen Shu waved his hand in the direction of Mo Xuanxing and spoke immediately. I want to challenge. On the peak. Mo Xuanxing's eyes turned slightly cold, and the pressure from the immortal king cultivator instantly passed through the clouds and pressed on Chen Shu, forcing him to kneel down and suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood. Puff! Chen Shu was stunned before he could even finish his words. No, what are you doing? Isn't this different from what he expected? He had done research in advance and had reasons for doing so why did he fail before he even started? That's unreasonable. I haven't even finished speaking yet. How dare you, a young man, interrupt me? Mo Xuanxing spoke in a bad tone. Forgive me, senior. Chen Shu quickly begged for mercy. Damn, I spoke too hastily. Mo Xuanxing released the pressure and snorted coldly. But Chen Shu didn't care at all. Instead, he climbed up from the ground with a grin on his face, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked quite cheerful. He rose from obscurity and had smooth sailing all the way, as if the whole world favored him and there were people helping him secretly, so naturally he would not be discouraged by this small setback. Senior. I am Chen Shu. Chen Shuyi bowed and his attitude indeed improved a lot. I heard that during this Enlu stage, the masters of each peak can select their own disciples in advance. Is that true? That's right. The old man presiding over the ceremony frowned slightly and nodded. Ha ha. Chen Shu smiled suddenly. But I heard there is a rule that if someone challenges the chosen person at this time, as long as they defeat the other person, they can replace the other person and become the peak master's personal disciple, right? The old man was a little hesitant at this moment. It was true that there was such a rule, but this rule had been established for tens of thousands of years and no one had ever used it. After all, everyone knows that this, Enlu, stage is a back door opened by the 10 major immortal clans for their own people, and no one would be stupid enough to cause trouble at this time. There haven't been such fools in tens of thousands of years. But, now we have it. There is this rule. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old man nodded helplessly. You mean, you want to challenge Su Mu? That's right. Chen Shu's eyes seemed to gleam with brilliance, and he waved his hand. I think this person doesn't deserve the title. He is not worthy of being the peak master's personal disciple. He is not even worthy of entering my holy land. Most importantly, this man is still pestering Miss Jingru. He is really morally corrupt and has a flawed character. How can we allow such a person to become a direct disciple of Yifeng? Isn't this a disgrace to the reputation of my Yaofeng holy land? Chen Shu became more and more excited as he spoke, and even became passionate. He took the time to glance at Qing Jingru and found that she was also looking at him, which made him even more excited. It is our duty to protect the reputation of the Holy Land. Su Mu, do you dare to come down and fight me? There was silence in the room, and gradually some discussions began to arise. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Doesn't he know the rules of the Holy Land Enlu? It seems that he knows about it, and he even knows how to challenge people. I didn't even know there was such a rule as challenging others. Then what is he going to do? To slap the peak master and the immortal clan in the face in public. But since the target is Su Mu, it's going to be a good show. Some people grinned, feeling gloating. This guy wants to step on Su Mu to get to the top, haha. Inside the venue, Su Mu was also very excited. He had been lowering his head to gather his emotions, and now they were all ready. He immediately took out the golden halberd from his storage ring and was about to respond loudly. Snort. As a result, a cold snort came from above, and Mo Xuanxing's face looked ugly. Oh, are you questioning my decision, young man? There was anger in her voice. The wrath of the immortal king is not something that a mortal can bear. Chen Shu's momentum was immediately interrupted, his body hunched over, and cold sweat broke out on his head. Isn't this right? He was filled with doubt and uncertainty. He had already done research on Mo Xuanxing beforehand and knew that he was a conservative person who valued rules above all else and rarely showed such obvious emotions. Mo Xuanxing actually wanted to crush Chen Shu to death right away, but in the end, she forced herself to suppress her murderous intent. The time has not come yet. She felt quite sorry. Forgive me, senior. I am just following the rules, there is nothing wrong with that. Chen Shuzhang shouted loudly despite the pressure, trying to remind the other party of the rules. Mo Xuanxing also regained his composure at this moment, not because of the so-called rules, but to protect a certain, little guy. Since you've stated the rules, then fine, you two can duel now. She flicked her sleeves, and Chen Shu and Su Mu were swept into a small world high in the sky, with the entire world as their battlefield. At the same time, light screens flashed, allowing everyone present to see the details of the battle clearly. There's something interesting to watch. Some people were vaguely excited. Who do you think will win? I hope it's Chen Shu who gives Su Mu a good lesson. No, no. Some people shook their heads. I think this possibility is not high. Even if Su Mu is a loser, he is still the young master of the Su family. His cultivation is one realm higher than Chen Shu's. That's not necessarily true. Someone who knew Chen Shu chuckled. Haven't you heard? This Chen Shu is not an ordinary Nahai realm cultivator. He has won many battles above his level. Everyone was talking about it. In the small world. Su Mu was a little confused. Wrong. It's absolutely wrong. The original plot was not like this. Normally, he should wait for Chen Shu to finish speaking. Mo Xuanxing nodded in agreement, then suppress Su Mu's cultivation, and throw the two of them into the small world, forcing them to have a fair duel. But now, Su Mu felt the vast cultivation of his own Tianyuan realm great perfection, and also felt that Chen Shu opposite him only had the vitality of the second level of Nahai realm, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Each major realm has 9 minor levels, which means that Su Mu has pulled Chen Shu up 16 minor realms. How to fight this? Su Mu was not worried about how to win, he was worried about how to lose. You have to lose reasonably. Otherwise the plot will be diverted to Grandma's house. After a little thought, he soon came up with an idea. He turned the golden halberd over and carried it on his shoulder, looking arrogant and disdainful. You just mentioned Jingru. Who gave you the courage to call her by that name? I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Then he waved the handle of the halberd in his hand. See this? I don't even need the halberd blade. I can beat you with just the halberd handle until you call me daddy. Su Mu looked disdainful. I couldn't help but exclaim in my heart, great, it's no wonder that I'm an old actor with a quick mind. I found a solution so quickly. As the golden halberd is a holy weapon, Su Mu can freely adjust the output power, which is the first aspect of letting go. But now he doesn't sharpen the blade, but uses the halberd handle instead. This is the second aspect of letting the water go. I will deliberately leave some hidden flaws later, this is the third aspect. If you can't beat me again, I really have nothing I can do. Su Mu talked to himself, praying that the other party would give him some help. But who would have thought that Chen Shu's face would turn red, and he was obviously affected by his provocation and extremely angry. Okay. It seems that you have already found a way to die. Chapter 6 Where are we going, Dad? I think you have already met your death. Chen Shu's face was ferocious, and he suddenly rushed forward with a roar. There was a flash of light in his hand, and a black long sword was held in his hand. The vitality of the Nahai realm gushed out, turning into billowing smoke and merging into the sword. The long sword suddenly emitted colorful light. Chen Shu chopped at him with the sword in both hands. Su Mu's pupils shrank. It's this black sword. In his previous life, he was defeated by this sword. As a semi-holy weapon, its power could only be fully exerted at least at the level of earthly immortal. Using it in this kind of battle is really a waste of talent. I can only say that his loss last time was not unfair. Su Mu always maintained his actor's manners and was still extremely arrogant. He even took the time to strike a pose with a look of disdain on his face. That's it. Su Mu's whole body turned half a circle at a leisurely pace, and the golden halberd swept across to meet the attack, of course, using the halberd handle. Boom! After the violent collision, a huge cloud of dust rose up. Su Mu only stepped back slightly, but Chen Shu was knocked flying backwards, and it took him a long time to steady himself. The difference between the two is obvious. Su Mu suddenly felt a toothache. It's over. I forgot that this halberd is a holy weapon. As the saying goes, even the wisest man makes 1,000 plans, but he is bound to make mistakes. Su Mu didn't expect that he would fail at such a critical juncture. Once a spiritual weapon reaches the level of a holy weapon, it will develop intelligence and will automatically launch a powerful counterattack when faced with a challenge from a black sword that is half a level lower than it. Su Mu couldn't restrain himself even if he wanted to. He simply couldn't stop himself. His cultivation was not good enough. So as soon as they met, he knocked Chen Shu away. The two then fought quickly for several rounds, and Chen Shu was beaten back repeatedly, while Su Mu chased him relentlessly with a halberd. Something's wrong. Su Mu was a little confused. Why does it feel like Chen Shu has become weaker? On the other side, Chen Shu managed to steady himself with great difficulty and forced himself to swallow the blood in his mouth, his face looking extremely ugly. Hateful. Just now in the square, he thought he could challenge Su Mu immediately, and he circulated special skills in his body to gather momentum. According to common sense, this momentum will become stronger and stronger, and as the battle progresses, the help it brings to him will become greater. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that it was broken by Mo Shuangxing's cold snort, and now he still has hidden injuries in his body. This is bad. Chen Shu's strength was not as good as Su Mu's to begin with. There was a gap of 16 small realms between the two of them, and now he had hidden injuries in his body. And for some reason, the black sword that he was once proud of was somewhat out of control today, and the circulation of its vital energy was sluggish, as if it was afraid of something. What on earth is going on? Chen Shu gritted his teeth. Su Mu was extremely helpless. It's all Su Hanying's fault. Why did she give me a holy weapon at this time? It feels like I'm being targeted. Chen Shu felt this way in his heart. Facing Su Mu, he had no advantage in terms of cultivation, weapons, or even the timing of the battle. Not to mention that Su Mu is wealthy, and the various magic weapons and cultivation techniques he has are far superior to his. How the hell do we fight this? Chen Shu was about to collapse. As Su Mu fought, he couldn't help but frown. Why does Chen Shu never try his best? How can I act like this? You are the leading actor, can you be more professional? Su Mu could be said to be the person who knew Chen Shu's strength best. Not only had he read the original novel, but he had also fought against him many times. What's wrong with Chen Shu today? He seems so timid when he attacks. Su Mu was speechless. He was so unreliable that he had to do it himself. He has to find a way to give it a chance. Then, Su Mu swung the halberd in his hand and stopped his attack. He walked slowly towards Chen Shu, grinning grimly as he approached. Do you know you were wrong? Will you dare to call Jingru's name randomly in the future? Bah! Chen Shu snorted coldly and continued to circulate his qi to relieve the injuries in his body. Huh! Su Mu raised his eyebrows, with a hint of excitement on his face. I like people like you who have backbone. Daddy's big halberd is coming. Are you ready? Chen Shu. People outside the venue. I always feel like something is not right. A young female monk lowered her head and pondered. Yeah, I think so too. I see. Some people clapped their heads and looked delighted. Have you noticed that Su Mu has been fighting on the ground since the start of the battle and has never used his aerial advantage? Yes, everyone suddenly realized. After reaching the Tianyuan realm, one can fly freely. Logically speaking, Su Mu only needs to hang in the air and constantly use long-range means to consume Chen Shu, and he can directly grind the opponent to death. But he was always on the ground, chasing and beating others. Aren't you talking nonsense? Some people are disdainful. Since he is already at the top of the realm, Su Mu will definitely fight however he wants. Moreover, because of Qing Jingru, Su Mu must be very angry now, and he is thinking about how to torture Chen Shu. I see. Everyone nodded and agreed with it. Su Mu must be trying to torture Chen Shu slowly and not let him recover. Inside the venue. You must calm down. Su Mu was cheering for the other party in his heart and was almost about to secretly throw some healing medicine to him. The other side. Chen Shu was filled with anger. He was beaten to the point of vomiting blood, and Su Mu kept chasing him. And he didn't immediately drive forward and pursue the victory. Instead, he slowly approached, which gave him tremendous psychological pressure. There was no other way, he could only go ahead with it. Today's battle will never end until one of them falls. The collision between the two became more intense, and purple lines faintly appeared on Chen Shu's skin under his clothes. Finally, the momentum reached its peak and the final blow was delivered. Su Mu was in a good mood. Not bad, not bad. You are finally trying your best. So, he deliberately exposed a flaw and turned around 2.5 times to attack, revealing the same purple lines on the back of his neck to the opponent. This is the clue he left for the other party. In the original plot, Chen Shu discovered this important clue during the battle. Who knows? When Chen Shu saw this pattern, his mind was shocked for a moment. The vitality in his body that was originally surging like a tide was suddenly blocked, and the hidden injury caused by Mo Xuanxing broke out immediately. Puff! He suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. He looked up and fell to the ground. Su Mu was completely confused. Not buddy. Are you an actor too? I showed you a flaw, but you actually hurt yourself. Then, the battle ended in a very strange way. Su Mu was still confused until the two of them came out of the small world. Su Musheng, the old man presiding over the ceremony, spoke in a stern voice. Everyone showed an expression of, as expected, and looked at Su Mu with a hint of contempt. It would have been fine if he had just bullied someone from a higher realm, but he also humiliated him severely. That's too bad. Little did I know at this moment. Su Mu lowered his head and muttered to himself. I feel like I'm being played. The other side. Chen Shu had no time to be angry about his failure, and he didn't even have time to treat his injuries. As soon as he was helped up from the ground, he immediately widened his eyes and looked around for Su Mu. The moment he saw Su Mu, he suddenly shouted, Dad! Su Mu. Others. No, buddy. Chapter 7 I'm really not your father. I felt the strange looks from people around me. Chen Shu suddenly reacted, and even with his thick skin, his face turned red and he waved his hands repeatedly. No, that's not what I meant. Hiss. This movement affected his internal injuries, and he grimaced in pain. Chen Shu. At this time, Su Mu walked up to Chen Shu with a serious face and patted him on the shoulder. I'm not your father, you must cheer up. Chen Shu. You are so. Su Mu was actually a little worried. Could it be that he wasn't paying attention during the fight just now and damaged Chen Shu's brain? She actually called him dad. This won't do. If the male protagonist's brain is broken, how will the subsequent plot be played? How can he go home? Anyone who delays Su Mu from returning home will be his mortal enemy. Su Mu gritted his teeth and grabbed Chen Shu by the collar. Did you hear me, kid? Cheer up. You can't call me dad. I'm really not your dad. Chen Shu. Of course I know. Chen Shu's face flushed red, he shook off Su Mu's hand, his eyes gloomy. I will get back what I owed you today sooner or later. His words were powerful and majestic. Su Mu then nodded with satisfaction, revealing an appreciative look like an old father. Chen Shu took several deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. He had just woken up from a coma, and his mind was full of the purple lines on Su Mu's back. He was so confused that he blurted out the word, Dad. Chen Shu never told anyone that he also had such lines on his body. And this pattern was inherited from his father. According to Chen Shu's father, this kind of pattern is a fragment of the rules of the Tao, and it looks like this when it is embodied. This purple pattern fragment brought huge benefits to Chen Shu and was one of his most relied upon trump cards. This purple pattern fragment played an indispensable role in Chen Shu's success today, and he discovered that this thing was not only related to his life experience. Moreover, as long as you continue to complete the pattern of the lines, you can activate unimaginable abilities one after another. Like Chen Shu, he has activated two abilities at the moment. One is deduction of heaven's secret and the other is favored by heaven. Father. Chen Shu's eyes flickered. He and his father had lived in a forbidden area since they were young, until his father suddenly disappeared when he was young, and no one knew whether he was alive or dead. Before disappearing, he left him a letter, asking him to practice hard in the future and never go to the center of the continent. But Chen Shu refused to believe in evil. He insisted on coming and made a name for himself. He met one woman after another who made his heart beat faster. He swore that he would find out his father's whereabouts and make all these women his own. For example, his latest targets, Qing Jingru and Mo Xuanxing. Just at this time, the two girls also came to the square and gathered around Su Mu. Qing Jingru is the most famous, Qinghan fairy, among the younger generation. She has an ethereal temperament like a fairy, an extremely beautiful appearance, and an arrogant and cold personality, which makes her the most eye-catching. But now, the other party actually had a smile on his face and asked Su Mu about his well-being. As for Mo Xuanxing, she is the master of the Holy Land and an immortal king monk. Although thousands of years have passed, her appearance remains unchanged, just like a young girl in her 20s. The light blue palace dress moves with the wind, outlining her tight and plump figure, and the icy blue spot between her eyebrows adds a unique charm. Being surrounded by these two peerless beauties, anyone else would have been lost in thought, but Su Mu felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Chen Shu straightened his robe and coughed lightly. Ahem Jing. He paused. Miss Qing. Chen Shu bowed to Qing Jingru, and despite his injuries, he put on a smile that he thought was warm. But I was thinking in my heart, if I hadn't wanted to get close to you and use Qing's resources, how could I be in such a mess today? What is it? Qing Jingru frowned slightly, suppressed the disgust in her heart, and looked over. Miss Qing, everyone knows that Su Mu is entangled with you with malicious intent. He will do anything to get you, even letting the family put pressure on him. Chen Shu held his head high and spoke eloquently. Having someone like him as a junior fellow apprentice would probably only make people unable to sleep or eat. In addition, Chen Shu became even more respectful and bowed to Mo Shuangxing. Master Mo, when the Holy Land recruits disciples, it not only focuses on talent and cultivation, but more importantly, personality and character. I remember this was the first thing engraved on the stone tablet in front of the Holy Land. If that's the case, why did Master Mo insist on accepting Su Mu? He entered the Holy Land because he coveted Miss Qing's beauty. I think he has no intention of practicing. Everyone knows that Master Mo Feng is a man of high moral integrity and follows the rules. I'm sure he wouldn't do such an unwise thing. In addition, Chen Shu spoke incessantly, and his words were flawless. He stood completely on the side of righteousness, and he also deliberately emphasized the rules of the Holy Land. After saying that, Chen Shu smiled, looking dignified. Everyone in the field fell silent. Yes, what Chen Shu said actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think that makes sense too. Someone murmured to himself, and subconsciously felt that Chen Shu was right. In that case, Master Mo Feng shouldn't have accepted Su Mu as his disciple. But didn't Su Mu just win? Did he win? But I still think he shouldn't be allowed to be my disciple. Everyone was talking about it, all frowning in thought. Little did he know that Chen Shu had already sneered in his heart, and the purple patterned fragments representing favored by heaven were shining in the dark. He had experimented with it a long time ago, and the skill favored by heaven was extremely powerful, almost unreasonable. It can bring good luck to a person, make him favored by the world, make his every word and action eye-catching, make people believe in him, and make people feel good about him. The most important thing is that this thing is a passive skill. It works all the time. This is also the ability he relies on most. As the discussion among the crowd grew louder, the looks they gave Su Mu became more disgusted. Bah, scum, you're greedy for my body, yet you're making such a big fuss about it. Junior brother knew the gap between them, but he still bravely stood up to challenge them. He must have despised their behavior. But this villain even mocked us while beating us. Shameless. He even injured junior brother Chen. He should be punished. That is, the discussions arose and became more and more noisy. Noisy. The human voice suddenly stopped. Mo Shuangxing's eyes were cold. Her voice was not loud, but it contained a certain authority, and the whole square fell silent in an instant. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Mo Shuangxing looked at Chen Shu as if he was looking at a dead person. Chen Shu broke out in a cold sweat, and the purple pattern representing, favored by heaven, began to falter. Oh no, he secretly groaned in his heart. Mo Shuangxing looked at others instead. Since you are all geniuses from various places, I will tell you the most important rule in the cultivation world. Everyone seemed to wake up from a dream and listened attentively. In the world of immortal cultivation, strength is everything. The 7 words were like the sound of a huge bell, shocking the ears. No matter what the rules are, they are nothing but bubbles in the face of absolute strength. Mo Shuangxing looked at Chen Shu again with a blank expression. In the Holy Land, I am your elder. If we leave here. Snort. The other party didn't finish his words, but Chen Shu's heart trembled. He knew what Mo Shuangxing meant. If he had not been in the Holy Land, he would be dead by now. Chapter 8. Get out, please. There was dead silence in the square. Everyone came to their senses after hearing Mo Shuangxing's words, and kept thinking about the 4 words, strength is everything. Some people even gradually had brighter eyes and seemed to have realized something. Everyone was very happy. Only Chen Shu was terrified. He wondered if he had offended Mo Shuangxing in some way, otherwise no one should have this attitude when they first met him. Just when he was feeling uneasy, Qing Jingru suddenly turned around and walked towards him with graceful steps. Miss Qing. Chen Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Bang! A loud slap hit Chen Shu's face, so fast that he didn't even react, and there was still a hint of expectation on his face. The burning pain suddenly woke him up and his face darkened. Miss Ching, what do you mean? Chen Shu was angry and confused. They had clearly met each other several times before and should have had a good impression of each other at that time. Why now? Bang! Another loud slap. Qing Jingru had a blank expression on her face and her red lips slightly parted. These two slaps are to teach you a lesson. Master is the master of a peak, and I am nominally your senior sister now. You mean by that you mean that my master and I are both blind, deaf, and stupid. Humph. The girl glanced at Su Mu obliquely. She was once ignorant, and in order to prevent Su Mu from pestering her, she even did many things to embarrass the other party in public. But not anymore. No one can insult you, Su Mu, no one can. She looked determined. After Qing Jingru finished speaking, not only Chen Shu was stunned, but everyone else in the room was also stunned. The person involved, Su Mu, was dumbfounded. The golden halberd almost fell to the ground. What the hell just happened? There's definitely something wrong with this plot. Su Mu roared madly in his heart and quickly called out to the system. System, get out here. Explain to me what's going on. Reminder to the host. After system testing, everything is normal in the current world line, and there are no abnormal conditions. What the hell? You call this no abnormality? Su Mu wanted to drag the system out and give it a beating. Do you want to see what you are saying? That's right, host. The system has tested nearly 1,000 times in the past second and confirmed that there are no abnormalities. So what's going on? Su Mu had a dark face. It is possible that this is the butterfly effect of the host's reincarnation. The host can actively look for clues and explore the cause on his own. Call. Su Mu took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He tried hard to think about everything that happened today. What went wrong? That's right. Su Mu's expression suddenly brightened. Qing Jingru's condition was not right since they met today, and Su Mu had not yet contacted her at that time. The only ones who can cause change are other people. Coincidentally, Mo Shuangxing's condition was not right either, and his attitude towards Su Mu was simply too nice. What does this mean? This shows that when bribing the other party, the conditions given make the other party very satisfied. If that's the case, Su Mu muttered to himself, then that must be your problem, Dad. That's right, Su Mu's father, Su Ningye, is the patriarch of the immortal clan and a peak immortal king cultivator. If the other party offers a huge enough price, he will definitely be able to change Mo Shuangxing's attitude. Perhaps because he saw that his son had spent too much money pursuing a woman, he gave Qing a lot of benefits. Although Qing Jingru is usually cold, she still cares a lot about her family. If the other party's family asks for help, Qing Jingru will definitely force herself to change her attitude. Even if it's just for one day, as long as it's a family request, she will put on a good face to Su Mu. Right. It must be like this. Su Mu's eyes gradually became clear. Although it made sense logically, he did not feel very happy. Instead, a tall and majestic figure appeared in his mind. Dad, you actually did so much silently. Thinking back on it, my eyes couldn't help but become moist. In order not to expose his own abnormality, Su Mu quickly suppressed his emotions and concentrated on role-playing. I saw. The square had already fallen silent. After Qing Jingru finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Either shocked or unbelievable. What happened to Fairy Qinghan today? Has your personality changed drastically? Has he been provoked or threatened by something? Miss Qing has never been like this before. Did Chen Shu make her angry? Why do I feel like I'm protecting Su Mu? No way. Some people murmured in disbelief. Everyone knows that although Su Mu is the young master of the Su family, he is an absolute fool and a bootlicker. In order to please Qing Jingru, he gave her all kinds of resources crazily and managed to bring the Qing family to the status of a new first-tier family. Although Qing Jingru herself was not interested, she publicly rejected, ignored, and even humiliated him many times. Su Mu didn't care and was determined to lick the other person. What happened today? I see. It must be because of Su Mu's father. There was a very smart person who thought he understood it, so he slapped his head and screamed in surprise. Think about it, we noticed earlier that Fairy Qinghan's attitude was not right, and it must be because of Su Mu's father. Perhaps she was putting pressure on the Qing family, or perhaps she was offering a lot of benefits. In short, all of Fairy Qinghan's actions today can be explained. After hearing this, everyone was silent for a moment, Then after thinking about it, they felt that it made sense and nodded repeatedly. Yes, it must be like this. After all, Su Emu's father is the immortal king. That's right, even Master Mo Feng is not immune to this. While everyone was imagining, they even found reasons for Mo Shuangxing, which made her feel something in the dark. Su Mu also heard these words, which immediately confirmed his guess. He forced himself to hold back his emotions so that his eyes would not turn red. Dad, you. In a trance, he seemed to see a tall figure grinning at him, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "Go, son, Dad will clear the obstacles for you." Su Emu's heart trembled and he was speechless. "Dad, I really don't need it. I just want them to think I'm a dog and step on me hard. After that, I can go home." "Dad, don't do it." My mind returned to the field. After a brief moment of daze, Chen Shu finally reacted. He secretly clenched his fists so tightly that he almost squeezed them to bleed. But he forced a smile on his face. "Good, very good. Things change over time, don't look down on the young and the poor. Let's wait and see." Snort. After saying that, he snorted coldly and turned to leave. Etc. Qing Jingru stretched out her hand to stop the other person. Chen Shu felt relieved and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Ms. Qing, even if you want to apologize now, it's too late." He decided not to call the other person Jingru anymore, so that the woman would regret offending him. Unexpectedly, Qing Jingru's expression remained unchanged. "Just turn around and leave after saying that. How can such a good thing happen?" Snort. "Get out of here. Because we are in the square now, it is forbidden to use cultivation to take direct action." So Qing Jingru used her family's unique skills to create a violent storm. Chen Shu was already seriously injured and unable to resist. He yelled, "Damn it." Then he was blown to the ground by the wind and rolled out of the field. Like a spinning top. In the blink of an eye, he rolled away so far that no sound could be heard anymore. Puff. I don't know who laughed first. Then, the laughter seemed to have some inexplicable infectious power and spread quickly. "Ha ha ha ha. Really get out of here. Fairy Qinghan is so talented. I am dying of laughter. Chen Shu is now famous. Ha ha ha." Chapter 9 Childhood Sweetheart Meng Xiaoxiao. That night, the disciple recruiting ceremony had already ended, and the geniuses from various places returned to their own caves. Su Mu, a direct disciple of the Peak Master, naturally lives high on the top of the mountain and has a special courtyard. The lower-level inner disciples live on the mountainside or at the foot of the mountain, and choose one of the 9 peaks based on the martial arts school they have learned. Or you can find a place to live in seclusion by yourself. Those who do not have any outstanding performance in the disciple recruiting ceremony will either be sent back or stay and become an outer disciple. However, since the establishment of the Holy Land, there have been very few cases of disciples being deported, and everyone who can come here is a child of destiny. This is also true even outside the gate. Because the outer sect has the largest number of people, there are also many hidden dragons and crouching tigers among them. Now, in the outer gate area, in a cave near Po Bing Peak, Chen Shu had a gloomy face and gritted his teeth as he applied medicine to himself. Because the movement is too large, it may even tear the wound and cause bleeding. But he still said nothing. So what if the body hurts? Chen Shu's heart was filled with rage and humiliation. When he thought of the scenes that happened during the day, he felt a violent murderous intent. Kill them. All of them. Chen Shu gritted his teeth and looked up in the direction of Po Bing Peak, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. Su Mu, Qing Jingru, Mo Shuangxing, I will remember you. I will not let anyone who offends me, Chen Shu, have a good ending. Kill Su Mu. As for the other 2 women, there was a gleam of evil fire in Chen Shu's eyes. When the time comes, destroy their cultivation, play with them at will, kill them when you are tired of playing with them, and train them into puppets. Call. Chen Shu took a deep breath to calm himself, practiced internal energy to heal his wounds, and regained his vitality. At this moment, he suddenly felt that a jade token in the storage ring was vibrating. Chen Shu was immediately surprised. This is. He quickly picked up the jade token and communicated with the other party. He was overjoyed to learn that the other party had also come to the Yaofeng Holy Land and was an inner disciple. Make an appointment to meet quickly. So not long after. On a cliff outside the gate, the moonlight hangs high in the sky, and the shadows of bamboos are scattered around, making the surroundings look like an ink painting. As soon as Chen Shu got here, he saw a familiar figure. His heart suddenly became hot and he went to meet her. After seeing the other person's face clearly, I felt even more excited. Miss Meng, Master Chen Shu. Meng Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly and looked a little playful, with her two ponytails swinging behind her. The girl looked young, about 15 or 16 years old, with red lips, white teeth, delicate features, and a pure beauty that seemed innocent and inexperienced. She was wearing a light green chiffon dress, with her two white legs faintly visible under the hem. You can vaguely see a small bell tied with a red rope on the right ankle, which jingles when she walks, making a crisp sound. Chen Shu felt his mouth dry with thirst and hurried forward. I didn't expect that Miss Meng actually came to the Holy Land. I've been here a long time ago. Isn't Mr. Chen here too? The girl's voice was clear and crisp, like a mountain spring. Alas, Chen Shu sighed. I am just an outer disciple, unlike you, who is an inner disciple. By the way, I wonder which peak you joined. I have entered Union Peak, and my master is a powerful celestial being. Chen Shu was immediately envious, and after saying congratulations a few times, his expression immediately became gloomy. What's wrong? Meng Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Then Chen Shu told him what happened during the day. He was so moved that his eyes turned red and he clenched his fists. Those three people humiliated me today. How despicable. Chen Shu's face was filled with anger, but his eyes were still clear and full of expectation as he glanced at Meng Xiaoxiao. The purpose of his words was to hint at the other party, hoping that the girl would take the initiative to help him. In fact, their acquaintance was purely a coincidence. When Chen Shu was young, he had just stepped out of the forbidden area of his life since childhood and met Meng Xiaoxiao. Seeing that the other party was trapped in a trap at the edge of the forbidden area, Chen Shu rescued him. As for why he was able to disarm the trap, it was of course because it was set by his father and Chen Shu was very familiar with it. In the subsequent practice, the two met from time to time, and their relationship gradually became closer, and they even became close friends. Really? You mean, you want to take revenge on Su Mu? As cultivators, we can't just let this happen when we encounter such an injustice. Chen Shu looked up at the moon with extraordinary momentum. She was totally unaware of the gradually cold look in Meng Xiaoxiao's eyes behind her. The girl's eyes flickered in the moonlight, revealing a hint of murderous intent. There was a faint hint of cold light under the sleeve, ready to make a move. Chen Shu spoke passionately for a while before turning around. Miss Meng, are you willing to lend me a hand? Of course. Mr. Chen is my best friend, I will definitely help. Meng Xiaoxiao's voice was clear and her smile was sweet, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Miss Meng. Chen Shu looked excited. He took the opportunity to reach out and grab Meng Xiaoxiao's soft hand. According to his experience, the atmosphere is right at this time and the other party should not resist. What's more, in his opinion, the two of them had already developed feelings for each other, so even if they were together, it would be a matter of course. Unexpectedly, Meng Xiaoxiao seemed not to notice this scene. She calmly pulled her hand away and pointed to the sky. Look over there. Wah, what? Chen Shu grabbed nothing and quickly withdrew his hand, scratched his nose in embarrassment, and turned his head to look. Today's moon is so big and round. Ah yes, yes. The two then discussed the follow-up details. Chen Shu asked Meng Xiaoxiao to use his identity as an inner disciple to get close to Su Mu. Because inner disciples can travel freely among the mountains, but outer disciples cannot. Then collect information from Su Mu, especially about the tattoo on the back of his neck. Meng Xiaoxiao asked what the tattoo was, but Chen Shu evaded the question and just said it was very important to him. The night is cold and dewy. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, and Meng Xiaoxiao politely declined Chen Shu's suggestion to go to the cave to sit for a while, and left. The girl's twin ponytails swayed in the night sky, and it took Chen Shu a long time to look away. Even after returning to the cave, he was still thinking about it. It has to be said that Meng Xiaoxiao's appearance is really to his liking, pure yet seductive, and she comes from a good family. Although I don't know where the other party came from, I have never seen a girl lacking resources for cultivation. Chen Shu's mind was full of random thoughts until late at night. Unconsciously, he suddenly found a fire rising in his lower abdomen, and his clothes were deformed. His face changed drastically and he looked around quickly. After making sure that there was no one around, Chen Shu hesitated for a moment, then turned off the night light, turned around and got into bed. He could hear some faint rustling sounds. On the other side, Meng Xiaoxiao stood alone in the moonlight, still on the same cliff as before. It turned out that she had not left. At this moment, she was no longer as playful and cute as before, and her eyes were icy cold, even colder than the moonlight. You actually want to attack Brother Mu. I will never allow it, never. A cold light flashed, and a large area of bamboo was split into two and fell down together. As the bamboo leaves fluttered, the girl's figure disappeared. Chapter 10 Undercover. Great. The next day, Su Mu woke up early, full of anticipation. Just because an important person is going to appear today. Near noon, Su Mu used the jade token to send a message to Luo Haicheng, asking him to borrow a few of his brothers. Luo Haicheng, who do you want to kill? Su Mu. Not a killer, just an ordinary little brother. There is such a tradition in the Yaofeng Holy Land. Every disciple can build his own team and choose those who want to support him. These people may be outer disciples, inner disciples, or even direct disciples. This team will form their squad after they graduate from the Holy Land. Therefore, every potential genius will have the prototype of his own team during his training in the Holy Land. Of course Su Mu doesn't have to do such a thing. He just needs to go back and inherit the family business. But now we are in the Holy Land, and people from the Su family cannot come in. In order to maintain order in the Holy Land, outsiders are not allowed to enter or leave except at special times. Moreover, Su Mu had just arrived yesterday and had no one under his command, so he could only ask Luo Haicheng for a loan. He is going to cause trouble for Chen Shu today. In the original novel, Chen Shu defeated Su Mu at the ceremony, and the next day Su Mu, his good brother Luo Haicheng, and a large group of people came to his door. As for why we have to bring so many people, don't ask, it's all about momentum. Why fight one-on-one when you can fight in a group? Facing the provocation of the crowd, Chen Shu knew how to advance and retreat, hiding in the cave and luring them to fight one by one. Finally, I managed to hold on until others came to intervene. After the incident was reported, he became even more famous. Su Mu thought about it all night last night. The plot of the apprenticeship ceremony had gone awry. Now that he had become a direct disciple, he had to find a way to make some corrections. So he thought of this plot. There will be two important characters appearing in this plot. Su Mu was full of anticipation. Not long after putting away the jade token, Luo Haicheng came with a large group of people. At a glance, there were at least a dozen of them. How about it? Are there enough people? If not, I'll call more for you. Luo Haicheng looked very proud. He felt happy when he thought about being able to help Su Mu. That's enough. Su Mu quickly raised his hand to stop them. He just had to follow the scale of the original book and prayed that there would be no more deviations. So while counting the number of people, he glanced towards the foot of the mountain, expecting the figure to appear. By the way, what are we going to do today? Luo Haicheng was puzzled. Oh, let's go find trouble with Chen Shu. Su Mu's old actor qualities immediately returned, and anger immediately appeared on his face. This brat actually flirted with Jingru in front of me yesterday, and even said bad things about me in front of my master. I must teach him a lesson today. Luo Haicheng's eyes suddenly lit up and he moved closer. I'm telling you, there will be a trial outside in a while. You can send a message to your family and find someone directly. Then he made a gesture of wiping his neck. Su Mu was shocked and hurried to stop him. I just want to rely on my own strength to deal with him, so that Jingru can see my good side. What a joke. He is the destined protagonist. You can't just find a few people to kill him. Even if he really kills it, the plot will be completely ruined, and he might have to do it again. Thinking of this outrageous plot and the possibility of it happening for the third time, Su Mu was so scared that he waved his hands repeatedly. At this moment, a jumping figure appeared not far away. Su Mu's eyes suddenly lit up. Here we come, Meng Xiaoxiao. The girl, wearing a light green dress, came over skipping and jumping with a sweet and innocent smile on her face. Hello, senior brother. May I ask if this is senior brother Su Mu's cave? Luo Haicheng looked alert and spoke first. Who are you? I'm sorry, senior brother, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Meng Xiaoxiao, an inner sect disciple of Union Peak. Today I'm here to seek refuge with senior brother Su Mu. What? To join Su Mu? Even Luo Haicheng began to look strange, looking back and forth between Su Mu and Meng Xiaoxiao. Su Mu, what's that look you have? It's a bit too rude. What's wrong with me? Can't someone appreciate my majestic and heroic figure and come and seek refuge with me? Sure, sure. Luo Haicheng held back his laughter. Although he has a good relationship with Su Mu, to be honest, it is not a good idea to join Su Mu. On the one hand, Su Mu has the support of the Su family and will not pay too much attention to the team in the Holy Land. On the other hand, Su Mu's reputation as Fairy Qinghan's bootlicker had long been known, and there were actually people who liked him. Hello, senior brother Su. I'm here to seek refuge with you. Meng Xiaoxiao chuckled and bowed to Su Mu, looking like a cute and adorable girl. Su Mu immediately laughed out loud and walked up to pat the girl on the shoulder. Not bad, not bad. You will follow me from now on. I promise you will have delicious food and drinks. This attitude did not arouse suspicion, but instead made people feel that it was very Su Mu. Su Mu was also a little excited. Here it comes. The first important character, Meng Xiaoxiao. This girl is also one of the heroines of Shenyuan continent. On the surface, she looks cute and a little coquettish, but in fact, she is a simple-minded and black Lolita, with more evil thoughts than anyone else. And behind them is the Meng family. Yes, it is this, Meng. Although it is not one of the 10 great immortal clans, it is also a powerful hidden family that masters the peculiar rule of heaven, dream. Because it is too unpopular, many people don't understand this ability. However, Su Mu knew that the combat effectiveness of those who practiced the Dream Dao would have a qualitative leap after becoming immortals, and they could directly rival the mainstream Dao, and even surpass them in terms of weirdness. The most important thing is that the other party is an undercover agent sent by Chen Shu. Very good. Su Mu was very happy and patted Meng Xiaoxiao on the shoulder. Since you are mine, then follow me and do my work. We have work to do today, so let me see your skills. Having said that, Su Mu waved his hand and was about to lead his men out. Okay, brother Mu. The girl smiled sweetly, her eyes full of youth. The sudden call made Su Mu stagger, but he didn't think much about it. After all, she is a scheming loli, this must be her way of playing with people's hearts. Yes, that must be the case. The group of people came in a mighty manner and soon arrived at Chen Shu's cave. As for how they found it, it was all thanks to the people brought by Luo Haicheng. Among the dozen or so people, most of them were from the outer sect. After asking around, they were quickly found. Open the door. Open the door. Anti-pornography. This sentence suddenly popped up in Su Mu's mind. His younger brothers took turns hitting the restrictions of the cave, and the whole hill was shaking slightly. After a while, the door of the cave opened and Chen Shu walked out with dark circles under his eyes, looking a little haggard. It's you're here again. Chen Shu spotted the arrogant Su Mu in the crowd at a glance. His eyes immediately turned red and he clenched his fists. Haha, that's right, it's me. Su Mu laughed and stepped forward. Boy, I haven't even settled the score with you for scolding me yesterday, and you actually dared to say bad things about me in front of Jingru. I think you have already met your death. Chapter 11 Fatal Attack. I think you have already met your death. Su Mu laughed loudly. Chen Shu, why does this sound familiar? He raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows, forcing himself to cheer up. Last night he was healing his wounds, practicing, and even met with Meng Xiaoxiao, so he didn't get enough rest at all. Speaking of Meng Xiaoxiao, Chen Shu's pupils suddenly shrank. He actually saw Meng Xiaoxiao's pretty figure in the crowd, next to Su Mu. So efficient. It's only been half a day, and he's already lurking beside Su Mu. Chen Shu was shocked and relieved. Su Mu also secretly glanced at Meng Xiaoxiao, praying that the other party would exert force quickly. In the original plot, not long after a group of people found Chen Shu, Meng Xiaoxiao volunteered to rush forward, fighting with the other party to delay time, and hinted to the other party to find someone for help quickly during the fight. Because of this, Chen Shu didn't have to fight for long before his master Mo Shuangxing arrived. Xiaoxiao. In order to avoid further mistakes, Su Mu simply waved his hand and patted the girl on the shoulder. Since you have come to join me, you will be the one to lead the charge. You must fight slowly, don't be in a hurry. Meng Xiaoxiao immediately raised her head and chest, with a determined look in her eyes. Yes, brother Mu, I will do my best to make this a quick and decisive battle. No, let's not rush, I believe you. Su Mu forced a smile. Meng Xiaoxiao looked at the young man deeply, thinking that she would never let him down again in this life, and turned around and rushed forward with firm steps. You must betray my trust. Su Mu muttered to himself. Luo Haicheng frowned slightly and bumped his good brother with his shoulder. Hey, this girl is very pretty, but we just met for the first day and didn't know her background. Why did you let her have sex with you? It's okay. Since she was attracted by my personality charm, there will be no problem, don't worry. Luohai City. Meng Xiaoxiao was walking in front and her body trembled. She also heard these words, and felt ashamed, but also more determined to follow the other person for the rest of her life. In her previous life, she was also assigned to Su Mu. He was really a very gentle boy, especially towards the people around him and his subordinates. During that period, Meng Xiaoxiao experienced what it was like to be loved and protected. He had never experienced this feeling even in his family, let alone with Chen Shu. Chen Shu's mind was full of thoughts on how to use her. Thinking of this, she no longer hesitated. Chen Shu, come out and fight me to the death. The girl's tone was murderous and she looked quite powerful. She flipped her right hand and a slender green blade appeared in her hand. Chen Shu nodded secretly. Very good, the acting is really great. He was confident that he had discussed it with Meng Xiaoxiao last night. Now it seemed that the two of them were going to put on a show today to help the girl gain Su Mu's trust. Without hesitation, he strode out of the cave and smiled heartily. Does Su Mu have no one under his command? Why did he send a little girl like you here? But who would have thought that the moment he stepped out of the cave, Meng Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. The whole figure suddenly became invisible, and when it reappeared, it was already behind Chen Shu. Su Mu's pupils shrank. Is this the special ability of the dream? To be invisible, to move instantly, and not to consume vitality, but to rely only on mental strength. Moreover, as soon as he took action, his cultivation aura was immediately exposed. It turned out that Meng Xiaoxiao was also a cultivator in the Tianyuan realm. Meng Xiaoxiao teleported behind Chen Shu, and before the other party could even react, the girl kicked him hard, and the bells on her delicate ankles jingled. Bang! Chen Shu's body suddenly plunged forward, and he fell flat on his face. He used his face as a brake and slid a long distance on the ground. Mad! Chen Shu suddenly became angry. He stood up and was about to scold Meng Xiaoxiao for being unsportsmanlike. But would she cooperate? As a result, he raised his head and looked directly into Su Mu's eyes. Chen Shu, Su Mu. Unconsciously, he slid and tackled Su Mu in the face. Su Mu could even see the deep fatigue on Chen Shu's face, and his expression gradually changed from confusion to fear. Luo Haicheng reacted faster than Su Mu and was immediately overjoyed. Come on, everyone. Beat him to death. A group of people swarmed up, surrounded Chen Shu, and beat him up. Ah! A shrill scream was immediately heard, and many monks living nearby stuck their heads out to check. They were surprised to see that there was such a large group of people, and the leader was wearing the clothes of an inner sect disciple. He immediately stopped and retracted his head. Su Mu had a complicated expression and looked up at Meng Xiaoxiao. The girl had returned to his side by now, with her head held high and her chest puffed out, with an expression that looked like she was about to praise me. Su Mu forced a bitter smile and patted the girl's shoulder. Ha ha ha, well done. I'll give you a reward when I get back. But inside I was roaring. Marula. Something went wrong again. Can you male and female protagonists cooperate better? Bang bang. A large group of people attacked without any plan, only caring about causing more harm to the other party. They hit Chen Shu with dull sounds. Chen Shu is worthy of being the male protagonist. His fighting ability is extraordinary. Even though his injuries have not healed yet, he still quickly finds opportunities in the melee. He stood up with a somersault, the energy in his body surged, and he used defensive skills to stabilize his condition for a while. One person fought against more than a dozen people at the same level, but he didn't show much signs of fatigue. Luo Haicheng raised his eyebrows when he saw this. Hey, there's something. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to do it himself. Su Mu quickly stopped the other person. Let's just watch the show here. I like the feeling of using my subordinates to abuse others. Luo Haicheng thought about it and felt that what he said seemed to make some sense, so he shouted, keep working hard. There will be a big reward when you go back. He also watched the show from behind with his hands folded, and even took out 2 spiritual fruits. Snap, snap. He just started eating like this with Su Mu from behind, looking extremely leisurely. Su Mu secretly glanced at Meng Xiaoxiao. After the initial kick, the other party did not attack again. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Is it really a mistake in coordination? Now it seems that it must have been the first time Meng Xiaoxiao and Chen Shu cooperated, and something went wrong accidentally, which led to Chen Shu being kicked into the crowd. Just as he was thinking this, Meng Xiaoxiao's expression suddenly brightened. Her small eyes burst into a strong and strange light. Chance. Turn out to be. The reason why she didn't take action was because she knew Chen Shu and knew that he had an extremely high-level defensive method called the art of dragon turtle playing with the tides. Anyone fighting with him, as long as they find an opportunity, can use the opponent's force to stabilize their body. The more people there are, the more chaotic it is, and the more adept the other party will be. Meng Xiaoxiao had been waiting and finally found an excellent opportunity at this moment. It's a gap in defense. Her figure disappeared again, and when she reappeared, she appeared behind Chen Shu again, and kicked him hard between his legs with her pink feet. Ah. Chapter 12 Master, something is wrong with you. Ah. Chen Shu's voice changed and his face turned red. Su Mu and Luo Haicheng couldn't help but look in pain and took a deep breath. Hiss. Too cruel. Luo Haicheng unconsciously clamped his legs together and bumped Su Mu with his shoulder. You must keep her away from me in the future, do you understand? Su Mu nodded repeatedly. Just looking at Chen Shu's expression, he felt a sense of empathy for the pain. Meng Xiaoxiao is going to kill him. It's totally aimed at making the other party extinct. Inside the venue. After being kicked, Chen Shu's face had turned purple, he was gasping for breath, his eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth. A violent wave of vital energy exploded from his body, bouncing everyone around him away for a distance. Afterwards, he covered his vulnerable parts with one hand and knelt down, his body shaking uncontrollably. Su Mu couldn't help but feel sorry for the other person. Oh my god, this kick. He glanced at Meng Xiaoxiao, who looked excited. Her pink feet were exposed and she was wearing very delicate shoes, a bit like sandals. The little feet were very delicate, but Su Mu only felt a chill in his crotch. Everyone present was a man, and all of them were frightened and hesitant by this sudden scene. For a time, Su Mu didn't know what to do. Shouldn't it be like this in his original idea? It should be a fair 1v1 duel between Meng Xiaoxiao and Chen Shu, stalling for time for each other, but the result. Because he had been paying attention, Su Mu clearly saw the whole process of Meng Xiaoxiao's action, but he was a little confused. Why? Is it really just a pure coordination error? Or, Su Mu frowned. Or did Meng Xiaoxiao betray the other party? No, it can't be called betrayal, it's called backstabbing. And the first blow was a fatal one. What are you standing there for? Kill him while he's ill. Hurry up and do it. Luo Haicheng looked excited and eager to try, and it seemed that he really wanted to do it himself. The group of people looked at each other, then rushed up and punched and kicked Chen Shu. Spicy balls. Su Mu just felt a chill in his heart. If the fight continued like this, Chen Shu would be beaten to death. He could even see the other party spitting out blood. But it doesn't work. If you guys kill the protagonist of Destiny, how can I act out the rest of the story? How can I go home? Su Mu was anxious, but he didn't know how to stop it. Stop. Right at this moment, a majestic voice came from midair. Everyone stopped immediately, looked up, and then with a look of horror, they all retreated behind Su Mu. Peak Master. At the critical moment, Mo Shuangxing arrived late. The people who had been so arrogant just now almost buried their heads in their chests. Only Meng Xiaoxiao still held her head high and looked at Mo Shuangxing bravely. Su Mu's mood was like riding a roller coaster, with ups and downs, and he pretended to be terrified. Master Yu, why are you here? You are finally here. Su Mu was extremely happy, but he couldn't show it. If you come any later, you won't be able to keep the male lead. Really? No matter how twisted the plot gets, this kind of keynote is still very reliable, and all the characters that should appear will be there. Are we finally getting back on track? Su Mu tried his best to hide his inner excitement. I organized people to beat up fellow disciples in the Holy Land. This is a serious crime. Punish me severely. Master, punish me severely. Su Mu knew that yesterday's anomaly could be explained by his father Su Ningye, but today's incident was very serious. Beating up fellow disciples is absolutely not allowed in the Holy Land. What's more, the person who discovered this was Mo Shuangxing. Everyone knows that among the 9 peak masters, Mo Xuanxing is the one who values, rules, the most, and is extremely strict with others and himself. What? I shouldn't have come. Mo Xuanxing frowned slightly. If I hadn't come, you would have beaten him to death. What you did is against the rules. Right. That's the rhythm. Scold me. Punish me severely. Su Mu was excited. But who knows? You should do this. Mo Xuanxing said this, and with a wave of his hand, he opened up a space battlefield, and then threw Su Mu and Chen Shu in. Group fights are prohibited within the sect, but single duels are allowed. You two should decide the winner now. Su Mu. Huh, what are you talking about? Su Mu turned his head and glanced. Not far away, Chen Shu was still lying on the ground, groaning in pain from time to time. After all this, you still want me to duel with him? You want me to find a legitimate reason to beat him to death, right? That's the rule. Mo Xuanxing spoke in a calm tone, trying her best to hide the tenderness in her eyes and brows. If you beat him to death in public, the higher-ups in the Holy Land will not sit idly by. Your father might even punish you, which won't be good for you. At this moment, Mo Xuanxing was like a gentle elder, giving earnest instructions. Trying to get Su Mu to kill the other party reasonably and legally. Of course, she knew it in her heart. Chen Shu cannot die now, but since a scum like him has offended Su Mu, let Su Mu beat him half to death to vent her anger, and then she will use some means to save him. You can't let the other person recover, just use spiritual objects to keep him alive. Well, let's do it. Mo Xuanxing nodded secretly in his heart. No, master, you. Su Mu was really confused. The other party's condition had been wrong since yesterday, and it was even more so now. At the apprenticeship ceremony, Mo Xuanxing's behavior could be explained as accepting benefits from Su Mu's father, but what about now? What about the rules you once adhered to? What about your personality? Master, what exactly are you going to do? Unable to hold back, Su Mu asked directly. Ahem. Mo Xuanxing's pretty face turned slightly red, and she didn't dare tell the other party that she had deliberately sent Qing Jingru away. As early as this morning, she used her divine sense to capture the scene of Su Mu gathering people. It was not appropriate for him to interfere in the affairs between the younger generation. She also saw a familiar figure in the crowd, Meng Xiaoxiao. With this woman around, Su Mu doesn't have to worry about this trip. After all, in the previous life, this woman was the most scheming. She lurked beside Chen Shu, poisoned him for thousands of years, and prevented Chen Shu from becoming an immortal emperor. Mo Xuanxing also knew that Su Mu must like Qing Jingru, and he was doing all this for her. But for some reason, she felt a little sad, even though Qing Jingru was her disciple. Therefore, she deliberately chose the moment when the situation escalated to appear, so that she, as a senior, would have a legitimate reason to intervene. Protect Su Mu in various ways. That's her rule. Space battlefield, on the ground. Chen Shu lay there motionless, like a dead dog, his mood having sunk to the bottom. It's over. Am I, Chen Shu, going to die here today? I'm not willing to. Chapter 13. The second important role. No, I can't die yet. Chen Shu lay on the ground, forcing himself to concentrate. He secretly mobilized the vitality in his body and continued to repair his injuries. I haven't become an immortal emperor yet. I haven't found my father yet. I haven't figured out my life story yet. How can I fall here? As his thoughts turned, the vital energy in the air began to move on its own and rushed into his body. This is. Su Mu was attracted by the sudden movement. He turned around and was immediately surprised. Breakthrough on the battlefield. That's right. As the protagonist of Destiny, Chen Shu's breakthrough at this desperate moment was unexpected, but reasonable. As the vitality continued to gather, Chen Shu's momentum also rose steadily. Boom. Su Mu. For some reason, the injuries in Chen Shu's body were instantly healed at this moment. He stood up with a somersault, holding the black sword in his hand. Nihai 7th level. Break through 5 small realms at once. Su Mu was amazed in his heart and exclaimed that the male lead was really awesome. Normally speaking, it would take conservatively 3 to 6 months of hard work to break through each small realm of the Nihai realm, and this was the speed of a genius. Where is Chen Shu? He just stayed up late to practice last night, and fought a life-and-death battle today, which saved him almost 3 years. What? You actually broke through in the middle of a battle? Su Mu was horrified. Ha ha ha, that's right. Chen Shu laughed loudly towards the sky, with the tip of his sword pointed directly at Su Mu. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you have more people than me. Even if you have an unparalleled background and abundant resources, so what? Given time, I will stand on the top of this continent and look down on all living beings. Boom. It was a sunny day, but there was thunder. Mo Shuangxing frowned slightly, she sensed it. This is the breath of heaven. Su Mu, do you dare to fight me again? All the injuries in his body were healed, and Chen Shu also shook off his previous decadence and became full of energy and vigor. As the saying goes, when good luck comes, heaven and earth are on your side. When bad luck comes, even heroes are helpless. Chen Shu now feels that his luck has turned and the will of heaven and earth is upon him. The purple fragments on his body that represented favored by heaven shone brightly, making him look majestic. Oh no! Mo Shuangxing secretly clenched his fists. She knew that Chen Shubin was destined to be the one, and now that he was on the verge of death, his luck had hit rock bottom and was rebounding. Not only did his realm improve in an instant, but the Dao Rime flowed throughout his body. If he were to fight, he would definitely be assisted by a god and become braver and braver. Who knows, he might even gain some insights in the battle and gain huge benefits. Su Mu. She couldn't help but feel a little worried. Ha 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 ha. In the space battlefield, Su Mu was seen laughing loudly, with his hands on his hips, looking extremely arrogant. You are just a bug who made a breakthrough at the last minute, yet you dare to challenge me. Today I will let you have a taste of my power. Su Mu is very happy now, because Chen Shu, the male protagonist, has finally stood up. He had already thought it through. As long as he fought with the opponent here and lost to him, he could restore the original plot to a great extent. Chen Shu once again became a young hero and became famous far and wide. And he, Su Mu, continued to play the villain cannon fodder and Qing Jingru's brainless bootlicker. Great. Come and fight me to the death. Su Mu suddenly took out a halberd, his face full of excitement. His excitement now was not fake, he was really happy, and this time he learned his lesson and did not use the growth-type holy weapon that Su Hanian gave him. Bring it on. Let's fight. The two roared at each other and suddenly collided with each other. Boom, boom, boom. The two collided wildly and the battle was extremely fierce. Su Mu was extremely calm. Although he acted arrogant, he was still fully prepared. Given Chen Shu's current condition, it would be a technical feat to defeat the opponent without being killed. While fighting, Su Mu was thinking about how he could be defeated reasonably. He had to create the hero's character and carry through his dog-licking personality to the end. If it weren't for an experienced actor like him, he would have never been able to take on such a difficult task. In just a short moment, the two of them had fought dozens of rounds. Seeing the battle getting more and more intense, Su Mu was overjoyed and immediately started to restrain his strength. You guys, what are you doing? A crisp voice suddenly rang out, and in an instant, it seemed as if a special force flowed through, instantly calming everyone's emotions. The battle came to an abrupt end, and the two men stood there in a daze. This is. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw a young girl in a goose-yellow dress standing alone not far away. She had an expressionless face and was holding a jade ruyi in her hand. The fighting stopped, and the originally heated atmosphere was like a bucket of cold water suddenly poured down on it. This familiar feeling. Su Mu and Mo Shuangxing looked at the girl at the same time. Yi Yan. Su Mu's pupils suddenly shrank. The second key person of the day appeared. The girl in front of him was no stranger to him. Yi Yan is also one of the heroines of the original novel. She is the most beloved disciple of the Lord of Yaofeng Holy Land and has reached the level of Earth Immortal at a young age. Master Mo Feng, what is this? Yi Yan's voice was ethereal and could calm people's mood unconsciously. Her sleeves fluttered, and the girl raised her arms to touch the hair behind her ears, as if she had walked out of a painting. I am presiding over the duel between two disciples. What's the matter? Mo Shuangxing frowned slightly. Of course she knew who Yi Yan was. They had had many interactions in their previous lives. And Mo Shuangxing also knew the other party's special abilities. In that case, why did she stop me? Could it be something unexpected happened afterwards? Mo Shuangxing kept thinking in her mind. She had already realized that the timing of the other party's appearance was too clever, as if he was deliberately trying to stop the battle. However, when I thought about the other party's incomprehensible special abilities, I felt that Yi Yan must have his reasons for doing this. Strictly speaking, disciples should duel on the duel stage, rather than randomly opening up a space battlefield. Yi Yan spoke in a calm tone, and her eyes moved very slowly across the faces of everyone present. When it was Su Emu's turn, she paused slightly, then quickly looked away. This kind of thing will never happen again. Sure enough, Yi Yan stopped the fight. Mo Xuanxing opened his mouth to speak, but finally stopped and withdrew from the space battlefield. It was my fault for being careless. Thank you, Elder Yi, for reminding me. That's right, Yi Yan is not only the direct disciple of the Lord of the Holy Land, she also has a special identity, that is, the patrol and supervisory elder in the Holy Land, and has the privilege of reporting directly to the Lord of the Holy Land. So generally speaking, even the 9 peak masters would give the other party some face. Thus, this originally exciting battle ended in vain. Su Mu, no. Why did you show up at this time? He was a little mad. In the original plot, Meng Xiaoxiao should have fought with Chen Shu first to delay time. Chen Shu secretly sent a message to Mo Xuanxing. Su Mu brought a group of people to swarm forward, and the other side dealt with it with ease. At the critical moment, Yi Yan appeared, admired Chen Shu, and disguised her identity to fight alongside him until Mo Xuanxing arrived. The order of appearance is not right. Su Mu had a headache. Chapter 14, Peeping into the Secrets. Trouble. Su Mu sighed in his heart. Yi Yan's timing of appearance was so clever that it instantly shattered all of his plans. If I continue to play like this, how can I build confidence in Chen Shu? When will this plot be reversed? There is obviously no chance now. Snort. Su Mu snorted coldly with his eyes squinted. Chen Shu, you are lucky today. I hope you will have the same good luck next time. Let's go. After saying that, he waved his hand and left with everyone in a mighty manner. Before parting, Su Mu and Yi Yan looked at each other, and vaguely read a different meaning from each other's deep eyes. For some reason, Su Mu felt uneasy, as if something was gradually breaking free from his hands and becoming increasingly out of control. He shook his head to clear his mind of distracting thoughts. Everyone soon went their separate ways and left. Back to the cave. Why do you keep following me? Su Mu felt helpless. Meng Xiaoxiao blinked her big eyes, and suddenly pouted her lips, looking pitiful. Brother Mu, didn't you say you would give me a reward? Oh, that's right. Su Mu slapped his head and almost forgot about this matter. He thought, what could he have that was suitable to reward his subordinates? Huh. Su Mu's eyes lit up, and he directly took out a slender narrow knife from the storage ring. The blade was shining coldly, and there was frost on the back. I got this knife from Su Hanahem. I took it from home, and now I'm giving it to you. Great, that's great, thank you Brother Mu, I'm very happy to work for Brother Mu. Meng Xiaoxiao took the scabbard with great joy, a hint of nostalgia flashing deep in her eyes. Is it really you again in this life, Qingshuang? Brother Mu gave you to me again. By the way, the name of this knife is Qingshuang. Su Mu waved his hand nonchalantly, and then began to think about everything that happened today. Sitting on the armchair, he tapped the armrests with his fingers and frowned. Why did the plot go astray again today? Obviously all the key characters are present and the leading actor is able to turn the tide, but I just feel something is wrong. Something is wrong. For example, the person next to him. Su Mu looked up at Meng Xiaoxiao again. When the other party first appeared, Su Mu was full of joy, thinking that a normal heroine had finally appeared. But who knew he could be so ruthless? Thinking back to that kick now, Su Mu's eyes twitched unconsciously. He just hoped that Chen Shu's little brother was still alive. There must be something wrong with Meng Xiaoxiao's attitude towards Chen Shu, but the other party's undercover identity has not been exposed yet, so Su Mu didn't dare to ask. He didn't remember such a plot in the original novel. Or was Chen Shu willing to pay such a painful price in order to gain Meng Xiaoxiao's trust? Su Mu was shocked. Awesome. You are worthy of being the leading actor. With this kind of perseverance, you will succeed in everything you do. So far, Qing Jingru has not shown up and has ignored Su Mu. It seems that what happened yesterday was because of Su Mu's father. From this point of view, Mo Xuanxing's behavior is also reasonable. After all, the other party and Su Mu's father already know each other. If you look at it this way, Meng Xiaoxiao's behavior is actually understandable. Su Mu nodded secretly, feeling that there was no logical problem, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Although the original goal was not achieved today, there is still good news. At least Chen Shu's cultivation has improved greatly, and he will be able to turn the plot around sooner or later. We must believe in the strength of the destined protagonist. Thinking of this, Su Emu's mood didn't seem so heavy anymore. Xiao Xiao, do you know what to do with everything that happened today? Su Mu raised his head and glanced, his brows raised, hinting wildly. You are Chen Shu's man, so you must seize this excellent material to discredit me. Meng Xiaoxiao suddenly realized it and raised her hand to her lips, making a zipper gesture. Don't worry, Brother Mu. I promise to keep today's events a secret. I won't say a word even if I die. I will never tarnish your glorious image. Su Mu. That's not what I meant. At the same time, on the other side. Wow. Chen Shu lay on the ground in the cave, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. Hateful. He punched the stone slab on the ground with force, cracks spread instantly, and the anger in his eyes grew more and more intense. Su Mu, we're not done yet. Although Chen Shu achieved a breakthrough in battle, his internal injuries were not healed, and the powerful momentum he displayed during the battle was only due to his use of a secret technique. Strong on the outside but weak on the inside. If the fight comes to an end, it is hard to say who will win. Chen Shu raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his thoughts constantly turning. Since I came to the Holy Land, nothing has gone smoothly. It seems that I can only use that trick. Chen Shu frowned. He sat cross-legged again and took care of the injuries in his body. After making sure that there was nothing serious, he raised the restrictions in the cave to the maximum and set up multiple protections. Call. Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and went back to the deepest part of the training room, took off his clothes, and focused his mind on the purple lines on his chest. This purple pattern spread all over his body, but most of the patterns were fragmented. There were only 2 complete patterns on his chest and back, which vaguely outlined mysterious words. Deduction of Heaven's secret close black lens bracket. I really don't want to use this unless I have no other choice. Chen Shu was a little hesitant, but when he thought of Su Emu's arrogant face, he immediately hardened his heart and concentrated. Deduction of Heaven's secret is another powerful trump card of Chen Shu, and its effect often even exceeds that of Favor of Heaven. This is an active skill that permanently consumes the user's upper lifespan in exchange for a glimpse into the future. In short, it means predicting the future. This is also an important means for Chen Shu to grow to where he is today on his own. But the price is too high. Every time you peak, the lifespan consumed is simply uncontrollable. If you see something extraordinary, you may die from this ability. From this, it can be seen that Chen Shu really hates Su Mu. It would cost the enemy 1,000 but would only cost 800 of our own. He used such a life-threatening trick. Chen Shu closed his eyes, but his thoughts drifted to a higher level. Through the power of heaven, he looked into the endless future. At the same time, his lifespan was rapidly decreasing. Finally, he saw a glimmer of hope. She was a woman as gentle as jade. She was wearing a goose-yellow long skirt and the jade ruyi in her hand was emitting fluorescent light. Chen Shu later saw several more clips, each of which was extremely important. Cough cough cough. Not long after, he suddenly came out of his state of spying on the secrets of heaven, and his whole body was covered in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. His face became paler, but his eyes sparkled. I found it. I didn't expect that there is someone who has the ability to predict the future. Yi Yan. Chen Shu was so happy that the corners of his mouth seemed to be cracked to his ears. Su Mu, this time, let's see what you can use to fight me. Chapter 15 Girl, something is wrong with you. I didn't expect it. There is actually such a strange ability in the world. Chen Shu was amazed. According to the information he just obtained from deducing the secrets of heaven, if he wants to get out of the current predicament, the key lies in Yi Yan. It was not because the other party was the disciple of the Lord of the Holy Land, but because of a strange curse on her. Based on the information Chen Shu had gleaned, he roughly pieced together the following storyline. When Yi Yan was young, she also walked out of the forbidden area. Her age and family background were unknown, and her expression was extremely indifferent. A person walking alone in the world can always see things and directly predict the future results. It was at this time that the other party was picked up by the Lord of Yaofeng Holy Land, brought back and accepted as a disciple. Soon, the Lord of the Holy Land discovered a strange curse on the other party, which was, he was receiving all the information around him at all times, and instinctively began to deduce the future at all times. This ability is extremely powerful, so powerful that even Yi Yan herself cannot control it, but the disadvantages are also obvious. The more you immerse yourself in this ability, the more indifferent your emotions will become, and you may even approach Tao in the end. As a mortal, this is not good news. If you really reach that state, I am afraid that the whole person will directly dissipate between heaven and earth. In other words, Yi Yan's cultivation has now reached the earthly immortal realm, so she can come out and walk around from time to time. This is not the most important thing. Chen Shu looked excited. The most important thing is that this ability can be transferred. According to the information Chen Shu obtained, as long as he could completely win Yi Yan's heart, he could make her willingly dedicate this ability. Although the disadvantages are obvious, as long as one's cultivation reaches the level of earthly immortal or above, this is a pure benefit. If I had this ability, I wouldn't have to rely on heavenly deduction, and I would be able to always grasp the best direction when facing Su Mu again. Chen Shu suddenly clenched his fists, and a strong light burst out of his eyes. I just didn't expect that she would also come out of the forbidden area. Chen Shu looked dazed, because he himself had the same origin. He had lived with his father in the lightless forbidden land since he was a child, until his father suddenly disappeared and he came into the world. The two also have differences. The forbidden place where Yi Yan had stayed was called the Cliff of Ignorance. Father. I don't know what he was thinking about, but Chen Shu suddenly relaxed. Even the purple vein fragments on my body were inherited from my father. Where on earth have you been? Just then, Chen Shu's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately turned over and sat up. He took out a vibrating jade token from his storage ring with a sneer on his face. Not long after, Chen Shu met Meng Xiaoxiao at the old place. Mr. Chen, Miss Meng. Although he was a little confused as to why the bamboo forest was all bald, Chen Shu still sneered and suppressed his anger. I need an explanation for what happened today. Meng Xiaoxiao seemed not to feel Chen Shu's emotions. She sat on a branch, swaying her feet. Su Mu trusts me now, and I found something very important. Do you want to hear it? The girl smiled softly. What is it? Chen Shu frowned, but he was secretly alert in his heart. If you can't explain yourself today, our relationship will end here. The purple lines on the back of Su Mu's neck come from his father, Su Ningye. And his father, Su Ningye, got it from another member of the Chen clan. The girl paused here. The Chen family from the top 10 immortal clans. Chen Shu's pupils suddenly shrank and he nodded to signal the other party to continue. Meng Xiaoxiao had her back to the moon, so the expression on her face couldn't be seen clearly, only her clear, ethereal voice could be heard. It's a coincidence that this member of the Chen family happens to have a younger sister. Although she is now crazy, her sister once had a husband named Chen Zuhei. What? Chen Shu was suddenly shocked. Because that's his father's name. You mean to say that I am actually a member of the Chen immortal clan? I'm not sure. The girl shrugged. I haven't found much so far. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. What? Chen Shu couldn't wait. According to Su Mu, when he visited Chen's family, he met that man's sister. Although she was crazy, she was still alive and kept repeating the name Zhu He. Meng Xiaoxiao stopped talking here, and then there was a long silence. Chen Shu's thoughts raced. What did these words mean? Am I from the immortal clan? Or is my father from the other side? If that woman is still alive, doesn't that mean she is my mother? Thinking of this, Chen Shu trembled all over. He felt that the secret of his life seemed to be right in front of him. Just go to Chen's house and meet this crazy woman, and you will know everything. Etc. Chen Shu suddenly paused. As someone who will become an immortal emperor in the future, his thinking is certainly not just superficial. My contact with Su Mu is not new, but I just ran into obstacles in the past 2 days. Others said that it was from Su Mu's father, Su Ningye. But what if there's someone else behind this? Chen Shu's thoughts kept turning, and his eyes became darker. On the other side, the corners of Meng Xiaoxiao's mouth, hidden in the shadows, slowly curled up. Yes, that's it. Go ahead and doubt it. It's best to go to Chen's to meet him. This way you won't be able to stop my brother Mu, and… As if she suddenly thought of something funny, the smile on Meng Xiaoxiao's pretty face suddenly widened. If you knew, when you and your son meet, your mother will be the first person to kill you. Chen Shu, will you make the same choice as in your last life? The next day, Su Mu climbed out of the bed, stretched lazily, and felt refreshed. If there were no missions and I returned to my original world, I could be so comfortable every day. When he thought of this, Su Emu's good mood was ruined a little. He turned his head and glanced to the side, then his whole body froze immediately with a look of surprise. You, what are you doing? Not far away, Meng Xiaoxiao saw Su Mu get up and immediately laughed. You're awake, brother Mu, come and look at the breakfast I made for you. Following the direction of the girl's raised hand, Su Mu saw a table full of sumptuous breakfast. The dishes were still steaming, and it was obvious that they were prepared with great care. No, that's not what I'm asking. Su Mu wiped his face with his hand. I'm asking why you're here. And why are you doing this? Didn't I seek refuge with brother Mu yesterday? Meng Xiaoxiao looked puzzled and tapped her lips with her fingers as tender as scallions. To join brother Mu, doesn't that mean I have to be your maid? Serving tea, washing clothes, and cooking. Isn't it my duty to do this for brother Mu? Chapter 16. This is the role model. Isn't it my duty to do this for brother Mu? Is that right? Really? The girl's voice was still ringing in his ears, and Su Mu didn't know what to do for a moment. No, sister, don't play me. You are the heroine. You are an undercover agent. How could an undercover heroine be so happy serving a cannon fodder villain? System. I'll ask you again. Su Mu roared at the system, and it seemed as if 1,000 horses were galloping through his heart. Are you sure this world line is okay? No collapse, no confusion, and no rebirth or anything like that. Host, please rest assured. The system has been tested thousands of times again, confirming that everything is normal on the current world line. If there are any parts that are difficult to understand, please study the plot carefully and look for clues. Su Mu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the system was so sure. The main thing is that the current development is too weird no matter how you look at it. If the system doesn't give him a guarantee, Su Mu really doesn't dare to continue acting. Regarding this, Su Mu said fiercely, System, you said there is no problem. If there is a problem, I won't perform it for the third time. Please rest assured, if the world line collapses due to system errors, the host will be given satisfactory compensation. Forget about the compensation, just let me go home. Su Mu had only this one expectation for the system. He raised his head helplessly and looked at the girl in front of him. You don't have to do this for me. After all, you are the heroine, and I am just a cannon fodder, the villain's bootlicker. That won't do. Meng Xiaoxiao pursed her lips. Brother Mu must have someone to serve him at home. He must be uncomfortable being alone when he comes to the Holy Land. Besides, we already agreed yesterday that I would join you, so isn't it my duty to do these things? Su Mu was speechless. This seemed to make some sense, but he always felt that something was not right. Brother Mu, look, I have specially made clothes for the maids. Do you like them? As Meng Xiaoxiao spoke, she turned around and fully displayed her beautiful body to the other person. Su Mu then noticed that although Meng Xiaoxiao was still wearing a light blue dress, the style was obviously different. It was no longer as loose and casual as before, but rather fairy-like and lively. Now it's more about firming. The girl's figure is perfectly outlined, making it big where it should be big and thin where it should be thin. Su Mu was secretly surprised. He didn't expect that the other party, at such a young age, had such skills. It was really intimidating. Ahem. Su Mu hurriedly looked away. Watching this early in the morning is not a good idea. It looks nice, but I need to get dressed now, so you go out for a moment. Let me help you put it on. The girl smiled slyly and came up to him. No, I can do it myself. What are you doing? Stop pulling at my blanket. I'm not wearing anything. The two of them struggled for a long time, and finally, under Su Emu's insistence, he put on his clothes by himself. Then the two of them sat together, had breakfast and went out directly. Su Mu had already thought about today's itinerary last night. Qing Jingru is nowhere to be found, and Mo Shuangxing is obviously no longer reliable, not to mention Meng Xiaoxiao, who is now completely obedient to him. Having so many stunning beauties close to him, others would naturally be happy, but Su Mu couldn't smile. He plans to go see Yi Yan today. Since all the other characters are broken, there has to be a reliable one, right? From what I can see now, apart from Chen Shu, there is only Yi Yan. Judging from yesterday's situation, the other party's condition is not much different from the impression he had. He is still cold and looks at everything with indifference and alienation. What's more, even if everyone else was bribed by Su Emu's father Su Ningye, Yi Yan wouldn't be the one to do that. After all, Yi Yan's personality is one of not caring about anything, and she is the type who doesn't care about anything. Moreover, the other party is a disciple of the Lord of the Holy Land, and his status is not lower than Su Mu. There is no intersection between them at all, so naturally they cannot be bought off. Thinking of this, Su Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Are we finally going back to the normal plot? His tone even sounded a little agitated, and his acting skills, which he had honed for more than 10 years, were almost ruined. Very good. Soon, Su Mu came to a pavilion alone. This pavilion was not built on any of the 9 peaks, but was built beside a cold pond. The pavilion is backed by a cliff and half suspended in the pond. Bamboo shadows sway by the water, and not far away, the sound of flowing waterfalls can be heard. This place. It's really well elegant. It's really elegant. After thinking for a long time, Su Mu could only come up with this one adjective. Just like Yi Yan herself, both seemed to have walked out of an ink painting. Still rude and still reckless. Su Mu didn't hesitate and pushed the door open. In the small pavilion, Yi Yan was sitting behind a desk drawing with a brush. When she heard the sound, she just looked up slightly. You're here. It was as if she had known Su Mu would come. I'm here, Su Mu said calmly. You shouldn't have come. Su Mu. Let's stop playing around with jokes, okay? I have high hopes for you. Su Mu took a deep breath and adjusted his state. When he raised his eyes again, his expression had become even more arrogant and conceited. The old actor was back. What should or shouldn't come? Speaking of which, how dare you ruin my good deeds yesterday? Do you know who I am? Of course I know who you are, Su Mu. Only then did Yi Yan put down the brush in her hand and slowly walk to the desk. Her whole temperament was gentle and elegant, and she walked at an unhurried pace. I said you shouldn't have come, of course I had my reasons. Since I stopped you yesterday, I also had my reasons. You don't need to ask any more questions. As the girl spoke, she sat down on the chair and poured herself a cup of tea, as if she didn't take Su Mu seriously. Su Mu thought to himself, that's great. Finally a normal heroine. Look, what is contempt, what is style? Qing Jingru and the others should come over and learn from them. This is what a normal heroine should do. Don't give me those vague words, just tell me what to do about this matter. Su Mu was arrogant. He stepped on the chair and tried his best to look fierce. On the other side, Yi Yan took a sip of tea, then raised her eyes to take a look, and said to herself, as expected. Sure enough, you are still the same as before. Still the same as before, fond of bluffing. I like to use a strong appearance to protect myself and disguise myself. He's such a gentle person. There were ripples in Yi Yan's heart, but her expression remained calm. I am the patrol supervisor of the Holy Land, and I am also the disciple of the Lord of the Holy Land. This is my duty. Do you want to do something else? You. Su Mu stared. Chapter 17. A sharp weapon. A double-edged sword. You. Su Mu glared and slammed the table. Don't think I dare not do anything to you. Even if you are at the earthly immortal level, I am not afraid. Faced with Su Mu's tough attitude, Yi Yan had no reaction. She just looked at the boy quietly, and even after a long time, she still didn't say a word. Su Mu was stunned. No buddy, you should say your lines. How can I act alone? Etc. Su Mu seemed to suddenly think of something. Could it be that she wanted to force me to submit with her eyes? Thinking of this, Su Mu was actually vaguely excited. Since the second round of the story started, every heroine I met was not right. Now there is finally one who can fight, and she is so capable. In the original plot, Su Mu also came to Yi Yan angrily after his plans were ruined, wanting to cause trouble for her. But Yi Yan was not afraid at all. In terms of family background, she is not inferior to Su Mu with the support of the Holy Land. In terms of strength, she is at the level of Earth Immortal, a whole realm beyond Su Mu. The skills and magic treasures she possesses are also top-notch. There is no possibility that she will be defeated by someone of a higher level. What's more, although Yi Yan seems to be indifferent, it doesn't mean that she is really without emotions. In fact, she has a strong sense of justice. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stopped Su Mu yesterday. Yi Yan behaves elegantly and knows when to act. Su Mu is arrogant, but he looks strong on the outside but is actually weak on the inside. In the normal development, in this plot in the Holy Land, Yi Yan is the person who openly makes Su Mu suffer the most, even more than Chen Shu. Because none of Su Mu's methods worked on her. Su Mu was secretly excited. It seems that not all the heroines have become weak, some have even become stronger. Look at Yi Yan's eyes. Although they are pretty, they are also oppressive, especially for Su Mu. That's why she was getting closer. Su Mu was puzzled. Before she knew it, Yi Yan had already stood up, moved closer to Su Mu, and even stretched out her hand. Su Mu. No. He jumped away quickly, shocked and angry. What are you doing? Did Yi Yan want to touch me just now? Su Mu was shocked. It's fine if you just look at me, but I'm a villain, and you can touch my face whenever you want. Don't I have any dignity? Or is there something wrong with you? When Su Mu thought of this possibility, he suddenly felt unwell. All right. Yi Yan was not surprised by Su Mu's sudden dodge. Relying on her own abilities, she had already predicted this result from various details on the boy. But she still didn't give up and wanted to give it a try. After all, it is really not easy to see each other again after so many years. In her previous life, Yi Yan really thought that Su Mu was a problem teenager, a dandy boy who bullied others all day long. It was not until after the boy's death that she discovered many details during the investigation, such as how gentle he was towards those around him, how filial he was to his relatives, and even how he bullied others many times but never really did anything in the end. Unconsciously, she remembered everything about the boy. The only person he loves is Qing Jingru, the only person they quarrel with is Su Haining. Oh, by the way, the only person he has ever really targeted is Chen Shu. Yi Yan's eyes narrowed. According to the scenario she deduced, the troublemakers would be here soon, so they had to hurry. Since you want to talk about what happened yesterday, let's talk about it. Yi Yan withdrew her jade hand, but did not walk away. Instead, she stared straight into Su Mu's eyes. According to the rules of the Holy Land, you gathered a crowd to fight yesterday, bullied your fellow disciples, and even instigated your own master. I have reason to suspect that you are planning a major incident that is very detrimental to the entire Holy Land. No, wait. Su Mu quickly raised his hand and pointed at himself. Are you talking about me? A little monk who has not yet become an immortal, planning to harm the entire Holy Land. That's right. Yi Yan nodded calmly, without blushing or panting. According to this indication, I think I need to capture you, lock you up, and confine you for about 1,000 years. Damn it. Is it still possible to play like this? Su Mu was stunned. If you really lock me up for 1,000 years, then the plot of Shenyuan continent should be over. What about my mission? How can I go home? Even if the other party didn't lock him up for 1,000 years, but only delayed Su Mu for a few years, he would be doomed. You are so vicious. Su Mu blurted out. He really didn't expect this to happen, this was not in the original plot. Sure enough, there was a problem again. Yi Yan seemed to be chuckling. He's also pretty cute. Are you scared now? But there is still room for negotiation. How do we discuss this? Su Mu was very alert. He had already sensed that there was something wrong with this protagonist. Although he was somewhat different from the previous protagonists, he was also very scary. I don't know if you know that I actually have a special ability, the ability to foresee. Actually I know. Su Mu really wanted to say it, but he couldn't. If he said it, his image would collapse. This is someone else's secret, how did you know it? So he could only listen to the other person's slow narration. The general meaning is that, due to the special nature of the predictive ability, Yi Yan usually needs to close her emotions, but after reaching the earthly immortal realm, she has to experience emotions again, otherwise this ability will backfire on her. In the past, she had experienced all kinds of emotions, but with little success, and only one was left. So, what I want you to do is. Yi Yan paused for a moment. Although she had deduced this plan many times, she was still shy when it came time to speak it out loud. I want you to be my Taoist companion for 10 days. What the hell? Su Mu stood there in a daze. Damn, not only does this heroine have problems, but the problems are the biggest. I have experienced all the emotions, but to no avail, so now I need to experience love, the love between men and women. Yi Yan tried her best to speak in a calm tone, but Su Mu still noticed the slight redness on her earlobe. So you're actually embarrassed too. Then why do you still say such things? Why? Why me? Su Mu asked from the bottom of his heart. Because I don't want others to know about this, and I happen to have something on you. Su Mu. No, absolutely not. Su Mu shook his head like a rattle, he held his head high and chest puffed out, looking righteous. My body and soul will always belong to Jingru. I will never betray her. Very good. Su Mu has never been so grateful for his dog-licking personality. It is really a powerful weapon to deal with such weird scenes. Yeah, Yi Yan remained calm. Then I will tell Qing Jingru in detail about how you bullied your fellow disciples, so that she will look down on you from the bottom of her heart. How will you respond? 10 days is too long. 10 whole days is too long. Is 1 day enough? Su Mu had a blank expression on his face and compromised at the speed of light. His dog-sucking personality has changed from a sharp weapon to a double-edged sword. He stabbed Su Mu himself first. Chapter 18. This Japanese heroine, please calm down. No. Yi Yan pursed her lips, as if she was laughing. Yishun, you have no room to bargain with me, and you don't want Qing Jingru to know about this. Su Mu. Why does this conversation sound so familiar? And there is obviously something wrong with the development of this plot. What is the so-called 10-day Taoist companion? Isn't this just a temporary boyfriend? According to the normal plot, the fake play would become real later. But, isn't this the hero's script? What does it have to do with a cannon fodder villain like me? Su Mu felt that there was something wrong with Yi Yan, and it was a big problem. He must have been crazy just now to think that Yi Yan was a very good heroine. This problem is no easier than the previous ones. But he just couldn't refuse. Not long ago, he used Qing Jingru as a shield, and now others were using the same trick against him. If Su Mu suddenly refused, his character would collapse. Seeing the boy silent, Yi Yan moved closer. You teach me about love, and I let you go. It's a fair deal. Even if you say that, I still don't feel reassured at all. Su Mu regretted so much. Why did he come here today? Now he has got himself involved. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Yi Yan moved a little closer, and Su Mu could vaguely smell the fragrance on her body. Now he was sure that the girl was indeed smiling, but it was very subtle. No, what are you going to do? Seeing the other party getting closer, Su Mu subconsciously wanted to step back, but he bumped into a chair and immediately collapsed. Yi Yan raised her eyebrows and continued to move closer. Now that you are my Taoist partner, what do you think I should do? Su Mu. In broad daylight, in public, you, as the heroine, actually want to molest me. The two were getting closer and closer, just before they were about to touch. Stop. Bang. Chen Shu suddenly opened the door and stepped in. Looking at the two people whose bodies were almost touching each other, he suddenly felt furious. Su Mu. What are you doing? Su Mu was speechless. Can you please see clearly? Is this what I am going to do? This is what I am going to be, made, do. Chen Shu's body trembled slightly and his face turned red. He didn't expect that after he had finally found out where Yi Yan lived, as soon as he approached, he heard some lewd music coming from the house, and vaguely heard Su Mu's voice. Without thinking too much, he immediately pushed the door open. Then I saw this indescribable scene. Yi Yan pressed almost her entire body on Su Mu, as if she was sitting in his arms. Both of them had flushed faces, and Su Mu had an extremely complicated expression on his face. Chen Shu had reason to suspect whether something had happened between the two. Hateful. There was murderous intent in Chen Shu's eyes. Yi Yan is the woman I like, but Su Mu is so ignorant of his own life. It would be bad enough if you went against me time and time again, but you even dared to touch my reverse scale. There really is a way to die. Chen Shu suddenly took a step forward and shouted loudly. Su Mu. Let go of Miss Yi. Chen Shu was extremely angry. Yesterday, he had used deduction of heaven's secrets specifically and spent a huge amount of money to learn about Yi Yan's past. He thought that with this understanding, it would be easy to defeat the other party. In his heart, he already regarded Yi Yan as his woman. But now, his woman is not clean. Su Mu. It's fine that you've been pestering Miss Qing Jingru, but now you're pestering Miss Yi too. You're really morally corrupt. People like you deserve to be killed by everyone. It just so happens that our battle yesterday was not over yet. Do you dare to fight me again? Chen Shu asked in a stern voice, with an intimidating tone. Although his heart was filled with anger, he subconsciously found a legitimate reason. After all, he still wanted to maintain his image in front of Yi Yan and win the girl's heart. No, are you blind? Su Mu was also a little annoyed. If it weren't for you male and female protagonists, one or two of you didn't follow the plot, would I have fallen into this situation now? Do I have to play it a second time? The male lead is not up to the task and can't even keep a female lead. The heroines also deviated from the plot and revolved around him, the villain. What was going on? Okay. If you want to fight, then come on. Soo-mu stood up immediately. On the one hand, he was indeed feeling emotional, but on the other hand, he just took the opportunity to get rid of Yi Yan. The old actor's skills eventually became instinct. And after such a commotion, Soo-mu calmed down a little. He also thought of something more, that is, the timing of Chen Shu's appearance was too clever. It must be Meng Xiaoxiao who tipped off. Soo-mu secretly gave the other person a thumbs up in his heart. At the same time, he also began to think that Yi Yan was a cultivator in the earthly immortal realm after all, and she had no reaction at all to Chen Shu's arrival. He guessed that this was a play performed by Yi Yan and Chen Shu together. I see. Su-mu's eyes brightened slightly. Yi Yan, you are so extreme that you are willing to use such extreme methods to force Chen Shu to show up and care about you. You are worthy of being the heroine. Su-mu thought so, with some vague anticipation. Now he just needed to cooperate with the other party. Wait. Yi Yan raised her hand slightly and stood between the two of them. Do you think I, the patrol supervisor elder, don't exist? How dare you attack me in front of me? The girl's originally ethereal voice took on a hint of coldness. Su-mu was excited. Yes, that's it. Come and punish me. Especially you, Chen Shu. Yi Yan's tone suddenly changed. She looked at Chen Shu and clenched the jade ruyi in her bare hands. Su-mu frowned and had a bad feeling in his heart. Yi Yan was really angry. She had finally found an opportunity to be alone with Su-mu, and everything went smoothly as planned. Su-mu was about to agree to her. As long as Su-mu agreed, Yi Yan was confident that within 10 days, she could make him see her charm and change his mind and give up Qing Jingru. After all, she is not inferior to Qing Jingru in any way. In terms of looks, both of them are stunningly beautiful, each with their own merits. In terms of family background, Qing Jingru is just from a new first-class family, while her master is the lord of the Holy Land and a great cultivator at the peak of the immortal king level. From this perspective, she and Su-mu are a perfect match. As for cultivation talent, Yi Yan was even more confident. Although Qing Jingru had a special physique, she was not inferior at all, and could even give Su-mu the special ability to predict the future. I have all the good cards in my hand, how can I lose? Now all that was needed was for Su-mu to agree to her conditions and become her Taoist partner. But at this critical moment, Chen Shu actually came. It was also her own fault that she was always concerned about Su-mu and forgot to sense the situation outside. But this did not calm her anger. Yi Yan had no expression on her face. Chen Shu, as a mere outer sect disciple, you trespassed into my personal palace without permission. This is one of your crimes. Su-mu and I were discussing something important concerning the Holy Land, and you actually eavesdropped. I suspect you are a spy from another force. This is your second crime. You challenged a disciple to a duel in front of me and disregarded the law. This is the third crime. 3 crimes combined, 300 lashes, plus confinement in the Netherworld Pond. Execute immediately. Chen Shu. Chapter 19. Double Standards. I want to report. Chen Shu. No, wasn't it Su-mu who was bullying you? Wasn't I acting bravely to help others? Why did you suddenly punish me? No, He was confused, but Yi Yan didn't give him a chance to explain. He threw the jade ruyi in his hand, and it turned into a long whip shining with emerald green light, and lashed towards Chen Shu fiercely. Chen Shu wanted to dodge, but found that he could not move. Yi Yan's cultivation was 2 realms higher than his, and she easily suppressed him on the spot. After one whip came down, Chen Shu screamed in pain. Holy shit! This whip is not just a physical attack, it can actually directly affect the soul. Just as Chen Shu was about to open his mouth to explain, a powerful force pressed him to the ground. In an instant, a long whip came at him like a storm. The crackling sound continued, which made Su-mu's mouth twitch. It really looks painful. When Chen Shu first appeared, Su-mu really suspected that this was a play performed by Yi Yan and Chen Shu. In his opinion, the truth of the matter should be this. First, Yi Yan deliberately lured Su-mu over and kept him with the lame excuse of temporary Taoist partner. Then Chen Shu suddenly appeared, and the male and female protagonists cooperated with each other to directly accuse Su-mu of several serious crimes. Then there is a one-stop service of various punishments, confinement, and disgrace. But as the whip whipped faster and faster, Su-mu began to doubt deeply whether there was something wrong with his reasoning ability. Why is the plot different from what I expected? Not far away. Yi Yan had a blank expression on her face as she watched the whip hit her again and again indifferently. As an inspecting and supervising elder, she had the right to execute people on the spot. As for why the punishment is so severe, on the one hand, it was indeed because Chen Shu had ruined her good fortune, and on the other hand, it was purely out of Yi Yan's disgust for Chen Shu. In her previous life, she remembered that Chen Shu also appeared in front of her like this, claiming to be righteous and elegant. If the dirty things he did had not been exposed later, Yi Yan would probably have been kept in the dark by the other party. Chen Shu is not a gentleman at all, but just a villain who covets her predictive ability. Thinking of this, the whip whipped faster. Ah! Chen Shu screamed in agony. His back was already bloody and he quickly seized the opportunity to roar loudly. Ms. Yi, you misunderstood. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I came here to thank you for what happened yesterday. Besides, I thought Su-mu was doing something to you, so I broke in on impulse. He thought the other party would stop after hearing this. But unexpectedly, Yi Yan's face became even uglier. It would be fine if you didn't mention it here, but I'm even angrier if you mention it. Under her sleeves, Yi Yan clenched her fist so hard that her knuckles turned white. She wished Su-mu would do something to her, but he was such a gentle boy and would definitely not take advantage of her. Besides, do you really think I wanted to help you yesterday? If she hadn't foreseen that Su-mu would suddenly be defeated and injured, she wouldn't bother to intervene. Thinking of this, Yi Yan immediately mobilized the vital energy in the air and finished the 300 whips very quickly. Because she whipped so quickly, no one except Yi Yan herself knew how many times she had whipped him. Anyway, it's just more, no less. Chen Shu no longer had the strength to speak. He lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, humming. Yi Yan looked at Su-mu at this time, and couldn't say what she wanted to say for a moment. Su-mu also hesitated to speak. Originally, he thought that the male and female protagonists were teaming up to play him. Now it seems that something is not right. If she really wanted to play Su-mu, why would she beat her own people to death? Moreover, from Yi Yan's expression and tone just now, anyone could feel that she was furious. It doesn't look like an act. Su-mu didn't understand what was going on, so he clapped his hands and pointed at Chen Shu who was lying on the ground. Ms. Yi, don't you admire him very much? Why now? When did I say I admired him? Yi Yan had no expression on her face. You are the heroine. If you don't appreciate the hero, what will happen to the rest of the story? Su-mu really wanted to blurt out this sentence, but he couldn't, so he could only ask in a roundabout way. Is he really a spy from another force? No. Yi Yan's answer was straightforward. Because of her memories from her previous life, she was not unfamiliar with Chen Shu's past. Then why? 666, you don't even want to act anymore, right? Good fellow. Su-mu was helpless. His bossy attitude is annoying, and as a junior, he has no respect for his seniors. I am here to teach him the rules. Yi Yan had already calmed down at this moment. She sat upright on the wooden chair and took a sip of the clear tea. Is that so? Su-mu lowered his head and pondered. It does not seem to be unreasonable. After all, according to the normal development of the plot, Chen Shu and Yi Yan have only met once. Even if they are the male and female protagonists, they have too little contact now. Thinking of this, Su-mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. If you think it's reasonable, the way things turned out is indeed a bit strange. But if you say it's not in the river, it is indeed in the Ganges. He thought that Yi Yan and the male protagonist Chen Shu had broken up. If such a major accident really happened, there would be no need to watch the rest of the story and just start the third round. Now, there was a flash of light on Yi Yan's hand, and Chen Shu on the ground woke up. As soon as he woke up, he looked at Su-mu and was immediately furious. Elder Yi. He no longer calls her, Miss Yi, which shows how bad his mood is. As Chen Shu spoke, he forced himself to stand up from the ground with a stubborn look on his face. Since this is the rule of the Holy Land, I have nothing to say. But now that I have been punished, is it Su-mu's turn? Besides, what I said was not wrong. Su-mu flirted with his fellow disciples in public, and you witnessed the fight yesterday. What's more, his reputation. Hee hee. Chen Shu suddenly sneered. You only need to go out and ask around, and you will know what kind of person Su Mu is. Such a person, shouldn't you punish him? Hearing this, Yi Yan took another sip of tea and stood up. I am the inspector and supervisor of the Holy Land, not you. I know how to judge according to the rules. Besides, I know what kind of person Su Mu is better than you do. The comments from the outside world are just some minor storms. There is no need to worry about them. Su Mu was a little confused. Didn't we just meet for the second time today? How do you know me so well? Or does the Holy Land have some means of monitoring its disciples? As for what you said about the punishment being completed, actually it hasn't happened yet. Yi Yan gently put down the teacup and took out the jade ruyi again. Remember what I just said, in addition to the 300 lashes, there is also confinement in the netherworld pond. After saying that, the girl turned her sleeves, and the jade ruyi emitted a crystal light. Chen Shu suddenly disappeared from the spot and his whereabouts were unknown. What kind of method is this? Su Mu was a little surprised. He didn't feel any fluctuations in the laws of space. How could he achieve teleportation? It's just a small replacement. Yi Yan's voice was ethereal and still calm. Chapter 20 Kneel down and kowtow. Indoor. After Chen Shu's interruption, Yi Yan did not mention the matter of Taoist partner for the time being. Su Mu took the opportunity to slip back to the cave and decided not to go out today. I'm really scared, buddy. As a result, when I pushed open the door of the cave, the person walking towards me was Meng Xiaoxiao, who was wearing a tight long skirt. As soon as she saw Su Mu, the girl immediately laughed. Brother Mu, you're back. I've prepared everything for you. Should I eat first? Or take a bath first? Or something else? The girl's face turned slightly red. Su Mu was confused. At the same time, on the other side, although the netherworld pond is called a pond, it is actually a sealed cave located underground in the Yaofeng Holy Land. Without special means, it is impossible to enter. The cave is frozen all year round and there is no light all day long. If you stay there for a while, you can feel the biting cold. This coldness not only affects the body, but also causes intense pain to the monk's soul. Because of this characteristic, this place was developed into a special place for the Holy Land to punish certain disciples. As for the origin of the netherworld pond, no one can tell for sure. Some say it is a natural wonder, some say it is a relic left after the fall of the ancient Great Repairer, and some say it is a formation. In a corner of a lightless cave. Click, click. Chen Shu's face turned black from the cold, he curled up into a ball, and his teeth kept chattering. Despite this, his eyes were still bright and his fists were clenched. Su Mu, it's you again. When I get out, I will tear you into pieces. The intense hatred supported him, but the cold and pain paralyzed his nerves. I can't sleep, I can't sleep. If you fall asleep, you won't wake up. Chen Shu forced himself to cheer up, sitting cross-legged on the ground, practicing qigong and qi circulation, which could relieve the pain in his body and slowly accumulate strength. As long as he can hold on through this period of time, he will still be able to turn the situation around after he gets out. After all, the scenes he saw in Heavenly Secrets deduction yesterday were not all about Yi Yan. Youngster, why do you know this technique? A voice suddenly sounded in his heart. Chen Shu was startled and jumped up from the ground, looking around vigilantly. Who? You don't have to be afraid. You can't find me. I'm just a remnant soul. The voice gradually became clearer, and I could vaguely sense that it was that of a middle-aged man. Where did you get this set of skills from? You mean, the raging waves of heaven? Chen Shu frowned. I learned this set of skills from my father and have been able to do it since I was a child. But who are you? Why do you know this set of skills? From your father. The unknown voice suddenly became excited, and then a translucent soul appeared in front of Chen Shu. The other party looked a little haggard, with long hair and beard, but full of momentum. This set of skills is the unique skill passed down by my Tianhe Palace Master. Others cannot learn it because it has bloodline requirements. What the hell are you talking about? Chen Shu's frown deepened. He was not lying just now, this set of skills was indeed inherited from his father and he had been practicing it since he was a child. But now someone suddenly pops up and says that this is the martial arts method passed down from his lineage. What is going on? The two of them communicated with each other tentatively for a long time. Chen Shu felt that he was almost frozen. Only then did he roughly understand the context of the matter. You mean to say that my father is actually from Tianhe Palace? But isn't he a member of the Chen clan? Chen Shu thought again of the information provided by Meng Xiaoxiao 2 days ago. Although the other party behaved strangely, he could not be fooled by such things. The logic was easy to understand and easy to verify. It seems that the remnant soul also seemed to be thinking about something. Your father is most likely an undercover agent sent by Tianhe Palace to the Chen family. This is the only explanation. What? Chen Shu was shocked. As the communication between the two became more in-depth, the story became clearer. The residual soul in front of him was named Master Tianpo, an immortal king cultivator from 10,000 years ago and the master of Tianhe Palace. He majored in the way of ice and minored in the soul. He once fought fiercely with the master of a certain generation of Yaofeng Holy Land here, but was eventually defeated and killed. After his death, his sea of qi turned into this pond of the netherworld, where the ice never melts for 10,000 years. Chen Shu's father should be the reserve palace master of a certain generation of Tianhe Palace. He was ordered to infiltrate Chen's family, but later some unknown accident happened and he took Chen Shu to hide in the lightless forbidden land, and even disappeared later. It was not until several years later that Chen Shu suddenly appeared here. 10,000 years have passed, and Master Tianpo's consciousness has long been dormant. In order to avoid the original search, he had no choice but to put himself into a state of suspended animation. If Chen Shu hadn't appeared, it would not take long for this remnant soul to disappear into the world. Ha ha ha, kid, it seems like you still have to call me Grand Master. Master Tianpo laughed loudly. Cut. Chen Shu was not convinced. You are only a remnant of soul left. I have never heard of the Tianhe Palace you mentioned. Even if I am really your disciple, what does it matter? Master Tianpo was not angry when he heard this, but felt very pleased instead. Well, not bad, not bad. I really admire this attitude of not submitting to anyone. He raised his hand and touched his non-existent beard. Boy, since I was awakened by you, I owe you a favor. Moreover, you are my disciple and descendant, so I will give you a chance today. As soon as he finished speaking, the cold air in the entire cave surged wildly, and then rushed into Chen Shu's body desperately. Chen Shu was suddenly shocked. Old man, what are you doing? Before he could react, the internal energy techniques in his body started to work automatically. The originally biting cold turned into a warm current that flowed through his meridians. Chen Shu was extremely shocked. He felt his cultivation level begin to rise steadily, then suddenly drop, and then rise again. This cycle repeated several times, and finally stopped at the early stage of Tianyuan realm. I have made a breakthrough already. Chen Shu had a sense of unreality. Although he had always been practicing very quickly, he had just broken through yesterday and had another breakthrough today. It's unbelievable. Boy, believe me now. Master Tianpo seemed a little proud. The cold air here is just a remnant of my strength from the past. Our skills and vitality are of the same origin, so it's not surprising that it has this effect. Ancestor. Chen Shu knelt on the ground and kowtowed without any hesitation. Master Tianpo laughed loudly, and his figure flashed into Chen Shu's mind. I will follow you for now until I am fully recovered. Listen to me, kid. Go inside the cave. I left some things in there. Yes. Chen Shu immediately nodded in agreement, extremely excited. Chapter 21 Su Ningye. That night, Su Mu lay alone on the bed, looking up at the sky. Every heroine I've encountered recently kept flashing through my mind. Su Mu, this is a gift for you. My dear disciple. Brother Mu, I want you to be my Taoist partner. Su Mu sat up suddenly, awakened from his sleepiness. He always felt that more and more things were wrong recently, but he couldn't tell where the problem lay. It's really numb. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strange fluctuation in the room, and then he saw the night pearl in the cave hall light up automatically. Su Mu's pupils shrank. Just as he was about to draw his weapon, a familiar voice suddenly came to his ears. Son, this way. Dad. Su Mu raised his eyebrows, quickly turned over, put on his coat and walked out. Sure enough, he saw a familiar figure sitting in the main seat in the hall. He was a dignified middle-aged man, wearing a long gown and a short beard, exuding the aura of someone who had held a high position for a long time. However, he had a smile on his face and was extremely friendly. Dad, it's you. You came out. Su Mu was overjoyed. Su Ningye, Su Mu's biological father, is the current patriarch of the Su family, one of the 10 great immortal clans, a cultivator at the peak of the immortal king level, and one of the strongest men in the world. Ha ha ha, brat, have you been in trouble again recently? Although Su Ningye was scolding, his expression showed his joy. He just couldn't get angry at his only son. The father and son sat down and exchanged greetings for a while. Su Mu suddenly thought of the changes in the mentality of the heroines in the recent period, which were all caused by the middle-aged man in front of him. Thinking of this, Su Mu felt helpless. The other party was willing to pay a huge price just to change the attitudes of the heroines and make his son happier. Being so doting on someone by your dad can sometimes be a nuisance. Dad, let me offer you a cup of tea. Thank you for your hard work. Stinky boy, what happened suddenly? Su Ningye took the teacup with a big laugh and drank it all in one gulp. The two chatted for a long time before Su Ningye got down to business. By the way, Han Ying will be back in a couple of days, and I'm going to host a welcome party for him, so remember to go home. Su Hanying. Su Mu looked strange. He suddenly thought of the apprenticeship ceremony, where the plot collapsed because of the golden halberd given by the other party. Now it seems that everything started to go wrong from that time. How come she came back so soon? Su Mu was puzzled. In the original storyline, the other party would not come back for at least half a year. How come he came back so much earlier now? Moreover, recently the behavior of all the main characters in Shenyuan continent has become extremely weird, and Su Mu is almost numb. I remember that there was also a part of the drama in this welcome party. He kept thinking in his mind. Do you want to go back? Of course you do, after all, there is a plot. But the experience of going back was definitely not a good one. After all, his relationship with Su Hanying could not be said to be hostile, but it could only be said to be irreconcilable. The kind that would have a fight whenever they met. Seeing Su Mu silent, Su Ningye stood up and patted the other person on the shoulder, speaking in a serious tone. Son, you will take my place in the future. After all, she is your sister and a member of your tribe. We must let go of what happened in our childhood. When Su Mu heard this, he knew that his father had misunderstood. But he didn't intend to explain, instead he nodded silently. Su Ningye was a little surprised. Her son didn't oppose her today. It seemed that he had really grown up. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling relieved, and then took 2 steps back. Come, let me see if there has been any change in your cultivation recently. Su Mu stood up immediately, eager to try. His entire aura was fully activated, and his cultivation at the peak of the Tianyuan realm was fully displayed. Su Ningye nodded. It seems that you have really been suppressing your cultivation recently and have not made any breakthroughs. Of course, I still pay attention to this. Su Mu chuckled. If he rashly increased his cultivation level, the subsequent plot would become even more chaotic. Son, remember that cultivation often does not represent everything. The family has a lot of resources, so it is easy for us to improve our cultivation. But do you know why I didn't do that? Su Ningye turned around and looked up at the sky. Without waiting for Su Mu to answer, he spoke on his own. If you want me to improve your cultivation, I can just infuse you with it. You and I are father and son, and our vital energy characteristics are almost the same. With just a few times, I can make you break through to the level of an earthly immortal, or even a celestial immortal. But, the cultivation gained in this way is like building a tall building with sea sand. It will be blown away by the wind. So every time you break through a realm, I will prepare a special pill for you and force you to suppress it for a period of time. This is to allow you to strengthen your accumulation and also to help you adapt to your body. Su Mu nodded repeatedly. I've written it all down. The father and son looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Come on, let's have a drink tonight. Good. At the same time. On the top of the same mountain, there is also a cave. Qing Jingru slowly opened her eyes, and the vital energy around her body flowed, and as she breathed in and out, it was gradually swallowed into her body and disappeared. It worked. It took 2 days. It was pretty good. 2 days ago, Master Mo Shuangxing suddenly gave her a set of sword techniques and asked her to learn it as soon as possible so that it would be useful later. Qing Jingru was a little confused. She could tell at a glance that this set of sword skills was not complete, only half. But just let her practice, it will definitely be useful when the time comes. There was no other way. In order to complete the task as quickly as possible, Qing Jingru could only stay in seclusion overnight and meditate madly. Until now, she has finally achieved success. He reached the minor success stage in just 2 days. This would scare other people to death, but to Qing Jingru, it was just good enough. The girl's eyes seemed to penetrate through layers of barriers and looked towards another cave not far away. Su Mu. The moon moves and the stars shift, and the night deepens. Under the ground of the holy land of Yaofeng, a pair of eyes full of brilliance suddenly opened. Call. Chen Shu felt the Tianyuan realm cultivation in his body gradually stabilized, while Master Tianpo in his sea of consciousness was still chattering away. The young man wore a special black ring on the middle finger of his right hand. Inside the storage ring, there lay a black, ancient token with a special shape. I didn't expect it to be a blessing in disguise. Not only did my strength improve, but I also got so many things. Chen Shu looked excited. He didn't expect that what Master Tianpo brought him was not only an increase in his cultivation, but also a powerful force. That's right, it is the mysterious Tianhe Palace, he mentioned. After so much time, this force has not yet perished and has continued to exist quietly in the Abyss continent. If Master Tianpo had not sworn and assured again and again that he had really sensed a familiar breath, Chen Shu would have found it hard to believe it. A secret force has been quietly passed down for thousands of years and has even extended its reach into the Holy Land. Once he gets the token, he can mobilize this hidden and powerful force to work for him. Su Mu. A ferocious smile appeared on Chen Shu's face. You're dead. Chapter 22 Childhood Sweetheart Shen Zhaoyi. The Netherworld Pond is actually abandoned. The original coldness disappeared completely, and the hidden opportunity was also obtained by Chen Shu. Now this place is just an ordinary cave. At this point, Chen Shu could of course just walk out, but he didn't. After all, Yi Yan sent him in for a legitimate reason, which was the power in her hands. Chen Shu gritted his teeth. You all just wait for me. He flipped his hands and took out the black token from the storage ring. Then he followed the method taught by Master Tianpo and infused vital energy of a specific frequency into it. A strange wave gradually spread out. In the Holy Land. See Bell Peak. Yin Luan was originally practicing in seclusion in his cave, but he suddenly opened his eyes with an expression of disbelief. This is the Palace Master's summons. The Palace Master has also entered the Holy Land. How come I haven't received any news at all? Although he was full of doubts in his heart, he immediately stood up, looked for the direction of the wave, and his figure suddenly disappeared. This strange fluctuation is extremely obscure, and only those who have practiced the special skills of Tianhe Palace can sense it. As an elder of Tianhe Palace, Yin Luan's official identity is the Deputy Peak Master of Heizong Peak in the Yaofeng Holy Land. His cultivation has reached the peak of the heavenly immortal realm, and he is only one step away from entering the immortal king realm. Inside the cave, Chen Shu didn't have to wait long before he saw a middle-aged man with a calm face suddenly appear in front of him. The man had a blank expression on his face, was dressed in a black robe, and looked a little melancholy. He looked like an old man who had experienced many vicissitudes of life. Chen Shu was a little surprised. He came so soon. When Yin Luan saw the ordinary disciple in front of him, he was also stunned, and then he noticed the black token in the other's hand and the black ring on his finger. This is indeed the symbol of the Palace Master, the Tianhe token, and the Tianhe Chenkin ring. Call. Yin Luan had a blank expression on his face. He bowed and saluted with a very respectful attitude. Greetings to the Palace Master. I didn't know you were so kind to come. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Chen Shu secretly clenched his fist suddenly, a flame rising in his heart. He nodded calmly and said, Good. A moment later, with some doubts, Yin Luan left the now abandoned nether pond. The conversation I just had with Chen Shu came to my mind. Chen Shu, an outer disciple of the Holy Land, has reached the early stage of the Tianyuan realm. It seems that the other party is not the Palace Master, but the Palace Master-in-Chief, or the Palace Master's disciple or something like that. Otherwise, it would be impossible to obtain the Tianhe order. As a disciple of Tianhe Palace, no matter how high or low your position is, when you see the Tianhe order, it is as if the Palace Master himself has come, and you must obey the other party's orders unconditionally. But Yin Luan was still a little puzzled. The other party had gone to great lengths to sneak into the Holy Land, and now actually issued him an order, asking him to find a way to target an inner disciple, Su Mu. After returning to the cave, Yin Luan quickly found Su Emu's relevant information through his own channels, and immediately raised his eyebrows. The heir of the immortal clan Su family. On weekdays, as an elder of the Holy Land, Yin Luan is busy with affairs and rarely pays attention to the affairs between disciples, but he still established his own intelligence system for convenience at times like this. However, he has been in the Holy Land for nearly 2,000 years, and this is the first time it has been used. Does the palace master decide to take action against the Su family as well? Has the plan to infiltrate the 10 great immortal clans reached this stage? As an old man of Tianhe Palace, Yin Luan knew a lot of unknown things, such as the infiltration plan of Tianhe Palace against the 10 immortal clans that lasted for tens of thousands of years. He suddenly shook his head and cleared the distracting thoughts from his mind. As a subordinate, obeying orders is the most important thing. Yin Luan has received various trainings in Tianhe Palace since he was a child. His loyalty to the organization is so great that he is willing to give up his own life. Now that there are requirements from above, he must carry them out firmly. Then, Yin Luan did not sleep all night. He began to collect Su Emu's weaknesses through his own information channels. Qing Jingru. Yin Luan frowned. He could only say that this woman was actually a very good breakthrough, but Chen Shu had specifically instructed that this woman could not be touched, and there were many other women who could not be touched either. Here. His expression suddenly brightened, and he found relevant records in the massive amount of information about Su Mu gathering his subordinates, beating up Chen Shu, and bullying his fellow disciples. Although these records were extremely vague, as if they had been deliberately covered up by someone, Yin Luan, as the deputy leader of a peak, had dealt with countless things over the past 1,000 years and naturally had extremely rich experience. I could see the clues at a glance. Combined with the information from his own channels, he quickly pieced together the complete story. As soon as Su Mu entered the Holy Land, he harassed female disciples in public. Chen Shu spoke out for justice, but Su Mu relied on his family background to bully others and even sought revenge afterwards. Nice story. Yin Luan nodded secretly. Let's start from here. Early morning. The sun is shining brightly, illuminating the earth. Su Mu stretched and sat up from the bed, looking energetic. Even though he drank with his father until very late yesterday, his strong physique as a Tianyuan realm cultivator allowed him to ignore the effects of alcohol. Su Mu was in a good mood. Of course, if Meng Xiaoxiao beside him was more normal, he would be in an even better mood. Brother Mu, you're awake. The girl smiled as beautifully as a flower, holding Su Emu's clothes in both hands. I'm ready. Let me help you change your clothes today. Su Mu. The two of them were arguing as usual, and Meng Xiaoxiao was driven out mumbling. Su Mu dressed himself, and then the two of them had dinner together. At this time, Su Mu suddenly felt something unusual happening in his storage ring. He flipped his hand and took out a jade token for communication. Su Mu, I heard that you are now practicing in the Yaofeng Holy Land. Haha, I want to come too. Just by looking at the text, you can feel the cheerfulness of the girl opposite you. Shen Zhaoyi is Su Emu's childhood sweetheart. If you have to say, this should be the girl of the same age with whom Su Mu has the best relationship. Because of some changes in the family, Shen Zhaoyi lived in the Su family when she was a child. The two grew up together and had a close relationship. Most importantly, the other rarely contradicted Su Mu. Unlike Su Haining, although she and Su Mu were together for a long time, it was basically her who bullied Su Mu unilaterally when he was a child. Su Emu's expression brightened. Haha, why did you come to the Holy Land instead of staying at home? Su Mu felt relaxed for a rare time. On the one hand, it was because he and Shen Zhaoyi had a really good relationship. On the other hand, it was because the other party was not the heroine of Shenyuan continent. When getting along with her, Su Mu did not have to think too much and had no psychological pressure. The two haven't seen each other for a long time since Shen Zhaoyi grew up. It seems that they will meet again after a long separation. Before the person on the other side of the jade token could reply, Su Emu's other communication jade token suddenly shook. Luo Haicheng, Su Mu, we're in trouble. Su Emu's hands suddenly froze and he frowned. Chapter 23, Public opinion is growing, which is really great. Luo Haicheng, Su Mu, we're in trouble. Then the other party sent a long paragraph of various information. Su Emu's heart skipped a beat. After reading it with a frown, his expression suddenly brightened. An unexpected surprise. According to the information sent by Luohai City, a strange rumor suddenly spread in the Holy Land, saying that Su Mu, the heir of the Su family, molested his female senior sister in public on the first day of school. At the critical moment, Chen Shu stepped forward and vowed to stop this evil trend. As a result, Su Mu took advantage of his power to bully others. Not only did he insult the other party in public, but he also gathered a large group of people to block the entrance of the other person's cave, fighting and humiliating his fellow disciples. Afterwards, he even used his connections to evade sanctions from the Holy Land's rules. However, Chen Shu's sincere heart resulted in him being imprisoned in the netherworld pond. As the news spread wildly, more and more disciples who originally had no idea about what was going on between Su Mu and Chen Shu were drawn into it. Is this true? Is Su Mu so arrogant? Poor junior brother Chen Shu, good people don't get good rewards, and he is punished. Bah! What are those useless people in the law enforcement hall doing? Why are they not making any moves? Have they been bribed? Punish Su Mu severely. We can't just do nothing because he has a background. Many disciples were filled with indignation. I have to say that the person who released this news is quite resourceful. On the one hand, it is impossible to find the source of the information, but on the other hand, it does tell a good story. Hashtag the Immortal Clan's powerful people humiliate ordinary disciples. Isn't this definitely a hot topic? It is easy for a large number of fellow students to empathize with the situation and become filled with anger. Punish Su Mu severely. Release Chen Shu. I know people from the law enforcement hall. I'm going to ask them what they are doing now. I'm going to. Public opinion was fermenting wildly, and the center of the incident was the feud between Su Mu and Chen Shu, mixed with a lot of dissatisfaction with the ineffective performance of the law enforcement hall. As the Holy Land's order-maintaining agency, the Law Enforcement Hall is independent of the Nine Peaks and is even called the Invisible 10th Peak. The hall's master, Nizanwa, is a great cultivator at the Immortal King level. Even he had heard about this recently and couldn't help but frown. Conflicts between disciples? No. In his opinion, it is not that simple. Nizanwa has been in charge of the Law Enforcement Hall for many years. His keen intuition tells him that there is something complicated behind this matter. It's as if someone is secretly pushing it, making the situation more and more muddy. But even if he felt something was wrong, he couldn't just sit there and watch, so he sent a message to his subordinates. Send someone to investigate the matter of Su Mu and Chen Shu in the sect as soon as possible. Yes, but master, what if it is true? Nizanwa's fingers paused slightly. Then arrest him. Arrest Su Mu and punish him accordingly. Yes, sir. Underground. In the dark pond, Chen Shu looked at the message from Yin Luan in his hand and couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy on his face. Yes, that's it. I want everyone to see Su Mu's ugly face. Boy, it's right to listen to me, right? Master Tianpo's slightly complacent voice sounded. Chen Shu bowed repeatedly with a look of gratitude on his face. Thank you, Grand Master. If you hadn't given me this opportunity, I wouldn't have been able to get such a great help. Ha ha ha. Boy, you are pretty good. I am very optimistic about you. You have the purest blood of the core of my Tianhe Palace. As long as you practice diligently, you may be able to inherit my legacy in the future. Chen Shu was even more excited when he heard this. This was the dedicated teaching of the Immortal King Cultivator. This was a great opportunity that many people could not get even if they tried their best. He must seize it. So he became even more respectful, calling him ancestor all the time, which made Master Tianpo very happy. Chen Shu was also feeling proud. Fortunately, he communicated with Master Tianpo before using the token. Only by disguising himself as the prospective palace master of Tianhe Palace could he reasonably control Yin Luan and make a cultivator of the heavenly immortal realm work for himself. There are a total of 10 levels of cultivation in the Shenyuan continent, each of which is divided into 9 small levels. The biggest watershed among them is the breakthrough from the Tianyuan realm to the Dixian realm. Before reaching the earthly immortal realm, we are all just mortals. Even if you have a tremendous background and unparalleled talent, you are just an ant with a lifespan of only 100 years. Even if you use all the panaceas, your lifespan can only be 1,000 years at most. But as long as you break through to the earthly immortal, the sky will be high and the birds will fly freely, the sea will be wide and the fish will leap freely, and the lifespan is guaranteed to be at least 3,000 years. Starting from this realm, cultivators will formally come into contact with the concept of Tao. Before that, they used various means and spells to fight. After becoming an immortal, there is a collision of the great ways. Mortals gather their vital energy and activate their skills. The immortal's vitality is endless, and it is directly drawn from between heaven and earth, using the great way of heaven and earth to wipe out the enemy. Become an immortal. There was a gleam of brilliance in Chen Shu's eyes. Who in the world doesn't want to become an immortal? In addition, Chen Shu instructed Yin Luan to target Su Mu not just to vent his anger, but more for profit. Some time ago, when he used Heavenly Secrets deduction, he obtained important information about the future. That is, the selection of this year's chief disciple will begin soon. The Holy Land only recruits disciples on a large scale every 10 years, and each class of disciples will have 2 chiefs, 1 male and 1 female. Not only will the chief disciple be automatically promoted to a personal disciple and enjoy many resources, he will even have the opportunity to be noticed by the Lord of the Holy Land and taught personally. A sneer appeared on Chen Shu's lips. Su Mu, as long as I become the chief disciple, I will no longer be afraid of your background. I wonder what you can do then. Of course, Chen Shu chose to target Su Mu at this time after careful consideration. You can not only avenge your previous revenge, but also ruin the other party's reputation as quickly as possible, while establishing your own image at the same time. According to Yin Luan's information, everyone outside now thinks that Su Mu is an unforgivable criminal who bullies his fellow disciples, while Chen Shu is sincere and upright. This is the reputation I want. To become the chief disciple, one must not only reach the required level of cultivation, but also perform well in the subsequent trials. The most important thing is a good reputation. Public opinion is something that is difficult to reverse in a short period of time. It is said that it takes only one mouth to spread a rumor, but it takes a lot of effort to refute it. But Chen Shu doesn't believe it. The selection of the chief disciple is imminent. Can Su Mu reverse the public opinion in the fastest time? If this is really possible, Chen Shu will just write his name upside down in the future, or even just take Su Mu's surname. Inside the cave, Su Mu lay leisurely on the bed, happily messaging and chatting with Shen Zhaoyi. Brother Mu, don't you care about what's happening outside? Meng Xiaoxiao walked in angrily. Just now on her way back, she heard many people talking about Su Mu. If she wasn't afraid of causing trouble for Su Mu, she would rush up on the spot and kill all these people with a sword. But even so, she was still indignant. Su Mu is such a gentle boy, why are you targeting him? But who knows? Upon hearing this, Su Mu just laughed and looked quite happy. It's okay, I don't care, let them talk. The more you curse, the happier I am. As long as you ruin my reputation, the hero can stand up again and the plot can return to normal. Su Mu almost laughed out loud. This was truly a gift from heaven. Chapter 24 Nangong Lu. Seeing that the young man didn't care at all, Meng Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel her heart tremble. He is still the same, so gentle, so kind, but even so, there are some people who try every means to target him. Thinking of this, another figure emerged in Meng Xiaoxiao's mind, Chen Shu. The girl's face suddenly turned ugly. She knew without thinking that this matter must be pushed by Chen Shu behind the scenes. After all the public opinion is now building momentum for him, and all the benefits are going to him. Su Mu had no idea what was going on in Meng Xiaoxiao's mind, and he sternly rejected Luo Haicheng's suggestion to help him think of a solution. Joke. Ever since I started playing the second round of the story, everything has gone wrong and even God can't stand it anymore. Now that there are signs of a turnaround in public opinion, how can I let you ruin my good fortune? The more he thought about it, the happier Su Mu became. As long as he doesn't care, his reputation will get worse and worse, and Chen Shu's image in the eyes of others will become more glorious and majestic. At that time, the heroines will abandon Su Mu and turn into the arms of the hero, and the plot will return to normal. It's really great. Su Mu looked excited, clicking his fingers repeatedly and sending another message to Shen Zhaoyi. When you come to the Holy Land, remember to bring me a gift. Bah, how shameless. I'm a guest from afar, shouldn't you prepare something for me? On the other side of the jade token, the girl curled her lips but couldn't suppress her smile. Su Mu thought about it and felt that this made some sense. It seems so. So tell me, what do you want? Anything is fine. By the way, when I come to the Holy Land, can you pick me up? Sure. Su Mu agreed happily, mainly because the other party was not the heroine. He did not care about such things. But I might have to ask Jingru what she thinks then, you know. At the critical moment, Su Mu did not forget his character as a bootlicker, even though he would never think of taking the initiative to look for Qing Jingru when there was no plot. But he is still very cautious about things like character collapse, and an experienced actor will never make low-level mistakes. Tisk, why aren't you too cool yet? Shen Zhaoyi's words were quite impolite, but Su Mu raised his eyebrows and looked happy. Look and look. Only our own people can speak. Normally the story between a bootlicker and the heroine ends with, it's over. I haven't seen you for a few years. You're becoming more and more powerful in your words. What is that? The two chatted a lot more afterwards, and Su Mu finally put down the jade token in his hand with a feeling of being unsatisfied. So cool. He doesn't need to do anything, the plot will return to normal. Could this be some kind of mysterious, corrective force? Su Mu seemed to be thinking about something. Bang bang. At this moment, the restriction of the cave was suddenly knocked. Is Su Mu here? A deep male voice came in. We are from the Law Enforcement Hall. There are some things that need to be investigated now. Here we come. Su Mu's expression brightened. He stopped Meng Xiaoxiao, who was about to draw his sword, and happily opened the door of the cave. A pair of large steamed buns immediately came into view. So big and white. No, that's not the point. Su Mu shook his head and quickly looked at the group of people in front of the cave. The leader was a very powerful girl. The originally loose Law Enforcement Hall uniform was stretched out by her and became unexpectedly tight. There was a group of burly men following behind him, and the one who just knocked on the door was one of them. Su Mu, is it? Nangong Lu lightly lifted her hair and asked. Although it was many years since she saw the boy again, she still couldn't help but be moved, and ripples appeared in her heart. Yes, it's me. Su Mu held his head high and chest puffed out. You are here to investigate me, right? Great. I'm going with you now. The disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall were dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that Su Mu was arrogant and looked down on everyone? Why was he so nice? And so cooperative? Could it be that they were wrong? It's true. Everyone was stunned for a while, then they hesitantly stepped forward and surrounded Su Mu in the center. Their attitude also became much better. Junior brother Su, you don't have to worry. The Law Enforcement Hall has been able to stand for thousands of years because of its impartiality. If you are wronged, we will definitely give you justice. A senior brother patted Su Mu on the shoulder and smiled brightly. Su Mu was surprised again and again. Very good. You must investigate thoroughly. Because I really did those things. Looking at the young man in front of him who showed no resistance at all, Nangong Lu was a little dazed for a moment. You are still like this, just like in your last life, without any resistance at all. She kept these thoughts in her heart, and her gaze towards the boy became deep and complicated, filled with nostalgia, heartache, and countless thoughts. Then, she walked forward gently grasped Su Mu's hand, and then smiled gently. Junior brother Su, don't be nervous. I will definitely give you justice. After saying that, he pulled Su Mu and turned away. Su Mu. Other Law Enforcement Hall disciples. Meng Xiaoxiao, who was peeking inside the house. Not Buddy. Su Mu was a little confused. Is the law enforcement approach in the Holy Land so gentle? Or is there something wrong? He recalled carefully and found that there were not many plots about Nangong Lu in the original novel, and even fewer that required Su Mu's participation. In the original novel, although Nangong Lu was also one of Chen Shu's lovers, her role was not that important. The one who actually has a more important role is her sister, Nangong Shi. Su Mu thought quietly. There are two main plots in the original novel. The first scene is now. When going through the plot for the first time, Su Mu was also captured by the other party. Although they didn't hold hands, they didn't lock him in shackles or anything. As long as it doesn't affect the plot, Su Mu doesn't care about anything, even Qing Jingru. Who cares? If you want to hold hands, then just hold hands. Don't affect the normal plot, we are all good friends. Another important plot happened soon after. In the original novel, Chen Shu and Qing Jingru had a close relationship, and Su Mu was so angry that his teeth were about to break, so he looked for an opportunity to take revenge again. At that time, Chen Shu and Yi Yan had already had a very good relationship, and they also happened to meet each other's best friend, Nangong Shi. So under Meng Xiaoxiao's instigation, Su Mu directly kidnapped Nangong Shi. Chen Shu brought his Tianhe Palace forces to rescue people, and Nangong Lu also mixed in. During the constant pursuit, Chen Shu used all means and almost killed Nangong Lu. However, Su Mu couldn't bear it and lent a hand to save him. Speaking of which, Su Mu suddenly touched his chin. At this time, Chen Shu should have got his grandfather right. Su Mu knew that in the original plot of Shenyuan Continent, there was a remnant soul of an immortal king in the Netherworld Pond who called himself Master Tianpo. It was this person who gave Chen Shu the embryonic form of his power. Although there are some deviations from the original plot, Chen Shu went to the Netherworld Pond in advance, but Su Mu believes that since the other party is the male protagonist, his luck must be good. Chapter 25. They can't stand it. Su Mu kept thinking. The two sisters of the Nangong family were originally Chen Shu's concubines. The focus is actually Nangong Shi, Nangong Lu's sister. Even if the first plot is counted, Su Mu and Nangong Lu have not met each other very often and are not very familiar with each other. This also led to the fact that there was no grudge between the two of them. So, Su Mu looked down and saw Nangong Lu still holding his hand. Who cares? Maybe it's some unknown little habit. As long as it does not affect the main plot, Su Mu is very tolerant of everything, or it can be said that he doesn't care. But others don't think so. Deacon Nangong. The group of strong men who followed Nangong Lu looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. Su Mu is the subject of their investigation. What's the matter with you holding someone else's hand now? Show affection. Or, a bad guess emerged in everyone's mind. Could it be that Deacon Nangong likes Su Mu? Although they were full of doubts, they still left quickly, attracting the attention of countless disciples along the way. There's a beauty. So big. She was holding the boy's hand, and they looked so affectionate. Are they a Taoist couple? Damn, these people are wearing the uniforms of the law enforcement hall. Why did they feel something is wrong? Some people looked puzzled. Everyone in the law enforcement hall lowered their heads and hurried on without saying a word. Only Su Mu and Nangong Lu in the crowd looked relaxed and did not show any discomfort. Su Mu had long been accustomed to people's strange looks and didn't care. Nangong Lu's face was even more rosy. He held the boy's hand tightly, and walked through the city with his head held high, as if he was showing off. Soon, the group arrived at the law enforcement hall's headquarters, and Su Mu was sent directly to the interrogation room. Looking at the hideous torture instruments around him and the faintly visible dark red bloodstains, Su Mu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. So, you admit it. The disciple in charge of the interrogation looked confused. He didn't even do the interrogation. That's right. Su Mu nodded, not caring at all. Then he admitted all the details of himself beating Chen Shu without hiding anything. Although the disciple in charge of the incident found it very strange, he quickly drafted a punishment. A fine of 10,000 yuan stones and confinement in the law enforcement hall for 3 months. Su Mu accepted it gladly. Yuanxi is a rare object in the world that is full of vitality. It is also the currency of this world. Su Mu almost forgot how long it had been since he last touched this thing. Given his status, he basically never carries money when he goes out. 10,000 yuan worth of stone is just a drop of water. As for the 3 months of confinement, he was even happier. It's a good opportunity for him to take a break during this time, and also allow the outside public opinion to further ferment. Maybe by the time he goes out, the heroines will have left on their own. They all gathered around Chen Shu. By then, he won't have to exert any effort and will be able to complete the rest of the story quickly. Oh, right, Su Mu suddenly thought of it. It seems that the selection of chief disciples will be held in a while. If I am absent, Chen Shu will definitely become the chief disciple of this session. Then he will be able to connect with Nangong Shi. Each generation of disciples in the Holy Land will select a chief, 1 man and 1 woman. Many times, these 2 people are also called the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter by the outside world. Su Mu remembered very clearly that the saint of this session, who was also the chief female disciple, was Nangong Shi, Nangong Lu's sister and Yi Yan's best friend. I always feel like the plot is about to turn around. Su Mu became happier and happier. He lay down on the floor of the confinement room and fell into a deep sleep. As long as you spend these 3 months peacefully, everything will be fine. On the other side, Mo Shuangxing's face was gloomy and he called Qing Jingru over. Just now, your junior fellow apprentice, Su Mu, was taken away by the people from the law enforcement hall. Why? Qing Jingru's face suddenly turned ugly and she clenched the sword in her hand. Mo Xuanxing shook her head slowly. I don't know either. I heard that a piece of news suddenly came out in the Holy Land, which is very unfavorable to Su Mu. I hope you can go and see him. Good. Qing Jingru nodded without hesitation. Mo Xuanxing sighed inwardly. Even though she was an immortal king cultivator, she was also the master of a peak, with high position, power and extraordinary strength. But many times, she is not as convenient as Qing Jingru in doing things. After all, her position is too important and she cannot participate in many things personally. But, when Mo Xuanxing thought of Su Mu's attitude towards Qing Jingru, she felt a little lonely. Obviously, both of them were her disciples, but she just couldn't be happy. Little guy. Well, that's right, Mo Xuanxing spoke again. Remember the sword technique I asked you to practice some time ago? Qing Jingru was slightly startled. Disciple remembers, but there seems to be something wrong with the sword technique. She spoke hesitantly. Mo Xuanxing nodded calmly. That's right. The sword technique I gave you is only half of it. This is a set of combined sword techniques. Its full name is, Phoenix Dances to Seek the Phoenix. It is a sword technique I created myself. I'm sure you've heard about it. Although it hasn't been announced yet, the selection for this year's chief disciple will begin in a while. I hope you can help Su Mu. Mo Xuanxing looked into Qing Jingru's eyes and couldn't help but feel a little envious of her for being so favored by Su Mu. Each class of disciples will go out for trials. At that time, we can choose an outsider whose cultivation level does not exceed the Tianyuan realm, and you are the best candidate. You are not only his senior sister, but also. Mo Xuanxing paused. The relationship is very close. I hope you can help him win the title of this term's chief, but before that, remember to visit him at the Law Enforcement Hall. After hearing all the words, Qing Jingru's delicate body trembled. He looked at Mo Xuanxing with eyes full of gratitude, and then bowed. Thank you, Master. I will remember this. Thank you, Master. You gave me and junior brother Su Mu a chance to be alone. The girl could not hide her excitement. She just bowed quickly and turned away. Wait until there's no one around. Mo Xuanxing sighed again. If she was not the master of this peak, but just an ordinary disciple, it might be much easier for her to get close to Su Mu. Wait. As if she had thought of something, Mo Xuanxing's eyes suddenly lit up, and she stood up abruptly, her skirt flying. It doesn't seem impossible. Crash. There was a clear sound of water coming from not far away. Snap. The brush in Yi Yan's hand suddenly broke. She looked up suddenly, with a rare expression on her face. Su Mu was captured. She carefully looked through the document in her hand again. As an inspecting and supervising elder, it was her daily job to understand the intelligence within the Holy Land. But today was a little different because she saw something about the young man in it. Su Mu bullied his fellow disciples. He was investigated by the Law Enforcement Hall and was confined for 3 months. No. Yi Yan immediately stood up and took out her jade ruyi with a wave of her hand. Chen Shu brought this upon himself. The punishment was set by me. It has nothing to do with Su Mu. As long as I'm alive, no one can bully him. In the attic, the girl suddenly disappeared without a trace. Chapter 26. I just smiled and didn't say anything. What is this? In a tall tower, Nizanwa rubbed his eyebrows, feeling under great pressure. As the head of the Holy Land Law Enforcement Hall, being able to sit in this position for a long time requires only outstanding ability. The most important thing is to know how to handle things. He received a message from Suning Ye. Although the other party said verbally that he was just asking about the incident, after understanding it, he just said that you should enforce the law impartially, and you don't need to release Su Mu, nor do you need to give him preferential treatment. Nizanwa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother, you are a peak immortal king cultivator, one of the most powerful people in the world today. To understand what happened, you only need to show a hint and countless people will send you the news. Do you still need to write in person to inquire? In Nizanwa's opinion, Suning Ye's meaning was already very clear. Su Mu is my son. I don't care how you were sentenced. Anyway, he is my son. You have to remember this. If I am not satisfied, your good days will be over. As a peak immortal king cultivator and the patriarch of the immortal clan, the pressure that Suning Ye brings to people is undoubtedly enormous, and Nizanwa feels like a thorn in his back. What's more, everyone in the circle of immortal king cultivators knew about this. Suning Ye had a child in his old age, and Su Mu was his only child. Anyone who touched Su Mu would die. Nizanwa had a headache. Mad, what should I do? As the head of the law enforcement hall, he couldn't just sit there and do nothing, the person had to be caught. But as a human being, he didn't dare to do too much. After all, Suning-ye would really beat him to death. It would be great if we could find a way to release Su Mu. But how to do it? Just then, he suddenly thought of something. By the way, it seems that it was the little girl Nangong who brought Su Mu back. Perhaps, I can ask her to come forward. Nizanwa has a close personal relationship with the Nangong sister's father. Strictly speaking, Nangong Lu is actually his niece, which is why she works under him. Thinking of this, he quickly sent a message to Nangong Lu, asking him to come to the top floor of the law enforcement hall to see him. Soon, Nangong Lu came here, and as soon as he entered the room, he saw Nizanwa smiling and making himself a cup of hot tea. The girl immediately understood that the other party wanted to ask her for something. It just so happened that she also wanted to ask the other party for a favor. So the two of them smiled at each other. They started by testing each other, and it took a long time before they got to the point. Nangong girl, you brought Su Mu back, right? Nangong Lu's expression changed slightly. Yes, what's wrong, Uncle Ni? Just asking, have those rumors been thoroughly investigated? Nangong Lu shook his head slowly. Before I had the chance to investigate, Su Mu confessed all his crimes himself, and he seemed quite happy. Nizanwa was a little confused. How could it be like this? Let's put it this way. As the law enforcement hall, we must enforce the law impartially. Even if he has admitted it himself, we still have to investigate thoroughly. Nizanwa went around in circles. I think this matter is still open to discussion. At least, we can't rashly lock people up before we find out the truth. What do you think? Nangong Lu suddenly raised his eyes and glanced at his uncle. I didn't expect that the two of them would think alike. Long before Nizanwa sent her the message, Nangong Lu was thinking about how to bring Su Mu out. In her opinion, if Su Mu was really the unforgivable person as rumored, how could he be so calm and have a clear conscience when facing the law enforcement hall? And she also knew that Su Mu was actually a gentle and kind person at heart. I guess the other party was so eager to admit his crime because he was afraid that the rumor would hurt Qing Jingru. Depend on. Thinking of this, Nangong Lu couldn't help but feel a little jealous. But the more this happened, the more she couldn't let the boy suffer injustice, and she had to seek justice for him. Finding out the whole story is just the most basic thing. What we need to do now is to get the boy out of the law enforcement hall. Originally, it was not easy for her to show up. Generally speaking, if a disciple is locked up in the law enforcement hall's solitary confinement room, there are two ways to get out. First, to be released when the time is up. Second, to be guaranteed by others, which is also called bail. The person on bail must meet the following conditions: at least be an inner disciple, have been an inner disciple for more than 3 years, have paid a certain amount of yuanshi, and if the other party commits a crime again in the future, the person on bail will also be put in solitary confinement. Of course, there are some invisible conditions, such as whether there is a background or not. Nangong Lu meets almost all the requirements. All she lacks now is a motivation, or in other words, a reasonable reason. Although she wanted to release the boy right now, Nangong Lu was worried that if she approached him rashly, it would arouse Su Mu's vigilance and alienate him. Now with Nizanwa's hint, Nangong Lu immediately found a reason. He could also use the other party as an excuse when the time comes, and the two of them hit it off. I understand, Uncle Ni. The girl smiled sweetly. I will use my personal name to bail Su Mu out first, and then investigate the truth of the matter. I'm leaving now. After saying that, he waved and turned away, looking a little impatient. Nizanwa was stunned for a moment. He meant to let Nangong Lu use the name of the law enforcement hall, how come it suddenly became personal bail? Did this girl do this on purpose? Nizanwa frowned slightly. Are you in love with Su Mu? In recent times, various rumors have been rampant in the Holy Land. Some people say that the eldest son of the Su family bullies his fellow disciples and teases his senior sister. Some people said that the law enforcement hall acted impartially and took Su Mu into custody. Some people also say that Chen Shu was a young hero who was not afraid of power. This matter was extremely popular, which led to a lot of people discussing and paying attention to it. Do you know? I heard that the conflict between Su Mu and Chen Shu originated from Fairy Qinghan. Is that Qing Jingru from Pulai Peak? Yes, it's her. I heard that Su Mu was Fairy Qinghan's liquor. In order to win her heart, the whole family paid a huge price. Yes, I heard about this too. After all, she is Fairy Qinghan. She was born with the Phoenix Ice immortal body. And her fighting talent is also unique. If it were me, I would like her too. What? You want to be a liquor too? Roll. This kind of discussion was everywhere, and Su Mu had become a laughingstock among everyone. But a few people saw it clearly. Although most of those who can enter the Holy Land to practice are geniuses or people with strong backgrounds, the vast majority of them are inferior to Su Mu. Among those who mock Su Mu, how many of them are not out of jealousy? Hey, look, a figure just flew over, it looks like Fairy Qinghan. She went in the direction of the law enforcement hall. Someone suddenly exclaimed, attracting everyone's attention. Fairy Qinghan is so anxious, I wonder what she is going to do. As I recall, Su Mu is currently in solitary confinement in the law enforcement hall. Someone suddenly whispered, and everyone fell silent. No, not really. Isn't Fairy Qinghan very indifferent to Su Mu? Someone forced a smile, but a bad feeling arose in his heart. Chapter 27. The meeting doesn't seem so pleasant. In the Holy Land, Qing Jingru transformed into a long rainbow and flew straight towards the law enforcement hall without covering her whereabouts, attracting many people's attention. Fairy Qinghan hurried to the law enforcement hall. It's probably because of Su Mu. Similar rumors soon spread, but they only elicited scornful smiles from others. Ha ha ha, everyone knows that Fairy Qinghan doesn't like Su Mu, so now they are spreading rumors without thinking. It makes me laugh to death. At the same time, in the law enforcement hall, many young disciples were whispering to each other. Hey, do you know the person Sister Nangong brought back today? Are you talking about Su Mu? Of course I know. Everyone in the law enforcement hall is discussing this matter now. I heard that it was Sister Nangong who came back holding Su Mu's hand. Holy crap, is this true? Would Sister Nangong do such a thing? I can't believe it either. The person who was speaking looked helpless. Sister Nangong is Nangong Lu, this is what they call her in private. Nangong Lu has reached the level of earthly immortal at a young age. According to the rules of the Holy Land, he serves as a deacon. The identity levels in the Holy Land are divided according to the level of cultivation. The earthly immortal realm is the deacon, the heavenly immortal realm is generally the elder, and the immortal king realm is the peak master or the like. When one reaches the immortal king realm, he is already an indispensable part of the Holy Land and can be understood as a shareholder. Of course, there are a few exceptions, such as Yi Yan, who served as an elder at the earthly immortal realm. This was thanks to her having a good master. I don't know what Sister Nangong was thinking. Why did she hold Su Mu's hand? Everyone sighed and couldn't help feeling a little annoyed with Su Mu. Nangong Lu is a famous beautiful deacon in the law enforcement hall. She has a beautiful face, a good figure, and a kind personality. She is the dream lover of countless people. But now, he is so special to Su Mu. Before this, no one had ever been treated like Nangong Lu. I'm so pissed off. But this Su Mu is still a good-for-nothing bootlicker. Sister Nangong. It's not worth it. The disciples gnashed their teeth, envious, jealous and hateful to the extreme. At this moment, there was a sudden ripple in the hall, and then a beautiful figure stood in the center. Her light goose yellow skirt fluttered in the wind, and her black hair was like a waterfall. Yi Yan looked around, walked quickly to several disciples from the law enforcement hall, and took out a token. I am the patrol supervisor elder. Did you arrest someone named Su Mu? The disciple on duty stayed where he was for a while. What a stunning beauty. She is no less beautiful than Nangong Lu. From the way he spoke, he actually came here just for Su Mu. More importantly, the other party took out the token now. The female disciple forced herself to calm down, and after confirming that the token was not a fake, she subconsciously trembled. He is really an elder. And he is so young. We did capture him. What is the name of this elder? What do you want from Su Mu? The disciple on duty spoke respectfully and bowed quickly. I'm here to bail him out. I know the rules of the law enforcement hall. You can take the token to register first. Yi Yan spoke calmly, trying her best to hide her inner anxiety. Su Mu has lived in the family since he was a child. Coming to the Holy Land for further studies was already considered a hardship, and now he is actually in jail again. Thinking of this, the girl couldn't help but feel distressed. The disciple on duty did not dare to delay and quickly took the token with both hands and glanced at the name on it. Elder Yi, please move to the reception room and wait for a moment. I will go and do this now. Seeing that the other party accepted the token, Yi Yan slowly left. The disciple on duty was thinking of going upstairs quickly to ask his superior, Nangong Lu. After all, she was the one who captured the person, and the normal procedure also required the other party's permission. After Yi Yan left, the other disciples in the hall looked at each other with their eyes wide open. I'm going, what's going on? Isn't it said that Su Mu is a heinous criminal and morally corrupt? How could someone come to bail him out? Did you notice the identity of Elder Yi just now? She is not an ordinary elder, but a patrol and supervisory elder. I noticed that, too. I heard that this position can reach the ears of the emperor. Hey, you guys say. Someone suddenly frowned. Since Su Mu can make friends with such a person, could he really be the person as rumored? Everyone was silent for a moment, all thinking. Call out. In the square outside the hall, a flying rainbow came from afar and then stopped. Qing Jingru jumped off the flying sword and walked quickly towards the law enforcement hall. As soon as she saw the disciple on duty, she hurried forward and took out her identity token from her bosom. I am Qing Jingru, a disciple of Po Lai Peak. I heard that Su Mu was captured by you. I am here to bail him out. Everyone was stunned. I'll go. Another top beauty. And from what she just said, her name is. Are you the Qing Jingru in the rumors? The disciple on duty looked surprised and looked him up and down carefully, marveling at him. As expected of someone called Fairy Qinghan, this appearance, this figure, this temperament. As a woman myself, I am jealous. While his thoughts were churning, the disciple on duty had already taken Qing Jingru's token. Please go to the reception room and wait for a while. I will check the token and ask for the advice of my superiors. Also, Qing Jingru captured this keyword very keenly. You mean there are others coming too? Right. The disciple on duty nodded and waved the other token in his hand. Just before you came, an elder named Yi also said that she wanted to bail out Su Mu, and she is also in the reception room now. There was a rare hint of emotion on Qing Jingru's calm face. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, which added a bit of melancholy to her originally aloof temperament, making her look lovable. There were more people secretly looking at Qing Jingru. The girl didn't care at all. After hearing the words of the disciple on duty, she immediately knew who the other person was. Yi Yan is actually faster than me. Yes, she has special means in the Holy Land, which basically allows her to ignore spatial distance. Although she knew the reason, Qing Jingru still couldn't be happy. I'm not the first one. And when did Su Mu get involved with Yi Yan again? Was it when I was in seclusion? The girl was full of thoughts. Just then, another graceful figure in uniform walked down from the law enforcement hall and came in front of the disciple on duty. Junior sister, this is my token. Please help me go through the procedure of bailing out Su Mu. The disciple on duty stood there in a daze. No, she just wanted to take the token to ask Nangong Lu for instructions, but now the other party came down directly and wanted to bail out Su Mu as well. So this is the normal process, but something is not right. What on earth is going on? So many people came here for Su Mu, a guy with a bad reputation. At the same time, Qing Jingru suddenly looked up and met eyes with Nangong Lu. Chapter 28 The Four Beauties. Nangong Lu was also stunned. She came in a hurry just now, and kept thinking about how she could bail Su Mu out. She was so happy that she forgot to observe the surrounding environment. Two beautiful girls stood opposite each other and looked at each other. I don't know if it's my illusion, but the disciple on duty always feels that the atmosphere is a little weird. She looked at the three tokens in her hand, not knowing what to do. Qing Jingru frowned her pretty brows. Why is Nangong Lu here too? By the way, it seems that this woman was the one who arrested Su Mu. Thinking of this, Qing Jingru's face suddenly turned gloomy. Nangong Lu also had an unpleasant expression on his face and said nothing. Why is Qing Jingru here? Could it be that she really started to take Su Mu seriously? The girl felt as if she was facing a formidable enemy, and instantly became extremely alert. Everyone knows that Su Mu likes Qing Jingru. If two people bail out Su Mu at the same time, Su Mu can choose who to accept. At this time, Qing Jingru has a natural advantage. If Su Mu knew Qing Jingru was here, he would definitely go with her. No, Su Mu is mine. Qing Jingru has let Su Mu down many times. How can we let this bad woman harm him again? I want to protect Su Mu. Nangong Lu's eyes suddenly became firm, and he turned around to look at the disciple on duty. Junior sister, take these tokens to the top floor first. Hall Master Ni said he will personally review and approve them. The disciple on duty trembled and looked up to take a quick glance. She always felt that Sister Nangong seemed a little different, as if there was a fierce murderous aura permeating around her. What is this? You arrested the person yourself and now you bailed him out yourself. Am I also a part of their play? The disciple on duty was deeply suspicious, but she did not dare to neglect it. She nodded, said, "Oh," and turned to leave. Wait. At this moment, another beautiful figure flew down from outside the law enforcement hall. The other party put away his flying sword and handed over a token. I want to bail out Su Mu, too. Qing Jingru and Nangong Lu turned their heads at the same time, looked over, and then looked confused. Who are you? Seeing that even Qing Jingru didn't recognize him, Mo Shuangxing was immediately delighted. Although I haven't used it for many years, I'm still very proficient in the technique of disguise. She first handed over the token in her hand, and then shook her long hair. It doesn't matter who I am. I'm just here to bail out Su Mu on someone's behalf. Danger. The more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. Qing Jingru and Nangong Lu reached a consensus in an instant. Facing this beautiful woman of unknown identity, they must not let her bail out Su Mu. Forehead. Senior sisters. The disciple on duty smiled awkwardly. She had just glanced at the token that Mo Shuangxing handed over after disguising his identity, and it read, Deputy Peak Master, on it. She herself was just a small disciple of the law enforcement hall. Her status was slightly better than that of an outer disciple, but not as good as that of an inner disciple. She really couldn't get involved in a fight between gods. Senior sisters, I will now hand the token to the hall master for review. Why don't you move to the reception room first? The three women looked at each other and nodded. After they left, the hall of the law enforcement hall fell into silence for a long time. The disciple on duty sighed softly and went upstairs. Then, a loud noise suddenly broke out in the hall. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, am I seeing things right? 4 people in a row, all stunning beauties, all want to bail out Su Mu. Why? Why does Su Mu do this? Damn it, I don't accept it, woo woo woo. Everyone whispered to each other and quickly pieced together the identities of the 4 people. Yi Yan is the elder who patrols and supervises the Holy Land, an earthly immortal monk, and a disciple of the Lord of the Holy Land. A direct disciple of Po Lai Peak, a cultivator at the peak of Tianyuan, Fairy Qinghan, Qing Jingru. The youngest deacon of the Law Enforcement Hall, an earthly immortal cultivator, is also their direct leader, the big sister, Nangong Lu. At last. There is also a beautiful girl whose identity is unknown. Someone took a vague glance and recognized that the token used by the other party was of the Deputy Peak Master level. 4 stunning beauties. Everyone wants to bail out Su Mu. I can't stand it anymore. I feel like my teeth are going to fall out. Someone murmured to himself, his tone filled with a sense of despair. Haha, I'm so jealous that I want to die. On the other side. In the confinement room. Great. Su Mu stretched very comfortably, he had just woken up. I have to say, this was the most peaceful sleep he had ever had since the second week of the story began, without any psychological burden at all. It's so cool. Su Mu was extremely happy. Suddenly he was in jail, and suddenly all the plots showed signs of returning to normal, and there was no need to worry about the male and female protagonists not cooperating. It's really great. The plot in the past period of time has been a mess, and now Su Mu can finally hide away and relax. Hey, bro, what brought you here? The sturdy man who had just been detained next door was very familiar and insisted on talking to Su Mu. Su Mu glanced at the other person. A big guy, full of muscles, bald head, and 2 scars on his face. Oh, it's an acquaintance. Gathering to fight, humiliating fellow disciples, defying the rules of the Holy Land, molesting my senior sister. Su Mu said a lot of things. The big bald guy next door was stunned, and after a long time he suddenly gave a thumbs up. Brother awesome. You are the first person I have ever seen who dares to do such a thing in the Holy Land. Qian Kun curled his lips. I am a frequent visitor to the law enforcement hall's confinement room. I come in every few days and I have seen many people. You are the first one like me. Really? Haha. Su Mu didn't care. Instead, he lay down comfortably, placing his hands behind his head as a pillow. He remembered the big bald guy named Qian-kun. In the last plot, Su Mu also stayed in the detention room of the law enforcement hall, and happened to meet the other party. Of course, it is also possible that Qian-kun stays in the confinement room for a period of time every now and then. Just as he said, he is a frequent visitor to the confinement room of the law enforcement hall. What are you afraid of, buddy? How did you get in? I'm not as awesome as you. It's just that someone offended me, and I took advantage of him being in seclusion to poop on the ventilation formation in his cave, and then he went to the law enforcement hall. Su Mu. If he remembered correctly, when a cultivator was in seclusion, the entire cave was completely closed and there was no air circulation. The only channel for communication with the outside world is the ventilation formation of the cave, which usually relies on Yuanxi to maintain. This means that Qian-kun had defecated on the only ventilation duct between others and the outside world. That taste. Tisk tisk. Su Mu felt a chill just thinking about it. He could imagine the other person's mental state. When he was in seclusion, he suddenly smelled a lingering smell of shit. Because of the seclusion, there is no way to escape and the smell can't be dispelled. This is the most desperate historical method in the world. Su Mu also gave the other party a thumbs up. Awesome. Su Mu. Before the two of them could chat in detail, a disciple from the law enforcement hall came over and opened the door of Su Mu's confinement room. You can get out now. What is that? Su Mu was confused. Chapter 29. I'm going to jail. Didn't you say I'd be locked up for 3 months? Why are you letting me go now? Su Mu felt confused. He thought about it and wondered if his father had bailed him out so quickly. Although Su Mu knew that the law enforcement hall had a rule about bail, he still asked out of caution. Did you make a mistake? You're right. Someone has bailed you out. The disciples of the law enforcement hall looked helpless. It was our sister Nangong who bailed you out personally. Who? Nangong Lu. Su Mu didn't understand what he meant. Was there any role for Nangong Lu in the original plot? Why did the other party bail him out? Normally, Nangong Lu's only role is to capture Su Mu, and then that's it. Why is there a bail plot coming up now? Could it be that? Su Mu's heart skipped a beat. This fucking plot has another accident. Oh, yes. The disciple paused, then lowered his head and glanced at the jade token in his hand. Not only Deacon Nangong, but also senior sister Qing Jingru, elder Yi Yan, and a young lady named Yu. The 4 of them jointly guarantee that you can go out now. The 4 met in the reception room and learned that their purpose was to bail out Su Mu. No one was willing to give in, so they could only choose this compromise method in the end. That is joint guarantee. In order to make a clear division, even the little bit of Yuanxi for bail was shared equally among the 4 women. Su Mu. What's going on? What on earth is going on? Nangong Lu is fine. Why are Yi Yan and Qing Jingru still involved? And most importantly, who is this new Miss Yu? Su Mu was completely stunned. One person is enough of a headache, and now there are 4. This plot has gone awry and is completely hopeless. No. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Su Mu's eyes. No one can stop me from going home. No one can destroy my story mission. Go out and tell them that I, Su Mu, don't need their bail. I am responsible for my own actions. I have to take responsibility for what I have done. After saying that, he reached out and pulled back the door that had been unlocked by the disciples of the law enforcement hall. With a click, the door was locked again. Law enforcement hall disciple. Ah. No, is this okay? As a veteran disciple, he has worked in the detention room of the law enforcement hall for decades, but this is the first time he has seen a situation where someone has been released on bail, but is unwilling to go out. Are the conditions in the confinement room so good? You've only been here for half a day and you don't want to leave. Not only the disciples of the law enforcement hall, but also the people imprisoned in the surrounding rooms were stunned. Qian-kun even gave a thumbs up again. Dude, you're awesome. I can tell from the looks of it that you're no ordinary person. Everyone else is eager to go out, but Su Mu is now addicted to staying here. Young Master Su, please stop joking with me. The disciple from the law enforcement hall smiled awkwardly, thinking that Su Mu was having a tantrum. We, the law enforcement hall, had no choice but to bring you back earlier. We were under a lot of pressure. Now the matter is still under investigation, right? So we thought of letting you go first. No. Su Mu refused righteously. Are you kidding? If he were released now, the plot that had finally been reversed would go awry again. And at this rate, it's unclear when things will turn around. I won't go out. I won't go out even if you kill me. Soo-Mu shook his head like a rattle, and actually turned directly onto the bed with his back facing outside. Go out and tell them that I, Soo-Mu, am upright in what I do. How can I make a mistake and not bear the consequences? Unless they destroy the law enforcement hall today, I will never leave. Law enforcement hall disciple. Well, you really are addicted to living here. Although Soo-Mu's words were righteous and awe-inspiring, but all this trouble just to keep yourself in jail. The disciples of the law enforcement hall expressed their incomprehension but respect. Okay, he muttered again, then turned and left helplessly. Now, in the reception room of the law enforcement hall, the four women looked at each other in silence. The air was unusually quiet, with only the faint sparks when their eyes exchanged revealing that they were not at peace. I didn't expect that our fairy Qinghan would have time to come to this small law enforcement hall. Yi Yan spoke first. Although there was nothing special in her tone, it was full of sarcasm. She had known for a long time that Soo-Mu liked Qing Jingru, but Qing Jingru ignored Soo-Mu and even hurt him repeatedly. When she thought of this, she no longer had a good impression of Qing Jingru. When Qing Jingru heard this, her already cold face became even colder. Snort. Soo-Mu is my junior brother, and as her senior sister, this is our family affair. I don't think I need to explain it to you, an outsider. Qing Jingru placed special emphasis on the word, outsider. Yi Yan was originally a dull person, but after being provoked by Qing Jingru, she couldn't help but feel a little angry. Now that you know it's a family matter, when Soo-Mu was pursuing you, you hid faster than anyone else. You said something like you would never like Soo-Mu. Are you regretting it now? Elder Yi. Qing Jingru still had no expression on her face. If possible, I suggest you go to Yaoshi Peak to see if you can cure your ears. I have never said such a thing. Don't believe everything you hear. Qing Jingru's attitude towards Soo-Mu has always been to ignore and avoid him, and she rarely takes the initiative to attack him. Even before her rebirth, when she didn't like Soo-Mu, the Su family had been very kind to her. The family also received many favors. Although Qing Jingru did not go so far as to pledge her love to him, she was also sensible. Okay, what's the point of you arguing here? Soo-Mu is still in there, aren't we all here to bail him out? Nangong Lu acted as a peacemaker and gave kind advice. After all, this is her home court. If Qing Jingru and Yi Yan really have a falling out, Soo-Mu might be dissatisfied with Nangong Lu if he comes out and sees it. She absolutely could not accept this. After these words were spoken, the other two indeed fell silent. As long as it is for Soo-Mu's good, they can temporarily put aside their personal grudges. Mo Shuangxing's incarnation said nothing, but just sat quietly in the corner, looking at the other three. Little guy, without realizing it, there are already so many people around you. Her thoughts drifted further and further away until there was a sudden knock on the door of the reception room. Bang bang. The female disciple on duty pushed the door open and walked in, looking apologetic. The four of them stood up quickly, looking around with expectation, but did not see Soo-Mu. Where are the people? Where's Soo-Mu? Why wasn't he brought out? Seeing that everyone was about to get angry, the female disciple could only bow and apologize repeatedly. Four of you, young Master Su has said that he will not leave today, even if you kill him. You must be brave enough to bear the consequences of what you have done. The female disciple imitated Soo-Mu and repeated what he had said. In an instant, the four people in the room were stunned. Chapter 30. It's you. He doesn't want to go. Nangong Lu frowned and kept thinking. Not only her, the remaining three people also looked confused. Why? Why don't you want to be released on bail? Did he say anything else? Yi Yan asked. Yes, some. In order to prevent any accidents, the female disciple recalled and reenacted everything Soo-Mu had said. After everything is done, all four girls sighed in unison. Alas Soo-Mu, you. Soo-Mu is just too serious and too strict with himself. It's obviously not what he did, these are just rumors. Everyone's heart sank, but they did not find it strange, because Soo-Mu was just that kind of person. He set extremely high standards for himself and would never allow himself to make the slightest mistake. Now he doesn't want to come out, what should I do? Mo Shuangxing's incarnation was a little anxious. She came here specifically for Su Mu, so how could she watch him continue to suffer in the confinement room? Why not? Yi Yan frowned slightly. Shall we get him out? When everyone heard this, they all looked at her. Aren't you the patrol supervisor of the Holy Land? Isn't it your duty to uphold the rules? How can you say such a thing? What's wrong? Facing everyone's strange looks, Yi Yan remained calm. We have gone through the bail process. Now, we just want to pick him up ourselves. Is that not okay? What a good one to pick him up. As expected of a maintainer of the rules, he is also an expert at exploiting loopholes in the rules. Nangong Lu scratched his face and pondered for a moment, as if this operation was indeed possible and did not violate the rules of the Holy Land. So everyone looked at each other, confirmed each other's thoughts, and nodded at the same time. You guys follow me. With the home advantage, Nangong Lu took the lead and led everyone directly to the confinement room of the Law Enforcement Hall. In the confinement room, the area here is not large, but it is divided into dozens of rooms. There are no windows, no living utensils, and only a simple bed board in each room. Many disciples who made mistakes were temporarily detained here and awaited further trial. After the trial, some people were released directly, some were detained for a period of time, some were transferred to other places, and some were even executed directly. Because of this, the atmosphere here has always been extremely depressing. There is an indescribable haze in everyone's heart. But suddenly, fuck, someone exclaimed. Beauties. So many beauties. Hearing this, the others also shuddered. They leaned forward to look around, and soon their expressions brightened. Oh my god, it's Fairy Qinghan. She actually came to the confinement room. Qing Jingru was as cold as ice, wearing a plain long dress and flowing long hair. Her whole temperament, like that of a banished immortal, was the most eye-catching and was incompatible with the gloomy confinement. That's Elder Yi Yan. Qian Kun shuddered. He had no idea how many times he had been caught by Yi Yan. The impression was extremely deep. Yi Yan was wearing a goose yellow gauze dress and holding a jade ruyi in her hand. She looked like she had walked out of an ink painting, elegant and gorgeous, with an air of books blowing towards her. Also, Deacon Nangong is here too. Many of the imprisoned disciples paused. Although the two in front were well known, their impact was not as strong as Nangong Lulai's. Because most of the people present here were captured by Nangong Lu. Despite this, it did not prevent them from appreciating Nangong Lu's beauty. The loose law enforcement hall uniform was stretched straight on the other person, outlining her round and plump body and her slender waist. It was so formal, yet filled with an indescribable temptation. Who is this last one? I've never seen him before. Everyone was confused and whispered to each other, but no conclusion could be reached. Even if we don't know who it is, just look at this temperament. It's noble. Indescribably noble. Everyone nodded repeatedly, agreeing with it. As the lord of a peak and an immortal king cultivator, even if Mo Shuangxing came as an incarnation, some things engraved in his bones could not be erased. In such a crowded situation, the aura of someone who has been in a high position for a long time is naturally revealed, and coupled with her silver hair and luxurious long skirt, it is hard to take your eyes off her. What good day is today? 4 stunning beauties are here together. Some people looked so excited that they could hardly control themselves. In fact, it's not his fault. It's rare to see any one of the 4 girls under normal circumstances, let alone them appearing together. Presumably, the 4 beauties in ancient times who were so beautiful as to make fishes sink to the bottom of their bodies, geese fall, and the moon hide in shame on the flowers, were no more than this. Everyone was extremely excited, but they did not dare to act rashly. It was not just because there were disciples from the law enforcement hall around them, but also because the temperaments of the 4 girls were incompatible with those of ordinary disciples in the confinement room. It's like a fairy in the sky and a speck of dust on the ground. Just one look at it makes one feel ashamed of oneself. I wonder what they are here for. Could it be that there are people among us who are related to them? Some people have doubts. PFF, I'm dying of laughter. If I could really get involved with such a proud girl, would I still end up in the confinement room? Wait, don't say. I thought of that, too. It seems there really is one. Everyone's thoughts were wandering. Everyone followed the steps of the 4 girls and looked towards the room at the end of the corridor. That shouldn't be the case. Isn't Su Mu a well-known joke? I heard that he is also Fairy Qinghan's liquor. I also heard that Fairy Qinghan doesn't like him. What's going on now? Although they had doubts in their hearts, they did not think that the four girls came for Sumyu. On the one hand, the four girls looked too noble, and were completely different from the disheveled and dirty Sumyu in their impression. On the other hand, it was because not long ago, Sumyu had been released on bail a long time ago, but he kept shouting that he would never go out, and it sounded like he had some serious mental illness. Can a normal person say such a thing? Thinking of this, everyone became even more curious. These four outstanding goddesses must be very arrogant. They wouldn't be doing this for the mentally ill Sumyu, right? Since the other party didn't come for Sumyu, what else in this confinement room could attract the four girls? He ignored the crowd's exclamations and didn't want to understand other people's thoughts. The four women have clear goals. Under the guidance of Nangong Lu, they went straight to the end of the corridor. Then he came to Su Emu's door. What on earth are you doing? Sumyu was extremely helpless. He was almost falling asleep, but was suddenly woken up by the noisy sounds around him. Why are you shouting, beautiful girl? Can you please have some self-control? Sumyu felt contempt for them in his heart. As a result, when he looked up, he found four girls standing in front of his door, which really scared him. Isn't that right? Why is this happening? How come you all came in? Chapter 31 Sisters, don't mess with me. Sumyu was a little crazy. Qing Jingru, Nangong Lu, Yi Yan, and an unknown person, Mo Shuangxing's incarnation, all four of them came in. They lined up in a row, looking at him at the door of Su Emu's room. How? Cosplay Paris Commune. What on earth are you doing? Sumyu really didn't understand. He just wanted to take a vacation in the confinement room. Why did it suddenly turn out like this? You are the heroine, shouldn't you go and see Chen Shu? Chen Shu is also in solitary confinement, in the Nether Pond underground. Why are they all running to him, a cannon fodder villain? Especially Nangong Lu, who was arrested just yesterday and now is coming to bail him out. What kind of brain circuit is this? Didn't I just plead guilty? Or, Sumyu lowered his head and pondered, vaguely thinking of some possibilities. Could it be that they want to play me together in order to cooperate with the protagonist? With just a little thought, Sumyu could easily find out that the outside public opinion must be related to Chen Shu. After all, only Chen Shu gained all the benefits from this public opinion storm. Do you think that just putting me in solitary confinement is too lenient? Do you want to set a bigger trap for me? Sumyu kept thinking. Yi Yan could be interpreted as wanting to set a trap for Sumyu, and Nangong Lu might be trying to sting the law, but what about Qing Jingru? Did Su Emu's father give her family some benefits again? So what about this unknown person? Sumyu looked left and right at Mo Shuangxing's incarnation and confirmed that it was a completely unfamiliar character. Is there such a person in the original book? Sumyu even wanted to call the system out and ask again, but he could guess the system's answer with just his butt. Nothing unusual, nothing unusual, nothing unusual. So many people are setting a trap for me. I'm just an ordinary villain cannon fodder, a vicious male supporting role. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Sumyu was flattered, but others were completely stunned. They actually came here for Sumyu. How is this possible? Could it be that I've been locked up for too long, and the popular trend outside has become people like Sumyu? Or all four goddesses fascinated by him? Some people fell into deep self-doubt. Outside the confinement room, the four girls looked into the room through the gap in the door. The walls were dark with only a faint light. There was nothing in the room except a bed. The bedboard was made of ordinary wood and was placed on the ground. If you don't know, you might think this is a morgue. Sumyu was imprisoned in such a place. Everyone suddenly felt distressed and almost shed tears. Qing Jingru took the lead and stepped forward, snatched the key from Nangong Lu's hand, and pushed the door open. Sumyu, I'm here to take you home. Why? Jingru. Sumyu got into the role in a second. The arrow was on the string, he had to shoot. Although I don't understand the situation, my character must not collapse. Jingru, why are you here? Is it because of me? This place is too dirty, it's not a place you should come to. Sumyu looked extremely moved, but he was roaring wildly in his heart. You guys should leave quickly. Leave me alone. Get out of here. What home to go back to? The solitary confinement room is his home. No one can let him leave here. You are the heroine. Don't do these things, just go and look at the hero. Just let me take a good vacation, and then let my reputation rot quietly. Pity. No one else could hear his inner roar. This isn't the place for you to be. Yi Yan spoke up quickly. She really couldn't imagine that the cheerful boy who had been pampered since childhood would be locked up in such a place. It's just a small room with nothing in it, dim light, and stagnant air. How can you bear it? Come with us. Don't stay here any longer, and don't go to your shabby cave house. Come live with me. The environment over there is better. Yi Yan really felt distressed, but she did not forget to have her own opinion. But to be honest, the environment in her attic was really good. Su Mu. Big sister, this is the detention room of the law enforcement hall, not a resort. I can't give you some green plants, can I? Not to mention your attic over there. In Su Mu's opinion, the entire Holy Land has a similar status in his heart. This is not a training academy, but a battlefield without any smoke. Only after fighting this obscure war with all the protagonists can he enjoy the fruits of victory, the opportunity to return home. Moreover, you are the heroine, and you come to care about whether a cannon fodder villain like me is living a comfortable life. This seems a bit wrong no matter how you look at it. Su Mu. Come with us. We in the law enforcement hall have already found some clues. The news circulating in the Holy Land was deliberately spread by someone. We are already investigating. Nangong Lu also tried to persuade him, his face full of heartache. As long as you come out, I will immediately organize people to start controlling public opinion and will not hurt you again. Nangong Lu also felt very guilty. She had known for a long time that there were problems with the sources of these news, but she did not respond in time, which hurt the boy she loved. I will never do that again. Hearing this, Su Mu was horrified. What? Damn, are you kidding me? You are not helping me at all, you are pushing me into a dead end. You must not try to control public opinion, just let it develop naturally. Don't bother me, just follow the normal plot. All the heroines fell in love with Chen Shu, and then criticized me as the cannon fodder villain. After I finished all my scenes, they just cut it off. This is the biggest help to me. It's very difficult for me to deal with you guys playing around like this. No. Su Mu refused sternly with a righteous look on his face. If you do something wrong, you must bear the consequences. The mouth is on someone else's body, can everyone control it? The most important thing is to cultivate yourself and restrain yourself. Although Su Mu looked confident, he was actually a little panicked. If things continue to develop like this, the plot will become more and more chaotic. Can we still have fun? You don't have to worry about these, we have already thought of ways to deal with them. Yi Yan spoke softly. First of all, our decision to release you on bail is absolutely in compliance with the rules and regulations of the Holy Land. Besides, there must be a conspiracy behind this inexplicable public opinion. The selection of the chief disciple will be held soon. There will be problems at this time every time. This is not your problem. We have already arranged a plan to dispel the rumors, and we will ensure that it will be implemented soon. If anyone dares to talk nonsense again, I will formulate a new rule and system when I return and lock all these people up. Su Mu. Sister, what are you talking about? He originally thought that Yi Yan was the more normal heroine. After all, her character was not ruined. Although she targeted Chen Shu, it was indeed her job. Now it seems like normal shit. Yes, Su Mu, this matter is not your fault. Even if your father knew about it, he would not blame you. Qing Jingru spoke softly, her eyes full of tenderness. No, I will never leave. I must pay for my mistake. Su Mu gritted his teeth and sat down on the ground. Chapter 31 Wipe their ass. I will never leave. I have to pay for the mistakes I made. Su Mu looked serious, but he just didn't believe that there was no way to turn this messed up plot around today. Even if you beat me to death, I won't leave. I'm so angry. Su Mu roared inwardly. The more he thought about him, the angrier he became. Suddenly, they were put in jail. This was clearly a godsend opportunity. However, none of these female protagonists knew how to seize the opportunity. In the end, he was the only cannon fodder villain trying to play his role. It's really hard to bring. Su Mu was very disappointed with his friend. Fuck. Qian Kun next door was stunned. You are worthy of it. 4 top beauties come to pick you up in person, and you still don't want to leave. Qian Kun's eyes flickered as he looked at Su Mu, gradually changing from shock to admiration, and from admiration to overwhelming admiration. He has decided. When this confinement is over, he will go and hang out with Su Mu. Putting aside other things, Just based on this perfect skill of picking up girls, it is worth Qian Kun spending 3 lifetimes to learn. Outside the confinement room, the 4 girls looked at each other, their eyes showing helplessness and sadness. As stunning beauties, they are never short of suitors, and have naturally seen all kinds of methods used. If they had not been reborn, they would only think that the current Su Mu was really pretentious. But, precisely because they knew the whole story and understood Su Mu's character, they felt even more excited. I even feel that the other person's insistence on being oneself behavior is very charming. This is very Su Mu. As expected of the boy I like, he always sticks to his heart even at this time. Su Mu, you are really an excellent person. You are so cute, it makes me feel so bad. The 4 people had different thoughts, but in a flash, they made the same decision and walked into the confinement room together. Su Mu stepped back repeatedly, a look of panic on his face. What are you doing? What are you going to do in public? Su Mu, come with us. The 4 of them attacked together, and their powerful skills instantly overwhelmed the enemy. Among the 4 of them, even Qing Jingru, who has the lowest cultivation level, is at the same level as Su Mu. 1 Tianyuan realm, 2 Dixian realms, and a hidden Shenhuang realm. Su Mu couldn't resist at all. He could only lie straight on the ground, moving his eyes with difficulty and moving his lips. What are you going to do? Don't come over here. If you come any closer I'll yell. Su Mu was really panicked now. Why did he just take action? Could it be that? A possibility suddenly occurred to him. They don't want to play with me anymore. They're ready to kill me. The more Su Mu thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, it was true that he beat Chen Shu, and Uncle Chen's being put in solitary confinement was directly related to him. In order to protect their beloved male protagonist, the heroines worked together to kill Su Muga. This is so fucking reasonable. Su Mu even began to doubt whether they were initially planning to bail him out because they thought it would be easier to take action outside. In that case, should I cooperate? Su Mu was thoughtful. If he died like this, would it be considered as completing the plot mission? After all, if the plot continued to develop in this direction, it would soon return to the normal main line. Maybe I can go back soon. He suppressed his inner excitement and hesitated whether he should try to struggle. But when Su Mu felt the rich energy in his body like the sea, he instantly gave up this immature idea. It's so funny. It's not that I don't want to resist, it's that I can't resist at all. The 4 girls looked at each other again, and saw determination in each other's eyes, and waved their hands at the same time. Su Mu just floated in the air. Walk. Qing Jingru spoke softly. Afterwards, the group flew straight toward the outside of the law enforcement hall at an extremely fast speed. During the process, Yi Yan even used her special skills to teleport several times. The confinement room of the law enforcement hall had already fallen into deathly silence, leaving only Qian Kun's envious and admiring eyes. That's awesome, bro. I'll kowtow to you next time we meet. Not only is there a gorgeous beauty who is paying for him, but there is a whole group of them paying for him together. That would be fine, but they were actually so excited that they started to snatch people away. Su Mu, no, brother Mu. When I get out, I will definitely follow you. Soon. The 4 of them brought Su Mu to the top of Poli Peak. This was the decision they made after discussing it together. After all, no one else would agree to send someone there alone. So Su Mu was temporarily sent back to his cave. What is that? Su Mu was confused. Standing in front of the door of his cave, he turned his head and looked back, and the backs of the 4 women gradually disappeared into the horizon. Did you really just send me back? And didn't you do anything else? Su Mu stood there in a daze for a moment. There are so many things he doesn't understand. Why did they bail him out? Why did they send him back? Why did they appear at the same time? Also, who is that Miss Yu? Is she also the heroine? What on earth did they want to do? The young man was puzzled. Right at this moment, Brother Mu, you're back. Meng Xiaoxiao's surprised voice was heard. Then a graceful figure quickly passed the restriction at the door and came to Su Mu. The girl was pleasantly surprised and asked about Su Mu's well-being. She was like a happy sparrow. Su Mu smiled helplessly. Now it seems that Meng Xiaoxiao is still relatively reliable. At least the other party didn't do anything like going to the law enforcement hall to snatch people. Meng Xiaoxiao herself also breathed a sigh of relief. She actually wanted to bail out Su Mu, but unfortunately she did not meet the bail conditions. In order to bail someone out, one must become an inner disciple for at least 3 years. Meng Xiaoxiao just entered the Holy Land this year, so there is not enough time. But even so, she also remotely confirmed Su Emu's condition through her family's secret method. For some reason, in her perception, Su Mu was quite happy in the confinement room. Although it's a bit strange, it's enough to know that the other person is safe. Just in case, Meng Xiaoxiao even sent a message to her master, hoping that he would come forward to bail her out. Unexpectedly, Su Mu actually came back early. "Brother Mu, are you okay?" Meng Xiaoxiao felt a little distressed. She knew that the conditions in the confinement room were not good and the boy must have suffered. "It's okay, but you hope something happens to me," Su Mu muttered to himself, but his voice was too low for Meng Xiaoxiao to hear. The boy then shook his head, clearing his mind of all distracting thoughts. "Forget it, who cares what the heroines think? Let's take it one step at a time." Maybe it's because there have been too many plot collapses recently, and Su Mu has become a little numb. But as a conscientious villain, no matter how the heroines behave, he will do his best to correct the plot. Does this count as me wiping their butts? Su Mu pondered. Chapter 33: The Tribulation of Becoming an Immortal. After leaving Su Emu's cave, the 4 heroines gathered for a while. They all saw the same determination in each other's eyes. The reason why Su Mu suffered this hardship was because of Chen Shu. How dare they hurt the boy they love? Unforgivable. Chen Shu must pay the price. Even though they didn't know Mo Shuangxing's incarnation, they implicitly conveyed this meaning. Send a message to the person behind you, and ask her to investigate the reason why Su Mu was wrongfully imprisoned. Mo Shuangxing nodded immediately. There is no one behind her but herself. But, Mo Shuangxing narrowed his eyes slightly, flashing with dangerous light. She will not let anyone who hurt Su Mu go. The crowd quickly separated. Yi Yan returned to her attic, Nangong Lu returned to the law enforcement hall, and Mo Shuangxing's incarnation disappeared on the spot, attracting the attention of others. And Qing Jingru stood there for a long time. The girl turned around and glanced at Su Emu's cave from afar, only to feel a sense of air lingering in her chest, filled with an indescribable feeling. She didn't need to walk too far because her cave was also on the top of the mountain, very close to Su Mu, as if to guard the other person. Right, guards. Qing Jingru's eyes suddenly lit up and she paused. In her previous life, she had been practicing hard for the sake of her family, for immortality, or for her own dream. But in this life, Qing Jingru had fallen into a long period of confusion. She didn't know why she was practicing until now. I want to protect Su Mu. Protect the one I love. This is the meaning of my practice. In an instant, the girl's thoughts became clear. The cultivation level in his body, which had already reached a bottleneck, suddenly began to churn, and a strange wave quickly spread out, stirring up the vital energy in the air. This is Mo Shuangxing, who had just returned to the hall, suddenly looked up with a look of surprise. Someone is trying to become an immortal through overcoming the tribulation. This breath is Jingru. In order to protect the other party, Mo Shuangxing took action immediately and moved Qing Jingru, who was standing there in a daze, back to the cave to ensure that she would not be disturbed by external objects. Qing Jingru stood there quietly, the fluctuations of her vital energy becoming stronger and stronger, reaching up to the sky and down to the center of the earth. The tribulation of becoming an immortal is something a cultivator must go through if he wants to break through to the earthly immortal realm. He must use his own cultivation and perception to connect with the great way of heaven and earth, mobilize the 2 energies of heaven and earth, and temper himself. The more accumulated, the more qi of heaven and earth can be mobilized. In this process, the cultivator needs to use the 2 energies of heaven and earth to shatter his original sea of qi, and build his own fairyland in the high place in the dark. The fluctuations on Qing Jingru's body became stronger and stronger, but many people could not sense it. Only those who have become immortals or are about to transcend tribulation will have some slight feelings. The danger involved is difficult for outsiders to understand, only the person himself knows it. An unknown amount of time had passed before Qing Jingru opened her eyes again. Her eyes were clear and her extraordinary temperament became more obvious. Mo Shuangxing was standing in front of her, smiling and with a complicated look in her eyes. On the one hand, she was pleased that Qing Jingru achieved the status of an earthly immortal so quickly. On the other hand, her original plan might fail. In Mo Xuanxing's original plan, she hoped that Qing Jingru would not break through for the time being and maintain her cultivation at the peak of Tianyuan, so that she could help Su Mu in the selection trial for the chief disciple. However, once promoted to Earth Immortal, one's status will automatically be promoted to deacon, and one can no longer participate in the selection of disciples. Congratulations, you have become an immortal. Thank you, Master, for protecting me. Qing Jingru bowed and thanked him with a sincere tone. Since you have become an immortal, what path do you want to cultivate? Qing Jingru was stunned for a moment. The graceful figure of a young man appeared in my mind, and a smile could not help but appear on my originally cold and indifferent face. Master, my way is to protect the people I love, and the people who love me. Only the most powerful force can protect. So my path is the path of ice. Mo Xuanxing was slightly stunned, and she also thought of a certain young man. But she just smiled slightly and confirmed Qing Jingru's idea. Yes, the ice path has a bright future and is a perfect match for your physique. If you can make further progress in the future, you may be able to switch to the 5 elements. As for the person I want to protect, Mo Xuanxing smiled. We all have someone we want to protect. Maybe it's still the same. She only murmured the last sentence in her heart but did not say it out loud. Yao named the place holy. Deep underground. Nether Pond. Chen Shu once again woke up from meditation. Feeling the rapid improvement in his cultivation, he looked excited and clenched his fists. When Chen Shu thought about Su Mu being locked up recently, he felt in a good mood and his cultivation progressed much faster. Su Mu, just wait for me. When I come out of confinement, that will be your death. During the time he was in solitary confinement, the hatred in Chen Shu's heart not only did not weaken, but became even stronger, and even turned into a strong murderous intent towards Su Mu. And he already had the outline of a plan in his mind. Buzz. The jade token in the storage ring vibrates. It's news about Yin Luan. What's wrong? Chen Shu replied. On the other end of the jade token, Yin Luan was hesitant to speak, but finally decided to tell everything. What the hell are you talking about? Su Mu was released on bail. The people who released him on bail were Qing Jingru, Nangong Lu, Yi Yan, and a Miss Yu whom I don't know. Who the hell is this Miss Yu? Chen Shu was bewildered, and then a strong anger surged in his heart. If this news was not brought by Yin Luan, he would definitely think someone was joking. How the hell is this possible? In other words, Su Mu didn't even spend a single day in jail before he was bailed out by 4 stunning beauties. What is this? Chen Shu thought that he couldn't go out now because he was also in solitary confinement and the end was nowhere in sight. People are not worried about scarcity but inequality. Chen Shu felt sour that he gritted his teeth. These women are mine. They are mine. Chen Shu also knew Nangong Lu, a famous beauty in the law enforcement hall with a great figure. Before he had the chance to get in touch with the other party had already had such close contact with Su Mu. Chen Shu couldn't accept it at all. He felt like he was cuckolded. Young palace master, there is actually some news. Yin Luan spoke incoherently. Chen Shu forced himself to calm down, took a deep breath, and uttered a word through gritted teeth. Explain. The negative comments I spread in the Holy Land against Su Mu are now showing a trend of being reversed. Yin Luan thought while replying with the jade token. It seems that those who are fighting against me behind my back are from Polai Peak, and Yi Yan is even leading them at the moment. Yi Yan. Isn't she the patrol supervisor? Is she in charge of this matter? Chen Shu stood there in a daze. Well, she usually doesn't care about this, but... I don't know what Yin Luan was thinking about, but his tone sounded a little helpless. As an inspection and supervision elder, Yi Yan has the right to formulate temporary rules and regulations for the Holy Land. She directly issued many relevant regulations and arrested people at every turn. As a result, no one in the Holy Land dares to discuss this issue now. Chen Shu. Chapter 34 is back. Let me pick her up. This is not right. Chen Shu was completely dumbfounded. Damn, can you still play like this? You don't even want to act, right? Chen Shu was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. She abused her power so blatantly, and no one is doing anything about it. Someone can take care of it. Yin Luan was also helpless. According to the rules of the Holy Land, the only person who can control Yi Yan is the Lord of the Holy Land. However, the Lord of the Holy Land has been in seclusion for hundreds of years. How could he come out for such a matter? Chen Shu. Call. He forced himself to take deep breaths, trying to get rid of the stuffiness in his chest. Calm down. It's all because of that villain Su Mu. As long as I get the title of chief disciple after I come out of seclusion, I can slowly take my women back one by one. Thinking of this, Chen Shu's expression finally looked much better. But he saw that Yin Luan had not cut off the connection yet. Anything else? Young palace master, there is actually some bad news. Chen Shu felt like he was about to have a cerebral hemorrhage. Can't you just finish it in one breath? Okay. Yin Luan sent a lot of information at once, covering every detail. Chen Shu read them one by one. The first is that Su Mu was released on bail, which has already been mentioned. Furthermore, their original plan to discredit Su Mu was stopped and now they cannot continue to spread it. In addition, Qing Jinggru, the person involved in the public opinion storm, personally appeared in person to speak out and support Su Mu. What? Harassing me? No, Su Mu didn't harass me. He is a very gentle person and would not do such a thing. My relationship with him, we are fellow disciples, friends, and the rest of the words were not heard. Under such circumstances, Su Mu's reputation not only did not change, but began to suddenly reverse. Such comments favorable to Su Mu emerged in an endless stream, and the momentum was even greater than what Chen Shu and his team had initially planned. Who is behind this? Chen Shu frowned and continued reading. According to the investigation, Nangong Lu used the power of the law enforcement hall to vigorously investigate the source of the initial public opinion that discredited Su Mu. Many of Yin Luan's hidden men were arrested, and now they can only lie low and dare not take any action again. And, according to known information, it was Nangong Lu, Qing Jinggru, and Yi Yan who were jointly promoting favorable remarks towards Su Mu, vowing to reverse the other party's image. Chen Shu was completely dumbfounded. Hateful. You women not only stabbed me in the back. Now you are helping Su Mu to deal with me. When I get out, I will make you regret it. When the time comes, I will make you kneel down under me one by one and lick my feet. Chen Shu's face was gloomy and his expression was unsightly. But even so, the bad news is not over yet. According to the inside information obtained by Yin Luan, Mo Shuangxing, the leader of Po Lai Peak, spread this attitude within the inner circle of their Holy Land's top leaders. Chen Shu is not a good person. I have a grudge against him. If any of you accept him as a disciple in the future, it would be a disrespect to me. Chen Shu. Not a buddy. I didn't offend you this time, did I? Is it because Su Mu is your disciple? Is it necessary to protect him to this extent? Not good. Chen Shu frowned. If there is really no peak master willing to accept him as an inner disciple and make him the chief, then don't even think about it. But it's okay. Yin Luan also gave a solution later. There are still a few peak masters who don't get along well with Mo Shuangxing, so it might be possible for them to join their sect. In this regard, Chen Shu had no choice but to accept it and secretly wrote down the other party's information. He kept thinking in his mind, if he planned to continue to deal with Su Mu in the future, where should he start? That's right. He suddenly remembered that Meng Xiaoxiao was still lurking beside Su Mu. But, the corner of Chen Shu's mouth twitched. Whenever he thought of Meng Xiaoxiao, he would think of the ruthless kick he received that day, and a certain part of his body would ache dully. Forget it, Meng Xiaoxiao is unreliable. Just then, Yin Luan sent a message again. Young palace master, it's not all bad news. I recently got some information that may be useful. Oh, what is it? Chen Shu asked quickly. I heard that Su Hanying from the Su family is coming back soon, and the Su family is planning to hold a welcome banquet. Fortunately, I have some means to infiltrate them. See this. Chen Shu's expression suddenly brightened. Good. Very good. Su Mu. Our story isn't over yet. Let's keep fighting. In the dark cave, a hideous smile could be vaguely seen. In a blink of an eye it was the next day. Po Lai Peak. Top of the mountain. Su Mu stretched, climbed out of bed, glanced at the fiery red morning glow outside the window, and was in a good mood. Well, although the confinement room is quite reassuring, it is still more comfortable to sleep in your own bed. Before he had time to put on his clothes, he felt the vibration from the jade communication token. He picked it up and saw that it was his father Su Ningye. Su Ningye, you little brat, hurry back to your clan today. I've asked your Uncle Mo to pick you up. Su Mu, something happened at home, can you still use me? Su Ningye, what the hell? Your sister Han Ying is coming back. I'm going to ask you to pick her up. The clan is also planning a welcoming party. Su Mu was confused. No, are you really back? So fast. Su Mu remembered it very clearly. Although the other party had said that he would come back not long ago, in the original plot, the other party would not come back until half a year later. He thought that no matter how early it was advanced, it would only be 1 or 2 months at most. Now it's actually half a year earlier. Why are you so impatient? Is there something urgent? It's a bit difficult. Su Mu frowned, held his chin with one hand, and muttered to himself. Is the plot going to go awry again? The father and son then chatted about some other things, during which the father Suning Ye asked him vaguely about the attitude of the law enforcement hall when they put him in solitary confinement. After learning that the law enforcement hall only detained Su Mu for half a day and released him immediately, Suning Ye's mood was obviously much better. He was saying something like, "This old guy is quite sensible, and I should continue to vote for him in the next election." Su Mu didn't understand and didn't care about it now. He is now worrying about how to face Su Hanying later. Trouble. Su Hanying is also one of the heroines of Shenyuan Continent. She is Su Mu's half-sister. Her original parents died on the battlefield. It was Suning Ye who adopted her and finally gave her the surname, Su. In the original plan, Suning Ye wanted to train this orphan of his brothers as the heir of the Su family. Until Su Mu was born. Although Suning Ye doted on Su Mu very much, he was busy with work after all. So when Su Mu was little, it was actually Su Hanying who brought him up. Su Hanying's way of raising children can be described as extremely rough. Disobedient. Beat. Naughty. Beat. Flirting with women. Beat again. Anyway, she firmly believes that a good son is born under the stick. When Su Mu was young, in order to maintain his character, he was forced to do a lot of naughty things and was often beaten by others. Hiss. Whenever Su Mu thought of this, the corners of his mouth twitched and he took a breath. You asked me to pick her up. This is not right. Chapter 35 Su Hanying. What was Dad thinking, asking me to pick her up? Uncle Mo, what do you think about this? On the flying boat. Su Mu tilted his head and asked Uncle Mo for his opinion. Uncle Mo thought about it. Young master, there must be something fishy about this matter. Uncle Mo was actually helpless as well. He knew that Miss Hanying and Su Mu had always had a difficult relationship, especially after they grew up. The two would fight almost every time they met. Although the young master was beaten unilaterally, this did not stop Su Mu's enthusiasm to fight with the other party. Su Mu curled his lips, looking a little dazed. He remembered that when he went through the storyline for the first time, Su Hanying came back half a year later. At that time, Su Mu's storyline mission had actually been almost completed. Chen Shu used the Holy Land as a stepping stone to take off directly, and ruined the entire Su family. The huge family was like a bucket with a hole in it, with problems everywhere. Su Hanying rushed home and put out fires everywhere. She was busy all day and had no time to get angry with Su Mu. Even when Su Mu was killed later, he never got to see Su Hanying. It's so early, I don't know what will happen next. Su Mu was helpless, but still arrived at the pickup location on time. This is a restaurant in the city, a building with 17 floors. The two parties agreed to meet in a private room on the 16th floor. As soon as he entered the restaurant, Su Mu found something wrong. Uncle Mo, isn't it a bit strange that there are so many people in this restaurant? It seems so, young master. Uncle Mo suddenly felt alert and subconsciously moved closer to Su Mu, then casually directed a few servants to go out and find out what was going on. When Su Mu arrived at the designated box, the person who was sent out also came back with news. Young master, I have found out. Oh, what's going on? I heard that Fairy Niancho from the Holy Land of Wonderful Sound will come here today to rest for a while. All of these people here are here to catch a glimpse of her beauty. Oh, Su Mu understood, but was still a little surprised. I didn't expect to meet another heroine here. That's right, it's this Fairy Nianchu. Fairy Niancho, whose full name is Yin Niancho, has an unknown origin. All we know is that she is a saint of the Holy Land of Miaoyan. She has reached the peak of Tianyuan at a young age, and her attainments in the way of music are simply astounding. Many strong men of the older generation could only shake their heads helplessly when facing Yin Niancho, feeling inferior to him. If you put it that way. Is this restaurant full of star chasers now? Su Mu looked strange. He knew that Yin Nianzhou had stunning beauty, extraordinary talent, and most importantly, a voice so beautiful that it was beyond compare. He had no idea how many people would spend all their fortunes just to hear her sing. Su Mu shook his head secretly. Why bother? In fact, he and Yin Nianzhou knew each other, because the other party was Su Hanying's best friend. They had met each other many times when they were young. At that time, he didn't think that the other party was that good looking, just a little cute. I didn't expect that after growing up he would become such a monster that brings disaster to the country and the people. Looks and singing voice, relying on two powerful weapons. Yin Nianzhou is quite famous in the entire Shenyuan continent. In short, he is a top star. Buzz buzz buzz. The message from Su Hanying came via the Jade communication token. Where? In view of the other party's indifferent attitude, Su Mu curled his lips and started to retort without saying a word. Su Hanying, I came to pick you up for my father's sake. Can't you be nicer? I'm telling you, if you keep pretending, I'll turn around and leave. Haha, I guess you dare. Su Hanying's attitude was arrogant. Su Mu's heart suddenly felt relieved. This was the normal communication style between him and Su Hanying. Talking nicely. This was talking nicely. Not taking direct action is already very polite. And the most important thing is, there was no obvious change in Su Hanying's attitude, and she was still as stubborn as I remembered. Very good. Su Mu almost cheered. In the Holy Land, he was already overwhelmed by those heroines. Now finally there is a normal heroine. Look at Su Hanying's attitude. This is the correct way to treat the villain cannon fodder. This is a model. Su Mu even wanted to record this scene and take it back to the Holy Land for the other people to learn from. Okay. You guys wait here, I'll go pick her up downstairs. Su Mu waved his hand casually, turned around and went downstairs. Uncle Mo was stunned for a moment, but still followed quietly. After all, the young master must have someone to protect him, especially now that there are so many people around. After staying in the box for a while, there were more people in the restaurant and Su Mu had difficulty moving through. Come on, please make way. Who the hell stepped on my foot? Someone farted. Fuck. Su Mu finally squeezed to the first floor. If the city had not prohibited cultivators below the Earth Immortal realm from flying without reason, he would have jumped out of the window directly. Looking back at the crowded restaurant, he suddenly thought of canned sardines. When he turned his gaze back, there was a very familiar woman in front of him. What are you looking at? Su Hanying raised her hand to lift the hair by her ear. She was wearing a pure white dress, and her long black hair was casually draped like a waterfall. Su Mu glanced at the other person. She was still the beautiful face he remembered, but her face looked more heroic. After all, she had been baptized by the battlefield and looked much more mature. It adds a different kind of charm. Many people on the roadside turned their eyes here with surprised expressions. I was deeply moved by what a heroic and beautiful woman she was. Su Mu felt helpless. Does it look good? Of course it looks good. Even though the two of them didn't get along, he couldn't deny that Su Hanying was indeed very beautiful. Pity. When you cut it open, it's black inside. It's still colorful black, and the black looks good. Why did you change your style? Didn't you always wear men's clothes before? Su Mu was puzzled. In his impression, Su Hanying is the kind of tough female figure who wears men's tight clothes all day long, and she would get angry if anyone asked her to wear a skirt. Saying things like skirts are inconvenient to move around in the battlefield. Why did you suddenly change your personality today? That is, Su Mu couldn't help but frown. Why does this skirt look familiar? You don't recognize this dress. Su Hanying frowned slightly and looked unhappy. Why should I know this? Su Mu shrugged nonchalantly. The fact that the two of them could communicate calmly and peacefully without fighting until now was already an improvement in their relationship. How could he care about what the other person was wearing? Snort. Su Hanying snorted coldly and turned away. This dress was clearly given by Su Mu himself, but now he can't even recognize it. In order to get the size of this custom-made clothing, Su Mu even sneaked into her boudoir and was beaten up for it. Really? Su Hanying was a little annoyed. This was clearly a gift you made with so much care, and now I've finally put it on, but you didn't recognize it. Stupid pig. Chapter 36 Murderous Intent. Stupid pig. The same stupid pig as when I was a kid. Su Hanying had a blank expression on her face, her arms folded across her chest, and she said nothing. All right, what are you just standing there for? Oh, right. Su Mu suddenly remembered. Your best friend Yin Niancho will be here soon. Do you want to wait here or go to the private room? It was obviously not a coincidence that Yin Niancho and Su Haining appeared in this restaurant at the same time. The two must have made an appointment with each other. No need, let's go home directly. She will come naturally during the welcoming banquet. Okay, I'll go call Uncle Mo and the others. No need, young master. Just as Su Mu was about to turn around and leave, Uncle Mo suddenly appeared and bowed to Su Haining. Miss. Su Haining nodded lightly and said nothing. Young master, just wait here. I'll go call them. Watching the other person hurriedly leaving, Su Mu was confused. Can't you just use the communication jade token to send a message? Do you have to go up and call for help? After Uncle Mo walked away, he glanced back and thought to himself, young master, you must strive to be good and communicate well with Miss Han Ying. This is all I can do for you. Where's the thing I brought you? Su Haining suddenly spoke up. She didn't see the storage ring on Su Mu's hand, that was specially customized by her. Put it away. And your ring is so sissy. How can I, such a mighty and domineering person, wear that? Su Mu held his head high and chest puffed out. So what is this in your hand? Su Haining frowned. He saw that Su Mu was wearing an unfamiliar storage ring on his hand. The ring had intricate patterns and was small and exquisite. She remembered that Su Mu had only one storage ring since he was a child and never changed for other ones. It was not because he didn't have one, but because he didn't like to change. Hey. Su Mu raised his right hand proudly, on which was the storage ring that Qing Jingru had given him when he first entered the Holy Land. As a veteran bootlicker, Su Mu certainly paid special attention to such details. After receiving this gift, he has only worn this ring. Don't ask. The question is to maintain the character. Don't believe me, this is a gift from Jingru. Su Mu looked somewhat pleased with himself. Su Hanning's body froze, as if she was suddenly hit by a slap. You still like her? Certainly. Su Mu nodded without hesitation. Of course I like Jingru. What else? Do I like you? Su Mu couldn't help but roll his eyes, feeling a little strange. Why was Su Haining so fussy today? And she even changed into a skirt. Something felt wrong. Bah, shameless. I'm your sister, and I watched you grow up. Su Haining also responded with a roll of his eyes. He had become immune to Su Mu's speaking style. My silly brother, why can't you see clearly? In that case, let me protect you in this life. Shameless bastard. Su Mu wanted to reach out and scratch his ears. What was wrong with Su Haining today? Didn't they say this kind of thing all the time? Shouldn't he be immune to it? But even so, Su Mu still clearly felt the disdain and disgust that Su Haining expressed towards him. Pretty. Su Haining is a normal heroine. Su Mu was extremely happy. Coincidentally, Uncle Mo also came down with others at this time. The group hurriedly boarded the flying boat and headed quickly towards the direction of the Su clan's land. By the way, why did you come back so early? Didn't you say you were going to train in the wasteland battlefield? The current stage of training has ended, and my father said that there are some things in the family that need my help. Su Haining lied without blinking an eye. She was not worried at all about her lie being exposed, because Su Mu had not paid any attention to family affairs so far, and he had no idea what was going on at home. Really? Upon hearing this, Su Mu just nodded, said, oh, and didn't ask any more questions. Being able to serve as Su Mu's exclusive flying boat, its grade must be extremely high. It only took a moment to cross the vast area. The young lady is back. At the gate of the clan land. The guard on duty shouted loudly, his tone full of surprise. It's the eldest lady who's back. That's great. Many people from the tribe came out to greet them with sincere smiles on their faces. When facing Su Haining, they really hope that she can be in charge of the family. At least she is much more reliable than Su Mu, the future successor. Not long after the two returned, the guards outside the door came with another report. Ms. Yin Niancho is here too. Everyone immediately looked in the direction of the sound. A beautiful girl in a purple gauze dress came slowly, surrounded by a crowd of people, followed by 4 beautiful maids, like a beautiful landscape. Su Mu didn't care much at first, but after taking a glance, he couldn't look away. Fuck. What amazed him was not Yin Niancho's beauty, but the 4 people behind her. Plum, Orchid, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum. How did you get involved with these 4 people? In the original plot of Shenyuan Continent, Su Mu had seen relevant information about these 4 girls. In short, they were killers, and there was an extremely powerful force behind them. Su Mu had no idea what this force was specifically. Because based on the plot chapters he saw before he traveled through time, it seemed that the damn author had been laying the groundwork and had no intention of revealing the whole story at all. In the original plot, these 4 beautiful killers, by chance, were used by the male protagonist Chen Shu. Of course, the 4 of them will also be taken into the other party's harem. Su Mu couldn't understand it. Since Chen Shu was practicing Tongzi Kung Fu, why did he keep so many beauties around him? Was he just looking at them? Plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum, 4 killers, each of them is proficient in a musical instrument and is good at killing people with music. Su Mu recalled the information about these 4 people in his mind, and he suddenly wondered if these 4 people were sent by Chen Shu to kill him. No way. Su Mu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Chen Shu shouldn't have such a brain disease. Now he is in the Su family's territory, and everyone around him is named Su. Do you think this kind of place would attack Su Mu, the current young master of the Su family and the only heir of the future Su family? Are you sure you are not kidding? Despite his doubts, Su Mu could only force himself to suppress these thoughts and instead began to greet Yin Niancho with a smile. Long time no see, you look beautiful again. Holy Land Netherworld Tale. Chen Shu received the message from Yin Luan again. Young Palace Master, the arrangements for the Su family have already been made. I will keep you informed when the time comes. Chen Shu nodded with satisfaction, then looked at the rest of the information. According to your instructions, I have mobilized those hidden agents again, and they are now trying to get information about Qing Jingru, Yi Yan and the other 4. Except for the mysterious Miss Yu, we have no clues about the others at present. Young Palace Master, are you going to take action against them? Chapter 37 Brother Mu. Are you going to do anything to them? Facing Yin Luan's question, Chen Shu frowned slightly. Of course not, at least not now. They are still very useful to me now. Remember to tell your men to keep a low profile. Yes, Yin Luan responded respectfully. The 2 then discussed many recent events, and Yin Luan hesitantly put forward his own guess. Young Palace Master, since those people are so protective of Su Mu, could they be? Yin Luan didn't finish his words, but Chen Shu already understood what he meant. Impossible, there is absolutely no way they would like Su Mu. Chen Shu had a sneer on his lips. Even if you beat him to death, he would not believe that Qing Jingru and Yi Yan, the proud daughters of heaven, would be interested in a playboy and brainless bootlicker like Su Mu. Don't worry about that, I have my own arrangements. Oh, that's right. Chen Shu suddenly remembered something important. How is the matter of you arranging people to lurk around Su Mu now? Young Palace Master, according to their message, they have already arrived at the Su family's territory and are trying to take action. Yin Luan responded dutifully. But after all, this is the lair of the immortals. We have no news at the moment. We can only wait. Chen Shu nodded. He once wanted Meng Xiaoxiao to do this for him, but after the kick from her, Chen Shu realized that the other party might have betrayed him. Although there was no subordinate relationship between the 2, Chen Shu was surprisingly angry at the sudden change of heart by such a close person. Not only did he have to find someone to lurk around Su Mu, he also had to see what this woman Meng Xiaoxiao was going to do. Even Chen Shu's face was gloomy. If the other party has really changed his mind, he doesn't mind removing an obstacle from his way forward. Young Palace Master, are you really planning to take action against Miss Meng? Yin Luan asked tentatively. If she has really betrayed me, this matter will be left to you to carry out. Chen Shu's words were extremely cold. Yin Luan, who was on the other end of the communication jade token, couldn't help but frown. According to his understanding, Meng Xiaoxiao and the young palace master have been close friends for many years, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are childhood sweethearts. As a result, now, just because the other party was suspected of having a change of heart, Chen Shu was already planning how to kill her. Yin Luan couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. If Chen Shu treated his childhood sweetheart like this, how about his subordinates? What would happen in the future? Moreover, in order to obtain information about Qing Jingru and the other party forcibly activated the hidden chess piece. This shows that they do not care about their lives at all. In addition, news about Chen Shu came again. The selection of the chief disciple will be held in less than a month. Before that, we must find out the news clearly. I want to know why they are so protective of Su Mu. Yes. After putting away the jade token, Yin Luan sat cross-legged alone in the cave, silent for a long time. Well, he sighed softly. As an old man who grew up in Tianhe Palace, he also has a secret that is unknown to the public, that is, he has an illegitimate daughter. Although it was an accidental birth, it still caused a ripple in Yin Luan's long silent heart. Although the father and daughter could not recognize each other, he still continued to protect each other in secret. Nian Chu. Yin Luan had a complicated expression. All along, he has been protecting the other person secretly and has never had any other thoughts. But this time he had no other choice but to mobilize the four, plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum, who had been lurking around his daughter. The original mission of these four people was to protect Yin Niancho and not let the other party know, but now, one of them needs to lurk beside Su Mu. Out of guilt towards his daughter, Yin Luan felt depressed and found it difficult to calm down. At this time, he suddenly glanced at another jade communication token at hand. There is a secret report from an informant on it. Elder, I recently received news that an important person from Mishang Tower is about to go to the Yaofeng Holy Land. The specific information is unknown, but we only know that the other party is a woman with the surname Shen. Yin Luan frowned. Although Tianhe Palace is a mysterious force that has stood for thousands of years, they are not without rivals. Mishanglu is also a secret force. Over the long years, the two major forces have been competing with each other, snatching resources in all aspects and developing secret lines. What a troubled time. The Holy Land is becoming increasingly restless. Walking out of the cave, Yin Luan looked up at the sky. The thoughts in his eyes were more complicated than the starry sky. Su family land. Su Mu, Su Hainiang and Yin Niancho withdrew their gazes from the sky, looked at each other and started talking to each other. Plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum were waiting not far behind him, wearing clothes of the same color but different styles. They had their hands folded on their abdomens, with graceful manners and no words. After greeting each other not long ago, Su Mu and the other two came to this small courtyard to chat. Although the reason for today's gathering is Su Haniang's welcome party, the real protagonist is actually Su Mu's father, Su Ningye. After all, he is the head of the clan and has the highest status. However, Su Ningye had something to do and hadn't come yet, so the three of them could only kill time. Su Mu was actually very helpless. If possible, he really didn't want to stay with Su Hainiang for too long, because he was afraid that they would start fighting while chatting. In terms of cultivation, Su Mu cannot beat Su Hainiang. What's more, he is just a second-generation playboy with very little combat experience. Su Hainiang goes to the battlefield in the wilderness whenever he has nothing to do, where there are endless weird things, ferocious beasts, and even evil monks. The slightest carelessness can result in death. Only those who really want to train themselves will go to such a place. As for Yin Niancho, Su Mu's eyes turned and he looked at the other person. Yin Niancho smiled and covered her mouth with her hands, chuckling. Little brother Su Mu, why are you staring at me? Do you think I am pretty? Haha, looks good. Su Mu was extremely perfunctory. The other party is famous throughout the Abyss continent, so his appearance must be excellent, with long eyebrows, a beautiful nose and jade lips, all of which are exquisite. Su Mu didn't care much about it, because he remembered that this person was also one of the heroines and was also Chen Shu's man in the original novel. I haven't seen you for many years. You have changed a lot. The two chatted idly, but Su Hainiang couldn't help feeling a little strange. Since childhood, because Su Haniang's attitude towards Su Mu was extremely cold, either beating or scolding him, the relationship between her best friend and Su Mu was naturally not very good. At most, the two of them knew each other, and rarely showed such closeness. So she winked at the other party and whispered to him secretly. What's wrong with you? Aren't you two strangers? Yin Niancho blinked her eyes, looking somewhat charming and playful. What? I don't understand. Su Mu is your brother after all. As your best friend, can't he say hello? Although this reason seems a bit far-fetched, it seems reasonable if you think about it carefully. Although Su Hainiang felt a little strange, she didn't investigate further. Just then, Brother Mu, a sweet girl's voice sounded from behind her. The two girls in the field froze and turned to look. Chapter 38. The atmosphere became strange. Brother Mu. I prepared some pastries for you. Want some? Meng Xiaoxiao smiled as beautifully as a flower and walked up with a tray in her hands. As for why she was here, it was of course because when Su Mu left the Holy Land, she strongly requested to follow him. Meng Xiaoxiao has now completely put herself into the role of Su Mu's personal maid. Since she is a personal maid, of course, she has to follow her master wherever he goes. Owner. Thinking of this name, the girl couldn't help but blush, but she didn't show any abnormality. Su Haining was stunned and pointed at Meng Xiaoxiao. Who is this? Su Haining had met Meng Xiaoxiao in her previous life. After all, she was a lady from the Dream Clan, and the two had had many interactions. Especially in the final battle to stop Chen Shu from becoming the immortal emperor, the two of them even cooperated a lot. But now, facing Su Haniying's cold inquiry, Su Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. She was a follower I recruited in the Holy Land, and now she's my maid. What's wrong? Yes, it's this kind of speaking attitude that sounds murderous. As a heroine, it is this kind of attitude that makes people feel comfortable. The more Su Mu looked at Su Haining, the more satisfied he became. Hello, miss. Meng Xiaoxiao has a very clear understanding of her own positioning and takes the initiative to introduce herself. My name is Meng Xiaoxiao, I am an inner disciple of the Holy Land Union Peak, and now I am a follower of Brother Mu. Hearing the words, Brother Mu, Su Haniying's already cold expression became even uglier. She suddenly remembered that Su Mu already had many maids around him, and now there was one more beautiful one. How abominable. Oh. Su Haining spoke in a cold voice, feeling very unhappy and even highly alert. Could it be that? Did Meng Xiaoxiao deliberately approach Su Mu? Unconsciously, Su Haining developed a strong sense of wariness towards this beautiful girl. Meng Xiaoxiao was a little surprised. In her previous life, she had naturally seen Su Haining. When the two met for the first time, although they were not very enthusiastic towards each other, they were not as wary or even hostile as they are now. Baffling. They weren't the only ones looking strange. After hearing the voice of Brother Mu, Yin Nianchou's body suddenly froze. Thoughts raced in his mind, and he felt a little regretful. Why was he older than Su Mu? If she was younger than Su Mu, could she also use such an intimate name? The atmosphere in the venue suddenly became cold. Su Mu was a little confused. What's going on? He looked around the courtyard. There were 8 people in the courtyard, and he was the only man. Why does the atmosphere feel weird? Su Mu frowned secretly. In the original plot, Meng Xiaoxiao and Su Haining had also met. Although she was not taken home by Su Mu, the situation was similar to the current one. Considering that the plot was similar to the original, Su Mu didn't pay too much attention to it. That's not right, Su Mu thought secretly. In the original plot, when the two heroines met, the atmosphere was not so tense. Look at the eye contact between these two people now, there seems to be sparks flying, as if they are declaring their sovereignty to each other and neither of them will give in. Wrong. Su Mu suddenly shook his head. This must be his own illusion. These two are serious heroines, and seem to be the most reliable ones at the moment. Su Haining has always treated Su Mu very badly, and Meng Xiaoxiao was tipping off Chen Shu some time ago. Su Mu didn't forget. When I went to meet Yi Yan, if Meng Xiaoxiao hadn't tipped me off in advance, how could Chen Shu have arrived at the scene so quickly? Most importantly, you are the heroine. Instead of competing for the attention of the male protagonist Chen Shu, she actually came to him, a supporting villain, to assert her sovereignty. This doesn't seem right no matter how you think about it. It doesn't make sense logically. It seems I'm overthinking it. Su Mu nodded secretly. I can't help but wonder if it's because there have been too many plot collapses recently that has caused me to become a little neurotic and my logical thinking has been affected. On the other side, Yin Nianchou's mind was full of thoughts. One moment he thought that he could now call Su Mu, little brother. The next moment he thought, wouldn't it be nice if he could call Su Mu, brother? The girl was in a state of confusion, her beautiful eyebrows were twisted together, making her look extremely lovable. All right. Su Mu stood up and waved his hand casually. I'm going to go back to my room and rest for a while. Dad will call me when he gets home. After saying that, he took Meng Xiaoxiao and left. Su Haining and Yin Nianchou were left looking at each other. Su Haniying's expression suddenly became serious. Although she usually looked very serious, as her best friend, Yin Nianchou still noticed the change in her best sister's expression. Nian Chu, I have something very important to discuss with you now. The two men dismissed their attendants. Su Hanying spoke in a serious tone. I am going to tell you a very important secret to me now. This secret even concerns the survival of my family. I hope you will listen carefully and help me with some advice. Su Mu has returned to his courtyard at this moment. Just entered the door. On both sides of the road were neatly arranged weapon racks filled with various types of halberds. Each one was extremely powerful. This is Su Mu's personal collecting habit. He loves to use this kind of weapon that looks extremely powerful. Brother Mu, let me give you a massage. Su Mu turned and looked at Meng Xiaoxiao. I can't help but admire his writing. That's awesome. In order to get rid of a supporting role like himself, the villain cannon fodder, he actually sent his future wife to be an undercover agent and let Su Mu take all the benefits. Su Mu laughed out loud immediately. Okay. Back in the room, Su Mu lay on the bed, and Meng Xiaoxiao took off her shoes and stood up. Then she stepped on Su Mu's back with her pink little feet, again and again. The force is just right. Su Mu closed his eyes comfortably and fell asleep quickly. When he woke up, Su Ningye had already returned. So the welcome banquet officially began. The scale of the banquet was not large. It was originally to welcome Su Hanying home. Strictly speaking, it was actually a family dinner. Su Mu, Su Ningye, Su Hanying, and Yin Nianchou, who has a very good relationship with Su Hanying, are all the protagonists of this banquet. Nianchou hasn't come to our house for many years. During the meal, Su Ningye spoke with a smile. When Yin Nianchou was a child, he always loved to come to their Su family to play, but later, Su Hanying was away from home for most of the year, so he stopped coming. Uncle Su, Nianchu is sorry to bother you today. Yin Nianchou is well-mannered and has the demeanor of a lady from a noble family. Everyone was chatting and laughing. All those present were cultivators, and before they knew it, they were talking about topics related to cultivation. What level of cultivation do you have now? Su Ningye asked with a smile. Normally, it was very offensive to inquire about other people's cultivation. But Su Ningye is the elder and his cultivation is high enough. He would know the answer even if he didn't ask. He asked this just to start a conversation. Then everyone spoke one by one. Su Mu, peak of Tianyuan realm. Yin Nianchou, the third level of Tianyuan realm. Su Hanying, peak of the earthly immortal realm, half step to heavenly immortal. Su Mu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Chapter 39 I Want You. Wow, the breakthrough is so fast. Su Mu couldn't help but be a little surprised. Although Su Hanying was older than him, she was only a little older, only 5 or 6 years older at most. I didn't expect the difference in their cultivation levels was so huge. Hearing this, Su Ningye also smiled and nodded, with some relief in his eyes. Your cultivation speed is almost catching up with mine. It's true that the new generation is better than the old. Father, you are the most powerful person in the world. The entire Su family depends on you. Ha ha ha. The father and daughter were pulling each other, and suddenly the topic turned to Su Mu. Su Ningye's hand holding the wine glass suddenly paused, his brows slightly furrowed, and then he spoke seriously. More. This is the exclusive name that Su Ningye uses for his beloved son. You have now entered the Holy Land for training. I believe you will see fruitful results in the future. In that case, I think it's time to officially announce your status as the heir. Fuck. Su Mu was so shocked that he almost spit out the tea in his mouth. He waved his hands repeatedly. No, Dad, this is too hasty. You are an immortal king cultivator with a lifespan of nearly 10,000 years. Why are you in such a hurry to choose a successor? Joke. Although everyone now knows that Su Ningye will definitely pass the position of clan leader to Su Mu in the future, after all, he only has this one son. But, knowing but not saying it out loud and making a direct public statement are two completely different things. This doesn't even exist in the original plot. Su Mu is now afraid of these things that have a significant impact on the plot. He didn't even have to think too hard to imagine that if he really publicly became the heir of the Su family, not to mention the male protagonist, the attitudes of many unfamiliar female supporting characters towards him would change dramatically. After all, this is the heir of the immortal clan. The weight of it is heavier than you can imagine. If Su Mu really gets this identity, what will happen if the heroines don't dare to step on him because of his identity? So will the plot still be performed? Su Mu shook his head like a rattle. No, absolutely not. No shit. Facing her only son, Su Ningye immediately relaxed a lot. I am your father and the clan leader. Whoever I say is the heir is the heir. Of course I won't make you so anxious now. Didn't you enter the Holy Land? I remember that every time new disciples enter, there will be a selection for the chief disciples. I need you to come out on top in this selection. At the same time, your cultivation must at least break through to the earthly immortal realm. Then I will publicly announce your status as the successor. Su Mu was completely numb. No, Dad, please don't mess with me. I've been forced to start the second round. Most of the broken plots in the previous ones are basically related to you. Do you still want to play me now? Su Mu couldn't help but wonder if the biggest traitor around him was his father Su Ningye. But he couldn't resist now, so he thought quickly and came up with a good idea. Dad, if you insist, I can be the heir, but I have one condition. Oh, are you still setting conditions for me, your father? Su Ningye laughed. Okay, tell me, when did you come up with a condition? I didn't agree to it. Su Mu took a deep breath. If you want me to be your successor, I hope you can let Su Hanying be my guardian elder. Hearing this, Su Ningye's smile suddenly froze. According to the Su family's tradition, each successor will be accompanied by a guardian elder, who is usually a person with extremely high cultivation and extremely close to the main lineage. This position represents not only the protection of the heir's growth, but more importantly, the two will develop an extremely close relationship. Sometimes they are master and apprentice, sometimes they are relatives, and some people will even directly marry in this relationship and become Taoist companions. Once the heir ascends the throne, the guardian elder will become second only to him and above everyone else. Dad, you know that I have never had patience for anything since I was a kid, and I have no idea how to run a family. But, Su Mu paused for a moment. Sister Hanying is different. She grew up under your care. She knows more about family management than I do. If I were to take over such a large family as the Su family, without her by my side to help me, wouldn't our family be destroyed by me in a few days? Su Mu talked freely. Su Ningye frowned and thought for a moment, and couldn't help but feel that what Su Mu said made some sense. He knew very well how capable his son was. What's more, Su Hanying grew up under his care. Not only does she have good talent and character, but she is also completely trustworthy. But he was still a little hesitant. After all, he also knew what the relationship between Su Mu and Su Hanying was like. Why did this kid suddenly change his personality? Have you really grown up? Su Ningye was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. I can't make the decision on this matter. You have to ask your sister. The father and son immediately looked at Su Hanying. But Su Hanying was completely confused. The moment Su Mu said that he wanted her to be the guardian elder, countless information flashed through the girl's mind and her pretty face turned red. Why? Why did Su Mu let me be the guardian elder? Although his reasons were indeed very detailed and reasonable. But this is the biggest unreasonableness. After all, my relationship with him is so complicated. Although she was extremely panicked inside, the mentality she had developed on the battlefield for a long time still allowed her to calm down. Su Hanying thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Good. Yes. Su Mu shouted in his heart. According to the original plot, the identity of the heir should be Su Hanying. Although Su Mu's father only wanted to pass this identity to his son, at that time, the entire Su family was badly harmed by Su Mu and faced the crazy revenge of the male protagonist Chen Shu. Even if he is the patriarch, he cannot risk the disapproval of the world. Therefore, Su Hanying's character is that of a strong woman who is in charge of the entire family's career. Even if the plot deviates, Su Mu must try his best to save the heroine's character and must not let it collapse. He has thought it through. Even if his father really passes the identity of the heir to him, he can just be a hands-off boss and make Su Hanying the actual heir. In addition, faced with this emergency, Su Mu thought of a lot. Dad requires Su Mu to obtain the status of chief disciple and be promoted to the earthly immortal realm. Although that is what they say, it is just gold plating. Su Ningye will definitely use various means to help Su Mu, and I don't know how much the plot will be distorted. No way. Delay it as long as possible. Su Mu sighed in his heart. Procrastination was the only solution he could think of at the moment. If he resisted too fiercely, his own character would be ruined. After the family had their conversation, they discussed many details. Yin Niancho was already a little stunned at the side. Did you witness the inheritance of the immortal power with your own eyes? Chapter 40 Lingxiao Wangxi. The banquet is not over yet. But everyone's mind was not on eating. Su Mu's mind was full of thoughts on how to fix the plot. Would his father mess things up again? What should he do? How could he ensure that his plot mission was completed normally? Yin Nianqiu looked at Su Mu with an extremely brilliant gaze. He was indeed a younger brother. At such a young age, he had already reached the top of a mountain that countless people could never reach in their lifetime. Su Haining still seemed silent. But her heart was in turmoil and she was unable to calm down. Does Su Mu really have to have me? Su Haining thought about it carefully and felt that every reason given by the other party was appropriate, and it was indeed reasonable for her to be the guardian elder. But Su Mu doesn't have to have her. The Su family has a vast territory and a population that is incalculable. Even among those who are close to the main line, there are at least dozens of people who can serve as guardian elders. In this case, Su Mu chose Su Haining to be the guardian elder because he had other intentions. Could it be that, even if he quarrels with me every day, does he still treat me as his sister in his heart? The girl's heart was shaken. She suddenly realized that at this critical moment, Su Mui relied on and trusted her. Thinking of this, Su Haining unconsciously raised her eyes and looked at the young man opposite her. The young man concentrated on eating, but there was a gleam in his eyes, and it was obvious that he was thinking about something. Su Mu. Su Haining made a secret decision in her heart. Since you are my brother, then I will protect you forever. No one can hurt you. No one. The meal was quickly finished and everyone wanted to talk about something else. At this moment, a servant suddenly came to report that Luo Haicheng had arrived and was looking for Su Mu. Su Mu suddenly felt as if he had been pardoned, and ran out in a hurry. If he stayed here any longer, who knows what tricks his father would come up with. Run. Mad must run. The news from Luohai City came just in time. Su Mu had never been so grateful to the other party for coming to him to hang out. This kid. Looking at Su Mu's receding back, Su Ningye felt somewhat helpless. But he is still a child after all, so let him play if he wants to. Anyway, I, your father, have plenty of power and money, and I can cover for you no matter what trouble you get into. Su Ningye slowly turned around and looked at Su Haining. Han Ying, I'll leave this kid to you from now on. He's not good at anything, so you have to help him more. Hearing these words that seemed like a lifelong entrustment, Su Haining subconsciously clenched her toes hidden under the table and her face flushed slightly. I remember my father, but maybe Su Mu isn't as bad as you think. Su Ningye laughed out loud upon hearing this, thinking that her daughter was just comforting her and didn't take it seriously. Only Su Haining looked dazed. She remembered that when she was sorting out Su Mu's belongings in her previous life, she found a complete scroll in his drawer. It records many novel ideas and thoughts, even a preview of the Su crisis and some feasible solutions. Su Haining was stunned at the time. She didn't expect that the other party was so talented and had such extraordinary intelligence. Moreover, she read the solution proposed by Su Mu in detail. Not only was the angle novel, but it was also very practical. By using the other party's method, she was able to preserve the Su family members to the greatest extent. It was as if the young man had foreseen that his death would bring trouble to the Su family. Outside the Su family, a luxurious flying boat was suspended in the air, with all kinds of dazzling neon lights flashing around it. These were formations driven by vital energy. They had no other function except to look very cool. Su Mu flew in the air and soon landed on the flying boat. Luo Haicheng grinned. Hey, Su Mu, let's go. I'll take you out to have some fun. Fuck. Su Mu responded with a thumbs down gesture. By the way, where have you been recently? Why haven't I seen you? When Su Mu was still in the detention room of the law enforcement hall, facing the sudden bail, he wondered if Luo Haicheng came to find him. Later, she learned from Meng Xiaoxiao that she had gone to look for Luo Haicheng, but he seemed to have an emergency at home and was not in the Holy Land. Hi. Luo Haicheng rarely looked depressed. You don't know, my sister had a conflict with her family some time ago, and it was quite a big one. Shouldn't I go back and persuade her? Your sister. Loi. Su Mu suddenly recalled this person. She was also one of the heroines of Shenyuan Continent, Luo Haicheng's biological sister, and the person who killed Luo Haicheng personally in the plot of the previous life. Luo Haicheng looked helpless. You know my little sister. She won't listen to anyone except me at home, so I have no choice but to go back. Speaking of which, Luo Haicheng suddenly thought of something. Didn't you ask about my sister before? What? Do you want to get closer to me? Get out of here. Su Mu was a little annoyed. You can curse me here, this is the heroine. Don't have anything to do with me. Just step on me when you pass by. One more thing. I heard that you were arrested and put in solitary confinement by the law enforcement hall some time ago. Is that true? Luo Haicheng had a strange look on his face, as if he was forcing himself to hold back a laugh. Su Mu's face was full of black lines. As a good brother, if the other person is in trouble, of course you will help him at the first opportunity. But if you can hold back your laughter after learning that the other person is in trouble, then you are very loyal. Damn it. If you say one more word, I'll turn around and go home. Su Mu was furious when he thought about how his great plan of going to jail was ruined some time ago. But the ones who ruined his plan were the heroines. It's really hateful. Who is that, Miss Rain? Even now, Su Mu still doesn't know, and the more he thinks about it, the more annoyed he becomes. Okay, we're wrong, let's go, I have an appointment at a good place today. Luo Haicheng chuckled, a smile that every man could understand appeared on his face. Soon, the flying boat arrived at its destination. Lingxiao Wangxi. Su Mu looked up at the huge plaque above the Linshui Pavilion, and information about this place suddenly emerged in his mind. Lingxiao Wangxi is a popular place among young cultivators nowadays. It is built next to a spiritual spring. The water flowing under your feet is actually condensed from vital energy. As for what this place was used for, Su Mu was somewhat helpless. In his opinion, this is nothing more than a place for lonely young men and women to vent their emotions to each other, of course, not physically, but just to find some entertainment and excitement. This place is not only for male practitioners, there are also many female practitioners. But all the people who come here have one thing in common, that is, they are rich. They have a strong background and are either rich or noble. Lingxiao Wangxi has a total of 9 floors. The higher the floor, the higher the consumption. It is said that as long as you have money, you can find all kinds of excitement here. Moreover, this place implements a membership system, and you cannot enter if you are not a member. Su Mu was a little helpless because he was not a member. Of course it's not because he has no money, but because people are unwilling to invite him. After all, Su Mu's reputation is really too bad. This is his first time here. Okay, stop looking, let's go in. Luo Haicheng pushed Su Mu and walked inside. Chapter 41 I'm really not your big brother. Su Mu entered Lingxiao Wangxi. When you look up, you will see all kinds of magnificent things, carved beams and painted buildings, which may even be a little dazzling. Damn, why is it so much more vulgar than I thought? No matter if it's vulgar or not, that style is what the old men in the family like, not us. Luo Haicheng shrugged. Besides, the styles of each floor here are different. Let's go up to the 6th floor. As Su Mu walked up, he was thinking about the plot of this place. In the original novel of Shenyuan Continent, there are also some descriptions about this place, but the perspective is not from Su Mu, but from Chen Shu. According to the original plot, Chen Shu had become the chief disciple at that time. He defeated Su Mu during the selection and trial process and won Qing Jingru's heart. During the trial, in order to target Chen Shu, Su Mu did not hesitate to have someone secretly make changes, which resulted in an ancient-level ferocious beast accidentally released into the trial field, causing heavy casualties. Yi Yan and Nangongxi were also injured in the trial. Su Mu offended many people at once, and some people in his family became increasingly dissatisfied with him, causing public outrage. Chen Shu, on the other hand, took off directly, and his already resounding reputation became even better. During the trial, he single-handedly held back an ancient-level ferocious beast and saved the lives of many disciples, and was regarded as a lifesaver. When Su Mu thought that the disciple trial would be coming soon and he would definitely release the ancient ferocious beast again, his mood suddenly became bad. Here we come. We're on the 6th floor. Su Luo and the other person walked in side by side. Welcome, 2 young masters. As soon as I entered the door, 2 rows of maids bowed and greeted me in unison, their voices charming and gentle, their sleeves fluttering. Su Mu took a careful look and felt that the scene looked very familiar. Well, these maids can serve as the appearance of Lingxiao Wangxi, and their looks are also acceptable, considered to be above average. But, perhaps because he had seen too many beautiful women like the heroine, Su-mu had become immune to it, and his mind was still constantly thinking about the future plot. The two found a seat and sat down, ordering some food and drinks. Luo Haicheng then began to look for a target, and soon his eyes lit up. Hey, I found a group of good ones. They are good looking and have decent family backgrounds. They seem to be from the Chen family next door. How about coming with me? Luo Haicheng invited him graciously, and he brought Su-mu here today with the idea of letting him see the world. As long as Su-mu gets to know more women out there, he will naturally not hang himself on Qing Jingru's tree. He will open his eyes and see the world. There are so many women in this world, why make things difficult for yourself? Not interested. Su-mu curled his lips. He didn't like such noisy places. Most of the time, if the plot didn't require it, he could find a corner and stay alone for the whole day. Besides, he has maids at home, and Meng Xiaoxiao gives foot massages, and he really doesn't care about these things. Okay. Luo Haicheng felt a little helpless. I thought that this might be the first time for the other party to come to such an occasion and he might not be used to it, so I should just bring Su-mu with me more often in the future. Or see if you can find a way to get a membership card for Su-mu as well. I'll come find you later. Luo Haicheng turned and left, leaving Su-mu sitting alone at the table. His seat was next to the window and he could see the scenery in the distance. The moon and stars are getting thinner, and thousands of mountains are shrouded in green smoke. Big brother. Su-mu thought he could enjoy the scenery and relax, but he didn't expect to see someone he knew. He turned his head and looked. Qian-kun had a look of surprise on his face, and with several people around him, he immediately came up. I didn't expect you to be here too, brother. Su-mu was confused. Huh, when did I become your big brother? By the way, when were you released? No, you are my big brother. Qian-kun looked serious and bowed. The last time we were in the detention room together, I made up my mind to worship you as my big brother. From now on, I will be your follower. I will follow you. No, why? Su-mu still didn't understand. Qian-kun had a look of admiration on his face. Just based on the method you used to get 4 beauties to jointly bail you out last time, it will take me several lifetimes to learn from you. Big brother, please accept me. Su-mu. It sounds like it's really what I thought. He looked at the people behind Qian-kun. And what about them? Brother, let me introduce you. Qian-kun volunteered, and the situation already took on a bit of the younger brother's style. This is the young master of the Hai family, Hai Song, this is the young master of the Chen family, Chen Yi, and this is. He said a lot of things and ended with, we all came out of the confinement room during this period. Then he stood there, without saying a word, as if waiting for Su-mu's inspection. Wow, there were so many people in the confinement room at that time. Qian-kun said a lot, but Su-mu only remembered 2 names. One is Hai Song, the other is Chen Yi. Because these 2 existed in the original story mission. He couldn't help but look up. They were 2 young men who looked excited. In the original plot, these 2 people are the younger brothers of the male protagonist Chen Shu. In a male-oriented happy novel, those who obey the male protagonist will prosper, and those who go against the male protagonist will perish. These 2 people are examples of the former. It belongs to the chickens and dogs in the saying, when one person succeeds, all the chickens and dogs will prosper. Thinking of this, Su-mu waved his hands repeatedly. Don't. I'm not your big brother. I don't accept younger brothers now, you guys go play somewhere else, I'll sit by myself for a while. Died of laughter. These people are the hero's subordinates, how dare he, a villain cannon fodder, accept them? Do you think your life is too long? Still recognize him as your big brother? You must not. Your eldest brother is still in the Holy Land. Su-mu was suddenly stunned, because he remembered that Chen Shu seemed to be still in solitary confinement, and his sentence had not yet expired. Big brother. No, you are our big brother. We have all been dormant under your indescribable charm for the opposite sex, please teach us a few tricks. Su-mu. After all this fuss, you guys want to learn from me how to pick up girls. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Was I picking up girls? They were the heroines. They almost killed me that day. You are really mistaken. That is not me, and I don't have any skills in this area. Su-mu smiled awkwardly, just wanting to get rid of these people as soon as possible. Brother, please stop pretending. We saw it all that day. Chen Yi's voice suddenly became louder. If Su Mu remembered correctly, this person seemed to be from the Chen family. So, was he related to Chen Shu by blood? Danger. Extremely dangerous. The four goddesses snatched you out of the confinement room. I have lived for so long, but I have never seen such a bizarre scene. Brother, we beg you to teach us. Su Mu didn't dare to teach and couldn't teach. He knew that the other party had completely misunderstood. Just as he was about to explain, he suddenly heard a sneer from not far away. Tisk. Qian-kun, Chen Yi, this is the big brother you guys are talking about. Not far away, a young man in a brocade robe walked over. As he spoke, he looked Su Mu up and down with a look of disdain. Chapter 42, Swift House. Not long ago, Chen Shu suddenly received a message from Yin Luan. Young Palace Master, something happened. Our spy lurking in the Luo family suddenly received news that the little princess of the Luo family, Luo Yi, is missing. She is suspected to have run away from home. As a senior official of Tianhe Palace, it is Yin Luan's daily job to monitor important figures in the 10 major families, not to mention the direct descendants of the family like Luo Yi. Then another spy sent us news, saying that they had found the enemy's traces in Lingxiao Wangxi. This kind of thing was originally Yin Luan's job, and there was no need to report it to Chen Shu. As for why he did this, on the one hand, it was because Chen Shu issued such an order after taking over power. In the future, if you find some important people with potential, you must report them to me. I will be of use to you. The other party also hinted that such an important person should be a woman, and a young and beautiful woman. When Yin Luan received this order, he was a little surprised, but he did not show it. After all, to be able to sit in his position, he had seen too many strange things. Chen Shu's reason was also very legitimate. He wanted to see if there was any way to take advantage of the other party. There are many ways to take advantage of this, and the so-called beauty trap is naturally one of them. As for whether Chen Shu has other thoughts, this is not something that Yin Luan, his subordinate, should be concerned about. As for the other side, there was a hidden light flashing in Yin Luan's eyes. He had noticed it the last time he reported to Chen Shu. Chen Shu wanted them to get rid of his childhood sweetheart just because he suspected Meng Xiaoxiao of betrayal. If people who have been together for more than 10 years can do this, what about them, the subordinates who have just become dependent on each other? And, although Chen Shu was unwilling to admit it, Yin Luan felt that Qing Jingru and the others had very different attitudes towards Su Mu and Chen Shu. But even so, Chen Shu never thought of revenge on Qing Jingru and others. Instead, he only directed his attack on Su Mu and Meng Xiaoxiao. Yin Luan sighed softly. Young Palace Master, what would you do? As a subordinate, Yin Luan could only use this method to test his superior. If the other party is really a person who forgets his principles for the sake of beauty and is only interested in profit, Yin Luan cannot guarantee what will happen next. Afterwards, Yin Luan also informed the other information that the spy had found out, for example, that Su Mu and Luo Haicheng were also in Lingxiao Wangxi. News about Chen Shu soon arrived. Oh, Luo Haicheng's sister Luo Yi. She actually ran away from home. Su Mu and Luo Haicheng happened to run into her. That's great. This is a great opportunity. Encountering this kind of thing suddenly, it only took Chen Shu a moment to come up with a vicious plan against Su Mu. As we all know, Luo Haicheng is a well-known sister Khan. Although he is usually gentle and polite, if anyone mentions Luo Yi in front of him without permission, or the tone is not careful, he will scold them at best, and beat them up at worst. In this case, we can find a way to use Luo Yi to stir up conflict between Su Mu and Luo Hai City. Chen Shuk has not forgotten that Luo Haicheng was also the main participant in the beating he received. He quickly laid out his plan. Well, send someone to keep an eye on Luo Yi and protect his basic safety. Besides, you are. Yin Luan quickly understood. This is what Chen Shu meant. Let their hidden man provoke Su Mu, and guide him a little, so that Su Mu will become interested in Luo Yi, and it would be best if he could take some physical action. After all, in a place like Lingxiao Wangxi, young men and women will definitely not be able to control their impulses. At the critical moment, Chen Shu appeared again to stop this matter. On the one hand, he could win the favor of the Luo family, and on the other hand, he could provoke the relationship between Su Mu and Luo Haicheng and make them fight each other. This. Yin Luan frowned slightly. Young palace master, aren't you still in confinement? Also, What if the relationship between Su Mu and Luo Haicheng is better than expected? Don't worry. Chen Shu's tone was calm. I have my own way to get out, and I will find a way to disguise my identity and try to establish a connection with the Luo family. As for the relationship between Su Mu and Luo Haicheng, Chen Shu suddenly sneered with disdain and lightly tapped the jade token of communication with his finger. People like Su Mu and Luo Haicheng are definitely just acquaintances. Their friendship may not be that deep. What's more, Luo Haicheng is a well-known sister complex, the kind that doesn't care about his life. With double insurance, this plan is foolproof. Yin Luan was somewhat helpless, but he still agreed immediately and started to make arrangements. In the nether pond, Chen Shu also put away the jade token of communication and sank his mind. Grandmaster, you are sure there is a way for me to leave the Holy Land quietly, right? Certainly. The old voice of Master Tianpo sounded. When you go out, remember to take the ring I gave you with you. By the way, I can also take you to a good place. A good place. Chen Shu frowned in confusion. The black ring I gave you is a token of my love, a token of Swallow Tower. What Swift House is actually real? Chen Shu was extremely surprised. Swallow Tower is a legendary killer organization hidden in the darkness of the mainland. As long as you can afford it, they can help you kill anyone. Of course it is real. This token was obtained by accident when I was young. The yuanxi in the ring are kept for this purpose. Master Tianpo paused for a moment. You have just taken over Tianhe Palace, and your people are obviously not enough. When necessary, you can go to Yuyan Tower to seek help from outside forces. Do you understand what I mean? Chen Shu felt the old man's meticulous care for him and was immediately moved and kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you, Grandmaster. Master Tianpo touched his beard in soul state and felt very relieved. Get ready now. I will use my secret technique to move you out directly. Ling Xiaowang Si. 6 floors. Su Mu frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the annoying voice. The person who spoke was a long-haired young man wearing a brocade robe and with a look of disdain on his face. Who are you? Su Mu was a little confused. He didn't know this person. He. The young man shook his bangs in front of him in a very cocky manner and waved the fan in his hand. I am Yan Long from the Yan family. Yan Long turned to look at Qian Kun and his group and curled his lips slightly. Qian Kun, Chen Yi, this is the big brother you are talking about. Isn't this the famous young master of our Su family? Many people have heard of Su Mu's reputation, and in a sense he is also a celebrity. Isn't our young master Su deeply in love with Fairy Qinghan? Why does he need to go out and hunt for beauties to change his taste? Yan Long's attitude was extremely arrogant, which made Qian Kun and others stiff. We're talking about fists here. Yan Long. Bullshit. Chen Yi speaks the quintessence of Chinese culture as soon as he opens his mouth. Are you blind? Are you deaf? Is it our eldest brother who is deeply in love with Qing Jingru? It's obviously Qing Jingru who is pestering our eldest brother. What is that? Yan Long suddenly laughed. Chapter 43, a challenge to hold back laughter. Then I lose. What is that? You said Fairy Qinghan is pestering Su Mu. Ha 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 ha. Yan Long laughed out loud, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. The circle of activities of this group of young masters is not very large, so they know some things very well. For example, Su Mu is deeply in love with Qing Jingru and is willing to become her bootlicker. But Qing Jingru was extremely disgusted with Su Mu. She would avoid him if she could, and simply ignore him if she couldn't. Chen Yi. Could it be that a bad brain is contagious? How could he become terminally ill so quickly? Inside the venue, not only Yan Long couldn't hold it in, the group of friends behind him also laughed so hard that tears were about to fall. Yan Long looked at Qian Kun. Why? You think so too? I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Fairy Qinghan could love anyone in this life, but it can't be Su Mu. Yan Long did not forget the mission he received from his superiors and immediately shifted the blame to someone else. Master Su, what do you think? Is this the truth? Everyone turned to look. Su Mu, however, had a blank expression on his face, and felt somewhat bored. It's not a plot mission, why should he worry about it? Just now, while everyone was talking, he had finished a whole pot of tea and was considering whether to get a refill. You guys are actually pretty boring. Su Mu spoke helplessly. He was really not interested in the group of playboys in front of him. Before he traveled across the Shenyuan continent, He was a first-generation rich man who had built up a fortune worth hundreds of billions. These people in front of him really made him look down upon them. Master Su, I heard that you are very good at picking up girls. Why don't you give us a demonstration? Show us your extraordinary charm to female cultivators. Yan Long's exaggerated expression made everyone laugh, and he looked at Su Mu with even more contempt. Not interested. Su Mu still had a blank expression on his face. He supported his head with one hand, held a teacup with the other, and looked out the window. How about this? Yan Long seemed to suddenly think of something. Let's make a bet. Just find a female cultivator here and have her show you your strength, young Master Su. If you win, I will kneel down and kowtow to apologize to you. His mouth stretched into a grin. If you lose, you will kneel down and kowtow to apologize, and then shout to the outside world 3 times, Su Mu is a waste. How do you think? Su Mu felt helpless and looked up at the other person. Can you please go away? I'm really not interested in you. Go and have fun by yourself. Snort. Yan Long snorted coldly. If you don't dare, forget it. As long as you shout here today that Su Mu is a useless weakling, this matter can be let go. Yan Long's eyes were cold, but he was extremely annoyed in his heart. How come Su Mu is so slippery like a loach? Aren't they normally full of vigor and vitality at this age? I've already pointed at your nose and scolded you, why can't you give me a reaction? Su Mu sighed deeply. Then tell me how you want to compete. After the competition, leave quickly and don't bother me. It's one thing to be nagged by my dad at home, but when I go out to relax I also encounter mosquitoes that keep buzzing in my ears. He had already realized that if he didn't get rid of this thing today, he would probably not be able to rest tonight. It's very simple. Seeing that Su Mu had been fooled, Yan Long suppressed his excitement and pretended to look around. Didn't they say you're good at hooking up with female cultivators? Then let's just pick one at random and compete with each other. Yan Long pretended to suddenly discover something and pointed to a small table in the distance where there was a slender figure. It all depends on who can strike up a conversation with that beautiful lady first. Everyone turned around to look, with surprise on their faces. I didn't expect to meet such a top beauty in Lingxiao Wangxi. Although only the back could be seen, she had a slender figure, long flowing hair, and a green hairband tied behind her head. She looked out the window from time to time, and the girl's melancholy added a bit of broken beauty. In fact, many people had noticed this girl early on, but her noble temperament was daunting, and it was obvious that she was not from an ordinary family. Yan Long sneered and stepped forward first. This girl was naturally Luo Yi. She escaped from home and hid here, hoping to relax. Yan Long had already thought it through. He would just have to chat with Luo Yi for a few minutes, and then let Su Mu go up and start a conversation with the other party. Then his mission is accomplished. In order to ensure that Su Mu could interact with Luo Yi later, Yan Long quietly took out a pill from his sleeve and crushed it, and a faint fragrance wafted from his fingertips. Then, in the presence of everyone, Yan Long walked to Roy's side in what he thought was a very elegant manner, raised his glass and said something to him, but Roy remained expressionless and even vaguely a little impatient. Everyone was at some distance from each other, and no one knew what Yan Long was saying. He even used a voice transmitter to prevent being eavesdropped. Su Mu frowned unconsciously, as he felt that the girl's back looked familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere. What have you seen before? Brother, are you sure? Qian Kun and others asked with concern. There was some excitement on their faces, hoping that Su Mu would show his might in the confinement room again and attract the 4 stunning beauties to fight for it. Su Mu was speechless. Damn, didn't you cause this mess for me? And you asked me if I was sure. He didn't speak. Not far away, I don't know what Yan Long and Luo Yi were talking about. The girl's face suddenly became extremely ugly, and finally she picked up the teacup and splashed it on his face. Yan Long was not angry. Instead, he smiled respectfully, wiped his face with his hand, and walked back leisurely. He admitted it generously. Okay, I failed. Now it's up to you, Master Su. Su Mu and his group were all stunned. He was so arrogant just now, I thought he was an expert, but now he is like this. Yan Long had a smile on his face, he had done what he could. Although there were some unexpected things during the conversation, he was smart enough to hint that he had an old friend named Chen. The people above him had explained to him that everything he was doing now was arranged by young palace master Chen Shu, so Yan Long wanted to leave some impression on the other party. Unexpectedly, When Roy heard that there was a person with the surname Chen, his face suddenly became very ugly, and he splashed water without hesitation. But this does not affect it. Okay, Master Su, it's your turn. Yan Long was smiling, and Su Mu couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. The other party's attitude is a bit strange. But he still stood up and shook his clothes. Okay. Then he walked straight towards Luo Yi. Su Mu's attitude was unusually casual. He was still holding his teacup in his hand and just walked over leisurely. Yan Long looked around and suddenly sent a message to everyone. To tell you the truth, that girl is actually Luo Haicheng's sister, Luo Yi. Ah, fuck. Chapter 44. Girl, it's too early for you. Fuck, I knew you didn't hold your fart well. Yan Long's cronies suddenly started grinning, and instantly understood the other party's intention. Luo Haicheng is Su Mu's good brother, Luo Yi is Luo Haicheng's sister, but the key is that Luo Haicheng is an out-and-out sister con. In the past, because someone approached Luo Yi, Luo Haicheng directly dispatched the family's combat ferry ships, ready to bombard the other person's house to the ground. They could already imagine that if Luo Haicheng saw the scene of Su Mu chatting up Luo Yi, a bloody murder might happen right away. I'm not afraid to tell you that Luo Haicheng is actually downstairs. He can see it just by looking up. There was a hint of pride in Yan Long's tone, which attracted everyone's attention. Holy crap. Awesome. Young Master Yan Long was willing to use himself as bait in order to lure Su Mu into the game. Some people looked surprised. After all, if Yan Long's behavior just now was seen by Luo Haicheng, it would not be as simple as being splashed with water, he would be skinned alive. But Yan Long was not worried about this, because there were people from their Tianhe palace supporting them from below, ensuring that the other party would raise their heads at the most appropriate time. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he thought of the pill he had just crushed. It was a Tianyan pill, whose only function was to enhance the charm of female cultivators, making them unable to control themselves. Su Mu, wait for death. For a moment, everyone was looking forward to it. Qian Kun and others who were not far away looked confused. What's wrong with these people behind? Are they so happy even though their pickup line failed? Who knows? Maybe there was bee poop in the tea I drank. On the other side, Su Mu had already walked to the side of the girl, and without caring whether she noticed him or not, Su Mu started talking. Hello, miss, it would be convenient for me to meet you. He originally wanted to just be perfunctory, but when he was halfway through his words, the girl in front of him turned around. Su Mu froze suddenly, his eyes widened. Xiao Yi, brother Su Mu. The girl cried out quietly, extrememely surprised. Fuck. Su Mu was really shocked. This world was so small that he could run into the heroine just by strolling around. Luo Yi, Luo Haicheng's younger sister, is one of the heroines of Shenyuan continent and will be the leader of the immortal clan, Luo family, in the future. How did we meet here? This is not the right time. Su Mu was a little confused. In the original plot, Su Mu and the other party should have met a long time later, when Su Mu was on the verge of being deserted by everyone. In order to break Su Mu's last arm, Luohai's city, and also to gain the power of the Luo family, the protagonist Chen Shu carefully planned a conspiracy. Let Su Mu and Luo Yi disappear for a while at the same time. Then, under the guidance of Chen Shu, everyone thought that Su Mu had bad intentions towards his good brother's sister, and even kidnapped and raped her, and they all criticized Su Mu. Little did they know that at that time, Su Mu and Luo Yi were busy on the run. Thinking of this, Su Mu couldn't help but twitch his lips. To be honest, Luo Yi was the most miserable heroine he had ever seen, no doubt about it. In the original plot, Su Mu and Luo Yi were plotted against and exiled to a wasteland. The wasteland in the world of immortal cultivation is not an ordinary landform, and there are life and death crises everywhere. In order to survive, the two of them were in a very miserable state. Today they ate a poisonous mushroom, and tomorrow they rested on a tree and were bitten by a poisonous insect. The day after tomorrow they concentrated on their journey and suddenly fell into a swamp. Various situations emerge one after another. In order to keep the other party alive, Su Mu spent a lot of effort when he went through the plot for the first time. At that time, he took advantage of the situation and could only say that he was doing it to ensure the safety of the hostages. In short, in Su Mu's opinion, Luo Yi is a very troublesome guy. The girl's eyes were also on Su Mu. With a little surprise and nostalgia. She raised her hand to lift the hair by her ear and looked at the stunned boy in front of her with a dazed expression. Unconsciously, she thought of her previous life, when the boy turned himself into a clay figure in order to save her from the swamp. Luo Yi smiled inwardly. You, a robber, are too unskilled in your business. But during that time, she was very happy. Su Mu looked him up and down. He had actually met Luo Yi when he was young. At that time, Luo Gaicheng was not so Sister Khan and liked to take his sister out to play. However, some things happened later, which resulted in Su Mu and the other party not seeing each other for many years. He only heard that Luo Yi had been practicing hard in the family and rarely showed up. You are actually here. Su Mu did not use the childhood name, Xiao Yi. It was just a sudden subconscious action just now. Luo Yi is completely different now. She was chubby and cute when she was little, but now she is a slim girl with a figure as light as water and gentle and lively eyes. I ran away secretly, brother Su Mu, something happened. The girl blushed slightly, and raised the teacup sheepishly, holding it in front of herself. Su Mu suddenly remembered that Luo Haicheng had told him not long ago that Luo Yi had a conflict with his family, but this was the other party's family affair and Su Mu was not interested. What's more, Roy is the heroine, and Su Mu's current mentality has completely changed. He is now a little, uninterested, in her. Not far away, Yan Long and his group looked excited. Look, this Su Mu is indeed a big fool who has been licking Qing Jingru for so long. How can he talk to a girl like that? She didn't even look at him. That's right, look, they've started drinking tea and signaled to send the guests away. Su Mu still doesn't understand. Ha ha ha. The people next door burst into laughter. Qian Kun and the others were silent and even began to doubt themselves. Could it be that the scene in the confinement room was just a coincidence? Yan Long was also extremely excited. He could already foresee what was going to happen next. Under the effect of Tianyan pill, Su Mu was confused and infatuated, and was about to make advances towards the young princess of the Luo family in public. Coincidentally, at this moment, Luo Yi's brother Luo Haicheng looked up from downstairs and witnessed this scene. It's just a little strange though. Yanlong looked around secretly. Logically speaking, shouldn't Lord Chen Shu be here? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Come and save the beauty. At the small desk, Su Mu's nose twitched, and he couldn't help but feel puzzled. You brought the sachet. Huh, no. Why does it smell so good? Luo Yi's slender body stiffened and her earlobes turned slightly red. Is Su Mu trying to flirt with me? The girl continued to hold the teacup in both hands, secretly glancing at Su Mu out of the corner of her eye. Is that so? I'm leaving now. Su Mu waved his hand, turned around and was about to leave. The female leader something like that is really too troublesome, and now it's not her turn for the other party to play a role, so Su Mu doesn't want to get involved. Besides, he has done what he should do, and Yanlong and his group should shut up when he goes back. Etc. Luo Yi stood up suddenly, his tone anxious. The reason why she felt wronged at home was that she did not go anywhere else but came to Lingxiao Wangxi. Of course it was to wait for Su Mu. Chapter 45. Do you want to hear what you are saying? Etc. Luo Yi stood up suddenly. She was here specifically waiting for Su Mu. In her previous life, she was kidnapped by Su Mu here, and then the two of them wandered around the world. Although she herself didn't know whether she could wait for Su Mu at this point in time, she still came subconsciously. The girl was annoyed by the unreasonable demands of the elders in the family, and even her brother advised her to just be patient. But she didn't want to endure it, she had been enduring it for many years. Luo Yi no longer wanted to seek for immortality. If the price of immortality was to miss Su Mu, then she would rather live in the morning and die in the evening. Didn't you come here to chat with me? Why don't you exchange the communication jade token with me? Why are you just turning around and leaving? Luo Yi was extremely anxious. She had waited so long for this opportunity. It was fate that made her meet Su Mu. She would never let him go easily. Then, in a hurry, Luo Yi suddenly grabbed Su Mu's hand and held him in his arms. Su Mu. Feeling the softness on his arm, Su Mu felt a chill rushing to the top of his head. What was the other party going to do with this impatient expression? What the hell? What are you doing? Ouch. This lady. Su Mu's tone was somewhat helpless, and he was ready to pretend that he didn't know her. He whispered to her and confessed that he came to chat with her because he made a bet with someone else. Now that I think about it, I still think my life is more important. If I succeed in picking someone up, your brother will definitely kill me. Su Mu used Luo Haicheng as a shield, hoping that the other party would stop and let him go. For some reason, the old actor's sixth sense told him that something terrible was about to happen. Not far away. Fuck. Yan Long and his group were stunned. What on earth was this unfolding? Why was it so hard to understand? Especially Yan Long, he was completely confused. No, this is totally different from what was planned. Does Tianyan Dan have this effect? Isn't it said to enhance women's charm? Why is it the other way around now? And with such good results, why do you sell it at this price? No. Yan Long shook his head forcefully, and suddenly remembered something. He thought to himself that something was not good, and quickly turned his head to look to the other side. The overall architectural structure of Lingxiao Wangxi is relatively light, and many places have a half-hidden image. In addition, Luo Yi's position is next to the window, with a good view, and he can see clearly even from downstairs. Then, in Yanlong's desperate eyes, Luo Haicheng, who was chatting enthusiastically with the female cultivator downstairs, was suddenly dripped with water. He then frowned and looked up, and immediately saw his sister hugging Su Mu's arm tightly. Luo Hai City. His whole body immediately turned into stone, like a statue. Other people around Luo Haicheng also noticed this scene. Some asked curiously, while others just looked up. Among those who looked over, there happened to be other members of the Luo family who knew Luo Yi. Fuck. At this moment, they could no longer tell whether it was amazement or horror, they just couldn't believe what they saw. What the hell did I see? Is that little sister Luo Yi? Isn't she in the family? Why is she here? That's not the point. The point is, she's hugging a man. Who is that man? Yes, it's Su Mu. Some people sounded desperate. Everyone suddenly fell silent and looked towards Luo Hai City. Ha 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 ha. Just upstairs, Qian Kun and others suddenly burst into laughter, looking extremely proud. Look, I told you my brother is a god at picking up girls. Look at me, what the hell is the gap? Everyone present was a cultivator, and Su Mu did not deliberately transmit his voice when he spoke to Luo Yi, so everyone could hear clearly what he said. As for the following content, Su Luo and the other person communicated through voice transmission, and no one else knew. So in the eyes of Qian Kun and the others, Su Mu just said, "Can we get to know each other?" And then the beautiful girl did that. It's really awesome. You are worthy of being the big brother. Are you convinced? I just want to ask you whether you are convinced or not. Who else is there? Chen Yi held his head high and chest puffed out, his attitude even more arrogant than Yan Long just now. In my opinion, it's just that some people are not good enough and have no charm. Look at my eldest brother, he won it with one move, didn't he? Qian Kun looked at him with squinted eyes, and his posture looked particularly rude. They don't know Luo Yi's true identity yet, because when Yan Long transmitted the message just now, he deliberately only told people in his small circle. Qian Kun secretly swore that from now on, whatever Su Mu asked him to do would be his lifelong belief. Yan Long was unusually silent. He had already noticed the unusual situation in Luo Hai City downstairs. It's over, it's all over. This plan is totally different from what we imagined. Why was Su Mu not affected by the Tianyan pill? Why was Luo Yi so eager to treat Su Mu? Why had Chen Shu not appeared yet? Wouldn't that mean I'm in trouble? At this point, even though Chen Shu was his superior, Yan Long couldn't help but feel a little disgusted and resentful towards his stupid teammates. I started a group. Damn it, no one is following. Oh, that's right. Qian Kun pretended to suddenly remember something and slapped his head. How come I almost forgot? We made a bet, Master Yan, and we have to kowtow and apologize later. You didn't forget, did you? Yan Long's face suddenly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he could only bite the bullet and speak. Humph. What we are competing for is the skill of picking up girls. Even if Su Mu holds someone else's hand, it doesn't mean that he has one. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Qian Kun looked disgusted. You're not trying to cheat, are you? He had already made up his mind that if Yan Long wanted to cheat, he would spread the matter everywhere and make the other party a top hypocrite famous throughout the entire Shenyuan continent. But Yan Long thought the same in his heart. Kneel down and apologize. He would never do that even if you beat him to death. If he really did that, his life would be over and his reputation would be even worse than Su Mu's current one. By then, the person that his friends will make fun of will not be Su Mu, but him, Yan Long. Now he could only pray silently in his heart that Chen Shu would show up soon. On the other side, Su Mu quickly pulled his hand back with a look of horror. If you are not a big sister, what are you going to do? Didn't you make a bet with them? Seeing Su Mu turning around and about to leave again, Luo Yi looked anxious and quickly sent a message. In that case, let's pretend we don't know each other and just start as ordinary friends, okay? You don't want to chat with me anymore. Su Mu. Hiss. How to say it? When his good brother's sister showed this attitude in front of him, even with Su Mu's thick skin, he began to doubt whether there was something wrong with him. In response, Su Mu waved his hand calmly. No. Chapter 46. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. No. Su Mu waved his hand to reject the other party's proposal. Even though he and Luo Yi had known each other a few times when they were children, they hadn't seen each other for more than 10 years, so they were no different from strangers. In addition, and the most important reason, Luo Yi is the heroine. Although the other party's role has not yet come, Su Mu still doesn't want to have anything to do with him, not even a little bit. As long as there is another butterfly effect that causes the rest of the plot to collapse, doesn't that mean he's going to go through the third round of the plot? Are you going back home? So far, the heroines have all had some problems to varying degrees. At present, it seems that the most reliable one is Su Haining, while the others are not very good. Su Mu was also helpless. What's wrong with Chen Shu? The heroines all have problems, but he doesn't come out to take care of it. He doesn't have the self-awareness of a male protagonist at all, and makes him, the cannon fodder villain, work himself to death all day long. Etc. Su Mu paused slightly. According to his current experience, everyone in this world is not just one-sided as in the original novel, they have their own thoughts and lives. Especially the heroines, each of them has a distinct personality and unique thoughts. So maybe they are not just following the plot, but have their own ideas. Su Mu seemed to be thinking about something. But even so, they are the heroines after all, and the most basic things are still there. Su Mu couldn't help but think of the events since his rebirth. Up to now, it seemed that nothing had been normal. But all the plots that were supposed to happen appeared without missing a single one. In other words, the plot that happens in the future will definitely change. Su Mu's eyes flickered. Since the plot would change, the heroine's behavior would also change, but their basic stance would not change. He might as well just take the initiative and find a way to cooperate with the protagonists' actions and complete the plot. As for what the final outcome will be, that is not his concern. Anyway, he is just a cannon fodder villain, and his final fate will most likely be death in the dark forbidden land, and then he can go home. Thinking of this, Su Mu couldn't help but feel a lot more relaxed, and many of his long-standing confusions were also resolved. In the past, he always treated these heroines as paper people and NPCs, completely forgetting their own subjective initiative. In that case, why did Luo Yi change? Su Mu groaned. He suddenly remembered what was wrong before, and you looked at Yanlong. That's right. This person's behavior is so outrageous and exaggerated. Your role is almost as important as the main character. Why? Su Mu kept thinking, and soon he remembered a related detail in the original book, which said that Tianhe Palace had many hidden players in the 10 major families, and they would be activated when necessary. And now, Su Mu knew that Chen Shu had gone to the Netherworld Pond, and he could guess that he must have met the old man. This means that Chen Shu now controls Tianhe Palace, and Yan Long is from Tianhe Palace. Is Yan Long working for Chen Shu? Thinking of this, Su Mu suddenly felt as if the clouds had cleared and the moon was visible. Yes, Luo Yi is the heroine after all, and everything she does is definitely to serve the hero. Then what is the purpose of Luo Yi's current behavior of showing closeness to Su Mu? Su Mu understood quickly. To stir up hatred and make the other party jealous. It can not only deepen Chen Shu's hatred for Su Mu, the villain's supporting character, but also allow Chen Shu to pay attention to the heroine in time, and while he feels jealous, he will also take better care of the heroine. That's right. Su Mu's eyes lit up. It must be like this. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh that the plot correction power of this world is so strong that it can also turn the male protagonist back even in this situation. Plus, Su Mu had just figured it out. He couldn't just copy the plot rigidly, but had to actively cooperate with the protagonist's actions. Then, Su Mu immediately stopped walking away, turned to look at Luo Yi, and with the skills of a veteran actor, he began to take on the role. You mean, we start as just friends? He was actually a little confused, because he seemed to have been a jealous tool before. Why did they have to find him? It couldn't be because he was handsome. Forget it, just be a tool. That's what the supporting actors do. Ordinary friends. The girl's expression darkened when she heard that, but then she thought of something, clenched her fists, and nodded vigorously. Yeah, even if we're just ordinary friends. I want to be with you. Never be separated from you again. Su Mu noticed the rapid and complex changes in Luo Yi's eyes. The tenderness, regret, and perseverance in his eyes made him exclaim that he had met his match. Wow, good job. She is worthy of being the heroine. His acting skills are almost surpassing mine, a veteran actor with more than 10 years of experience. Then let's start by introducing ourselves. Luo Yi took a deep breath and kept reminding himself to stay calm. My name is Luo Yi, from the Luo family. What about you? Su Mu. Su Mu almost couldn't help rolling his eyes in his heart. What a guy, he's really putting on a whole show. The two of them had clearly known each other since childhood, and they used to call each other by their nicknames, but now they actually started introducing themselves. I can only say that she is worthy of being the heroine. She is very thoughtful in considering things. In this way, the two people begin to come into contact, which can bring a sense of crisis to the male protagonist without causing an unhealable crack in trust. Hi. It's really high. Well, can we sit down and talk now? Luo Yi looked expectantly. Certainly. Su Mu smiled brightly. Although he was not good at main attack, he was good at supporting. He immediately followed suit, took the girl's hand again, and walked towards his seat. Luo Yi felt his heartbeat quicken in an instant. Am I blushing now? You must be blushing. I wonder what brother Su Mu would think. The girl raised her eyes and met Su Mu's gentle gaze. So, Miss Luo, what would you like to drink? Not far away. Chengkin looked at Yanlong, whose face looked as pale as death. What do you say now? Do you want to go and kowtow to my elder brother first? I'll owe you the rest later. Snort. Yanlong gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. Didn't you hear what they just said? We started as ordinary friends, not an ambiguous relationship. You believe this too? Qian-kun looked at the other person as if he was looking at a fool. When you go out with your friends or good brothers, do you hold hands? It's not impossible. Qian-kun. No. Yanlong suddenly realized what he had just said and quickly waved his hands to deny that he was busy paying attention to Luohai City. That's not what I meant. What I meant was oops. I can't explain it. Anyway, Su Mu is not successful yet. Our bet is not over yet. Qian-kun no longer cared about the content of the bet at this moment. The look he gave Yanlong became particularly strange, even wary and distant, as if to say, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Yanlong was very angry, but suddenly saw Luo Haicheng walking upstairs. He could only suppress his anger and watch quietly. Soon, Luo Haicheng went up to the 6th floor. Chapter 47. There is a traitor. Stop the transaction. It was beyond Yanlong's expectation. After Luo Haicheng walked up to the 6th floor, he did not get angry immediately. He just found a corner and sat down with an expressionless face, then quietly looked at Su Mu and Luo Yi. Oh, no, that's it. Yanlong was confused. Aren't you a sister Khan? Su Mu is flirting with your sister now. Give me some reaction. Suddenly, Luo Haicheng raised his hand. Yanlong widened his eyes, thinking that the other party was going to attack him. Result. Hey, come here. Luo Haicheng raised his hand and called the waiter, then whispered something in his ear and handed over a few large yuan stones. The waiter immediately smiled and leaned over to whisper in Luo Haicheng's ear. Not long after, Luo Haicheng suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of Yanlong. Yanlong suddenly felt a chill running from the soles of his feet straight up to the top of his head. Murderous look. He felt an almost tangible murderous aura. Why hasn't Lord Chen Shu come yet? I can't control the situation anymore. Yanlong felt disheartened. He was already thinking about how he could get out of Lingxiao Wangxi intact. On the other side, Su Mu and Luo Yi held each other's hands and sat by the window, smiling, obviously having a very happy chat. Yanlong secretly recorded the situation on the scene with a crystal stone, and then informed Chen Shu of the situation on the scene through the communication jade token, praying that the other party would appear soon. This is not right. Yanlong was so anxious that he was about to scratch his ears and cheeks. Didn't they say that Miss Luo was not allowed to approach strangers? How could they hold hands so quickly? Isn't it said that Luo Haicheng is a die-hard sister Khan? Why don't you go for it? He's flirting with your sister. Didn't they say that Su Mu was useless and annoying? What was going on now? If it were just these, it would be fine, but why is my Tianyuan not working? Yanlong didn't understand, but he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Then, he suddenly stood up and walked towards Luo Yi again in the surprised gaze of everyone. There must be something wrong with Tianyuan. I'm going to give him a bad review. Yanlong was angry. But now, we must not let Su Mu really get involved with the other party. In his opinion, Su Mu just walked up to the other party and said a few words, and Luo Yi proposed to be friends with the other party. It must be the wrong method just now. Thinking of this, he immediately walked up to Luo Yi, forced out a smile that he thought was very elegant, and stepped forward to try to touch the girl's shoulder. Let me introduce myself again. I am. Roll. The girl had no expression on her face. If you dare to touch me, you won't have this hand today. Luo Yi has lived in her family since she was a child and rarely goes out. There has never been anyone of the opposite sex around her except Luo Haicheng, and naturally she would not allow others to touch her body. Of course, except Su Mu. Yanlong's expression froze, and he seemed a little unwilling to give up. Is there any difference between my approach and Su Mu's? Why is the effect so different? He spoke again. Ms. Luo, I think there is some misunderstanding between us. Remember the old friend named Chen that I just mentioned? Actually. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi's face became even uglier. Of course she knew who this Chen was. Although she had not met him yet, the feeling of nausea and vomiting had already begun to linger in her heart. I'll say it one last time, I'm not interested. And I hate all people with the last name Chen, especially those young men with the last name Chen who are currently practicing in the Holy Land. At this point, almost everyone present had revealed their cards. I know who's behind you, but I don't want to bother with him. Su Mu's eyes lit up slightly. Yes, that's right. Previously he guessed that Luo Yi's closeness to him was just to provoke Chen Shu, and now it seems that it is true. But it's a bit strange. In the original plot, the two should not know each other at this time, so why do they look so familiar now? Su Mu seemed to be thinking about something. Is this also the butterfly effect of the plot? In order to bring the hero and heroine together, they were allowed to meet each other in advance. This should be the case, Su Mu nodded secretly. But Yanlong was completely confused. He never mentioned Chen Shu's specific information, so why did the other party know it? Could it be that there is a ghost? When he thought of this possibility, Yanlong's whole body began to tremble, and he was in a dilemma. At the same time, in a dark valley, there is a restaurant under the cliff with the words, "Swift," written on it. Bang! The door was suddenly opened, and Chen Shu, who had disguised his identity, walked out with an embarrassed look on his face. I didn't expect the people in Yuyan Tower to be so difficult to deal with. They even have to test me to authenticate a token. Damn it! Chen Shu looked up at the sky and his eyes widened immediately. Why is it already this late? He quickly took out the Jade communication token from his subordinate, which contained the information Yanlong had told him long ago. There's a change of plan. Su Mu and Luo Yi are together. Come quickly. It was followed by a photo shoot. Chen Shu. What happened? He was only delayed for a short while. How did the plan turn out like this? Normally, shouldn't Chen Shu have made advances towards Luo Yi, been rejected by the other party, and then happened to be discovered by Luo Haicheng, causing the brothers to break up and be criticized on the spot? What does this mean? Chen Shu frowned and quickly opened the follow-up photos. In the video, Su Mu slowly walked in front of Roy and then said something casually. Hello, miss, would it be convenient for me to meet you? Hearing this, Chen Shu frowned even deeper. How could Su Mu, such an extremely straight man, still cause trouble? However, the next moment, Chen Shu's eyes widened. Luo Yi turned around and looked at Su Mu, then suddenly grabbed his hand, held it in his arms, and then asked to exchange the communication Jade token with Su Mu. Chen Shu, what the hell is this? The information provided by Yin Luan said that Luo Yi had lived in the family since he was a child and had very little contact with the outside world, let alone with the opposite sex of the same age. Therefore, he had a simple mind and a reserved personality. This is also an important reason why Chen Shu is confident that he can defeat the opponent. And now you tell me this is subtle. Chen Shu's face flushed red, and he tightly grasped the jade token of communication in his hand. This scene is so familiar. I don't know what happened recently, but starting from Qing Jingru, every woman he fell in love with later betrayed him and fell into Su Emu's arms. Wrong. Chen Shu forced himself to calm down and think divergently. He knew very well what kind of person Su Mu was. The information Yin Luan provided was correct, and Roy would never do such an unreasonable thing. There now appear to be only two explanations. First, it is impossible for Luo Yi to fall in love with Su Mu at first sight. So Luo Yi was probably acting for others, but who was it? Chen Shu frowned. Why does it feel like she knows I'm paying attention to her? As for another possibility, there was a faint light flickering in Chen Shu's eyes. He knew that Yin Luan was lying to him and all the information was fabricated by the other party. But why did this? Just as he was about to clear up this groundless speculation, he saw the latest message sent by Yanlong from the scene. There is a traitor. Stop the action. Chen Shu's pupils suddenly shrank. Chapter 48. It's a bit embarrassing no matter how you look at it. There's a traitor. After seeing this message, Chen Shu froze in place for a long time. Never said a word. The image on the jade plaque continued to play. Su Mu and Luo Yi exchanged a few words with each other, and suddenly, Su Mu took Luo Yi's hand. Instead of dodging, the girl blushed and looked very happy. She immediately put Su Emu's arm around herself. If you didn't know, you would think she was Su Emu's little wife. Chen Shu gritted his teeth, veins popped on his palms, and he almost crushed the jade token. Ah, Su Mu. It's you again. Chen Shu roared angrily. I'm going to kill you. I'll kill you at any cost. It's always you. Whether it was Qing Jingru or Yi Yan, or even Meng Xiaoxiao and Mo Shuangxing, he later heard that Su Mu had a close relationship with a beautiful woman named Nangong Lu. And now, the target that Chen Shu had finally set his eyes on, Luo Yi, had actually fallen into the other person's arms. Chen Shu had completely lost his mind, anger and jealousy clouding his brain. He doesn't care about the so-called chief disciple, Tianhe Palace, Yaofeng Holy Land, or Su family now. He just wants Su Mu to die now. At all costs. Thinking of this, Chen Shu immediately picked up Yin Luan's communication jade token and sent a message to the other party. Let the hidden agents hiding in the Su family take action tonight. I want Su Mu dead. Tonight. At the Su family. No way. Yin Luan replied immediately, accidentally showing a little panic. Chen Shu's pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly recalled what Yanlong had just said about there being a traitor. Could it be Yin Luan? The other side. Yin Luan didn't know what Chen Shu's current situation was. He only knew that if the killer really took action at Su's house, his daughter Yin Nianqiu would definitely be dead. After all, she was the one who brought the four people, Plum, Orchid, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum, with her, so she definitely cannot be separated from the others. Thinking that this order would lead to the death of his daughter, Yin Luan immediately refused it sternly, but soon realized that there was something wrong with his words and explained it hurriedly. But Chen Shu did not reply to his message. Yin Luan suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Inside the canyon, Chen Shu put down the jade token in his hand with a gloomy look, and his face became more and more angry. Is it really you? Since the people of Tianhe Palace can't use it, then I can only. Thinking of this, Chen Shu suddenly made up his mind, turned around and went back to the Swallow restaurant. With a bang, the door closed tightly and the night became darker. Inside Lingshaowangxi, Yanlong did not expect that his suggestion would have the opposite effect. Luo Yi's attitude not only did not improve, but became worse. He had previously thought that he had spoken at the wrong time, but now it seemed that Luo Yi simply disliked Chen Shu. Our actions must have been known to the other party. Yanlong became more and more certain. There must be a traitor in the team. He informed the Luo family of our actions. Although he was extremely angry, Yanlong did not dare to lose his temper for the moment. Since the other party didn't point it out directly, it means that both parties still have room for maneuver and will not end up falling out. Then, Yanlong did not bother her anymore. With an awkward smile on his face, he turned around and left in embarrassment. Not to mention that they were in the wrong for planning an action against the other party. If we put aside his identity as a hidden man of Tianhe Palace, he was just a young master of a branch of the Yan family on the surface. His status and position are far inferior to those of Su Mu and Luo Yi, who are direct descendants. The resources around them are something he will never be able to achieve in his lifetime. Seeing Yanlong suffer a defeat again, the other second generations were stunned. Those who were eager to try calmed down in an instant and looked at Su Mu with extremely complicated eyes. Envy, jealousy, anger. Of course Su Mu also noticed these looks, and couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart, marveling at them. As expected of the heroine, it is wonderfully tight. Not only did they use him as a shield, attracting the hatred from the male protagonist Chen Shu, but they also wanted Su Mu to be hated by these playboys. Am I taking the blame for Chen Shu? Su Mu was helpless. I can only say that she is worthy of being the heroine, and she can kill two birds with one stone by doing anything. But it's not without benefits. Luo Yi didn't know the attitudes of the other second generations. She just noticed the change in the mood of the boy in front of her and felt that he seemed a little unhappy. Then, can I give you a massage? The girl's smile is as beautiful as a flower. Su Mu was stunned for a moment. It seems that taking the blame has its benefits. Today he can enjoy the treatment of a protagonist. Luo Yi was extremely gentle to Su Mu, and other people saw this. Some people who didn't know how to live or die were unwilling to accept this and wanted to launch an offensive against Luo Yi. But they could not ignore the murderous look in Luo Haicheng's eyes in the corner. That's right, this group of second generation has also discovered Luo Hai City. The other party did not disturb Su Luo and the others. Instead, he sat quietly in the corner drinking tea without any change in his expression. However, if anyone wanted to come forward to disturb them, Luo Haicheng would immediately give them a stern warning look. The difference in treatment is too huge. Everyone was extremely jealous and gritted their teeth. How come Su Mu is the only one who can seduce your sister, but others can't? And Roy, he seems to be indifferent to everyone except Su Mu, who is so gentle and considerate to her. He is really like a little wife, which makes people jealous. What's so good about Su Mu? They really couldn't figure it out. Just then, Yanlong, who was about to leave, suddenly froze and a flush appeared on his face. Etc. This is the effect of Tianyan Dan. He hadn't noticed it just now, but now that he was some distance away from Su Mu, an uncontrollable impulse suddenly surged in his body. Yanlong turned around suddenly, and at this moment he suddenly felt that Luo Yi was so beautiful that it was hard to control himself. Even his little brother wanted to look up. His eyes gradually became blurred, and he raised one hand and was about to walk towards Luo Yi again. In the corner, Luo Haicheng's face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. This Yanlong is so ignorant of his own life. Not only did he want to disturb the good things between Su Mu and my sister, but he even dared to have such a vulgar reaction. As a high-level monk, his eyes were extremely sharp and he naturally discovered the abnormality in the other party's body. Then, he immediately stood up and suddenly appeared behind Yanlong. He raised his hand and hit him hard, with a cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. I say, kid, what do you want to do? Yanlong suddenly woke up, and with a glance, he was frightened to death. Completion. Just when he thought he was dead, Su Mu suddenly stood up and looked over here. When did you come back? Come and sit down. Su Mu raised his hand towards Luo Haicheng, motioning him to sit next to him. He really doesn't want to be alone with the heroine now, even though the process is quite sour and exciting, but after all, she is my good brother's sister. Flirting with his sister in front of others, this. Chapter 49. Are you acting like a spoiled brat? Su Mu felt a little embarrassed for once. Looking at the brother and sister in front of me, I didn't know how to start. It was Luo Haicheng who spoke first. What are you two doing? Su Mu really didn't know how to explain it, so he just said it was a coincidence. Luo Yi tilted her head, pouted, and snorted, all in one breath. Facing his own sister, Luo Haicheng was extremely helpless. He didn't know how to ask her why she appeared in such a place. He knew that Luo Yi was in a bad mood recently. I won't say anything else. If you two really. Luo Haicheng spoke slowly. Don't. Su Mu's eyes widened with fear. How dare you put up such a flag? We are just ordinary friends now. Su Mu emphasized the last four words. Luo Haicheng looked at Luo Yi with some confusion. Seeing that his sister's expression did not change, he felt relieved. Okay, I don't care about your business. You are the people closest to me. Just let nature take its course. By the way, why did you come back so soon? Didn't you find your target? Su Mu was puzzled. I've changed my taste recently. I'll go somewhere else next time. Luo Haicheng immediately returned to his usual playboy state, leaning back and sitting on his seat with his legs spread out. Unlike Su Mu's affectionate personality, the women around Luo Haicheng have changed one after another, and basically no one has been repeated. Women are like clothes to him. The only two people he cares about are his good brother Su Mu and his sister Luo Yi. In the original novel of Shenyuan Continent, there is no description of the details between Su Mu and Luo Hai City, but when Su Mu first traveled to this world, he grew up slowly from a young age. The relationship with Luo Hai City was also established slowly step by step. He knew that the Luo siblings had not had a good experience when they were young. They were ostracized by the Luo family for unknown reasons. It was Su Mu who brought them back to the Su family, which ensured that they did not starve to death. Although the time is not too long, only 2 or 3 years. But it was also after this period of time that the relationship between Su Mu and Luo Haicheng progressed rapidly. They had done everything together since childhood and were known to be a pair of bad friends in the eyes of others. Only they themselves know the key. This is why, in the first week of the plot, in order to investigate the cause of Su Mu's bizarre death, Luo Haicheng even risked his life. Just then, Qian Kun and his group rushed over excitedly. Brother, you are so awesome. In front of Luo Haicheng, they didn't dare to tell the specific reasons, but it did not prevent them from admiring Su Mu. Brother, just accept us as your little brothers. Qian Kun made this request again, and Su Mu felt a headache. He was about to refuse when he suddenly thought of something. It's not impossible. Su Mu spoke slowly. As long as you can get that Yan something long guy to be my younger brother, I will recognize your abilities and allow you to follow me from now on. Qian Kun and the others looked at each other, all somewhat excited, and immediately nodded in agreement, then turned around to look for Yan Long. Yan Long was a little confused when he heard the news, but after a brief thought, he quickly agreed. Su Mu smiled knowingly. Really? Since you are Chen Shu's man, I have given you the opportunity to be a spy. If I can't catch you, I will be helpless. Brother. Yan Long's attitude changed quickly. He admitted his mistake directly and said frankly that everything that happened before was just because he looked down on others. Luo Haicheng sat aside, frowning slightly, saying nothing. He just saw Yan Long's dishonest behavior. How could such a person stay with Su Mu? Well, he sighed softly in his heart. Since Su Mu is not going to do it, then his good brother will do it for him. If Yan Long can live to see tomorrow's sunrise, the name of his Luo Hai city will be written backwards. Alright, let's go back. Su Mu suddenly stood up and stretched. So soon. The Luo siblings frowned at the same time. One hoped that Su Mu could stay with his sister for a while longer, while the other simply wanted to stay with Su Mu for a while longer. It's getting late, let's go back. Su Mu also waved to Chenkin and others and threw a jade token over to them. This is my communication jade token. You guys go back too. I will find you if there is anything. Okay, big brother. Brother, I've already paid for your tea, please take care. Qian Kun smiled, nodded and bowed, then turned around and left without any hesitation. Su Mu raised his brows slightly. Yo, he has some good sense. Seeing that Yan Long was about to leave, Luo Haicheng's eyes suddenly flashed, and he stood up and laughed. You guys go first, I need to play for a while, I'll come find you next time. Then he turned and left, leaving Su Mu and Luo Yi looking at each other in bewilderment. When he reached the door, Su Mu suddenly discovered that Luo Yi had been following him closely. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. No, sister, you wanted to piss off the male lead, and you've already succeeded, so why are you still following me now? He turned around and glanced at the other person. Why do you keep following me? Luo Yi cleared his throat and coughed. Ahem, brother Su Mu, didn't you say we are friends now? I, your friend, ran away from home and have nowhere to go now. I wonder if I can stay at your house temporarily. No, I refuse. Su Mu vetoed 3 times in a row and replied immediately. He was a little confused. What on earth was Luo Yi going to do? As the heroine, you should just follow the original path. You suddenly made a scene tonight. I have already helped you, but you still want to blame me. You really want to live with me. Hearing this, Luo Yi blinked his big eyes several times in succession, looking pitiful. Brother Su Mu, shouldn't friends help each other? Do I really have nowhere to go now? Su Mu. He lowered his head and glanced at the other person's luxurious dress. The girl was pretty and had a storage ring on her hand. Just the equipment that Su Mu saw, each piece cost no less than 1 million yuanshi, and now you tell me you have no place to live. Homeless. Could this excuse be any worse? You can either wait for your brother here for a while and go back with him, or I'll go and get him out for you now. Don't want. Luo Yi pinched Su Mu's sleeves with both hands, his voice became a few degrees lower, and he looked even more pitiful. Brother Su Mu, I really ran away from home, and this time the conflict with my family was quite serious. If I go back now, they will definitely beat me to death. Can you bear to watch me get beaten to death? The girl's eyes were deep, like a pool of autumn water, and Su Mu couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. Good job. This is one of the best actresses he has ever seen. Her eyes alone convey her endless affection. If you didn't know, you would think she was acting coquettishly to her lover. Su Mu was silent for a moment. Okay. He has figured it out. The heroines will always do some weird things anyway, so he will just try his best to cooperate with them. That's the job of a vicious villain. Chapter 50. Calm. Something is wrong. That night, Chen Shu returned to the nether pond again, sitting alone, silent for a long time. Although he kept telling himself to stay calm, he couldn't bear it at all when he thought of Su Mu's appearance. Damn it! Chen Shu suddenly opened his eyes, and with a ferocious look, he punched the ground. Boom! As the bluestone shattered, Chen Shu swung his fists faster, as if he was treating the stones under his feet as Su Mu's face to vent his anger. He was a young and promising man. He walked out of the forbidden area at the age of 6 and fought alone. He has been successful ever since. His cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and he was always surrounded by beautiful women, and he received numerous opportunities and inheritances. Until he met Su Mu. Everything seemed to go wrong all of a sudden. How long had he been in the Holy Land? Less than 10 days. His childhood sweetheart Meng Xiaoxiao betrayed him, Qing Jingru and Mo Shuangxing humiliated him in public at the apprenticeship ceremony, and Yi Yan even locked him up in the netherworld pond for Su Mu, and he has not come out until now. But what about Su Mu? Not only did he get to know the beautiful Deacon Nangong Lu in the law enforcement hall, but he has also won Luo Yi's heart. He doesn't even know what happened. What's so good about Su Mu? He's just a useless second generation who relies on his family background, a brain-dead bootlicker. Why do all the people revolve around him? Chen Shu took out a jade token with a message from Yin Luan on it. The other party explained what he said at that time. Just say that now is not the best time to kill Su Mu. After all, the other party is still in the clan territory, and the risk of taking action is too great. They can wait until the selection of the chief disciple in a while, manipulate things behind the scenes, stir up conflicts among the parties, and let others deal with Su Mu for them. In fact, Yin Luan has already drawn up all the follow-up plans. He planned to arrange Yan Long to lurk beside Su Mu and persuade him to disrupt the crucial stage of the selection competition, so as to release the ancient ferocious beast, Viper sealed in the Holy Land. By then, there will definitely be a large number of casualties among the disciples, and countless families and forces will target Su Mu, and we will be able to reap the benefits. Then, young Palace Master, you will appear at the right time, rescue some key figures, and establish contact with them. This way, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. By that time, Chen Shu would be able to completely establish his reputation, reverse all previous declines, and truly become a rising star with a prominent reputation in the Holy Land, and even win the friendship of the 10 major immortal clans. Yin Luan's words were clear and logical, and Chen Shu couldn't help but calm down. What the other party said actually made a lot of sense, and the plan seemed flawless. But Chen Shu was still thinking about the news of, there was a traitor, in his mind and couldn't make up his mind for a while. That's all. Chen Shu shook his head. Maybe I'm overthinking it. After all, given Yin Luan's position, if he were to rebel, the impact on me would be more than just this. Let Su Mu live for another half a month, and then I'll teach him a lesson. Chen Shu gritted his teeth and suddenly thought of something. Speaking of which, how come there has been no news about Yan Long since last night? The next half-month was the most comfortable period of time for Su Mu since he started the second week of the story. There is no male or female protagonist plot, and there is nothing else to worry about. He stayed in his own yard every day, enjoying the foot massage, specially made for him by Meng Xiaoxiao, feeling extremely comfortable. He suddenly realized that this girl's footwork was becoming more and more skillful. Is this right? Never mind. Since Luo Yi moved into the Su family half a month ago, Su Mu has been keeping a close eye on him, but the other party seems to have become much more honest. Apart from coming to harass Su Mu at a fixed time every day, he didn't do anything particularly out of the ordinary. Oh, right. Su Mu vaguely remembered that the atmosphere was a bit strange when Luo Yi and Meng Xiaoxiao met for the first time. Moreover, this strange atmosphere seemed very familiar, just like the first time Su Hainying met Meng Xiaoxiao. The air was filled with an extremely strong smell of gunpowder, making it hard to breathe. Regarding Roy's behavior, Su Mu thought about it and thought that the other party might have moved into his house to make Chen Shu angry, and was planning to stay there for a long time. Luo Yi is no longer a concern. The person Su Mu is more worried about now is Su Hainying. During this period of time, the other party returned home and did not worry about any family affairs, nor did he practice in seclusion. Instead, he became obsessed with cooking. And every time he makes something new, he will give it to Su Mu first to try. I still remember that when Su Mu tried it on the first day, he took just one bite and then fell down on the spot. He almost thought that Su Hainying didn't intend to pretend anymore and was ready to kill him for the future male protagonist. Moreover, Su Hainying has become addicted now. She comes to poison once every afternoon and never misses the chance. Su Mu wanted to cry but had no tears. The villain cannon fodder really had no human rights. There is one more thing. Su Mu suddenly raised his head and looked at the other person next to Meng Xiaoxiao. She was a gentle girl, with a soft temperament all over her body, bright eyes and white teeth, and a light-colored gauze skirt with not much fabric, which made her look a little charming. This is the maid that Su Hainying gave him some time ago. She was taken from her good sister Yin Nianchou. She is the lan among the four elements of plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum. She is now also called Shaolin. Su Mu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. No, buddy, why are you sending a killer to me? He remembered very clearly that Shaolin was a killer with a mysterious background. She was just temporarily disguising herself to stay by Yin Nianchou's side. She was also one of the future heroines. Trouble. But he couldn't refuse. Because of what the other party said, Meng Xiaoxiao's identity is unknown, so I sent someone close to you to facilitate checks and balances. Su Mu, you are not one of us. I don't have anyone close to me. Everyone wants to harm me. In addition to the above people, there is also Meng Xiaoxiao. Speaking of this person, Su Mu also had a headache. Because the other party has been too quiet recently. Although he is a spy of the protagonist Chen Shu, Su Mu has never noticed that the other party has made any move to pass on information. Did they fail to pass on the message? Or was it too hidden for me to notice? Su Mu was a little confused. In the previous life, the other party lurked by his side and provided information to Chen Shu on time every day, always after Su Mu fell, deep asleep. Su Mu has been paying special attention recently, but he hasn't noticed any similar behavior. This made him a little conflicted. As the male protagonist undercover, do you have the business ability? Su Mu even suspected that the surveillance on the Su family's land was too strict, making it inconvenient for the other party to act. So she took time out to go back to the Holy Land, but Meng Xiaoxiao remained indifferent. She was obsessed with becoming a qualified maid and taking care of Su Mu's daily life. From time to time, we would play some exciting cross-dressing. Su Mu said he couldn't stand it. From time to time, he asked Meng Xiaoxiao to step on his back, just to show the purple line fragment behind his neck in detail to the other party, and the topic was already on his lips. As a result, Meng Xiaoxiao seemed to be unable to see it. You, the heroine, are too lazy. Su Mu expressed contempt in his heart. Time passes. Finally, the selection of the Holy Land's chief disciple is approaching. Chapter 51, Outer Sect Competition. Yao named the place holy. The selection of chief disciples held every 10 years has begun. Many disciples who were originally in seclusion have become active, and the flow of people in the Holy Land is increasing. The selection of the chief disciple is not a single activity. It is just a convention. In fact, it has 3 steps. The first part is a competition among outer disciples, and inner disciples do not need to participate. This competition is a pure test of the individual combat capabilities of the cultivators. A points system is used to select a champion, who will be given key training resources and promoted to an inner sect disciple. Other disciples will also be given corresponding rewards based on their rankings. The second part is the Secret Realm Trial. Both inner and outer disciples will participate and enter the Holy Land's secret realm of heaven and earth, Huchi. They will then be ranked according to their performance in the secret realm. According to convention, the person ranked first in the secret realm will be the chief disciple. If outer disciples want to participate in this secret trial, they need to rank in the top 1000 in the disciple competition. Inner disciples do not have this restriction. There is one last part to this event, but it is not about fighting. Instead, it is an entertainment and relaxation session for the disciples of the Holy Land, also known as a matchmaking meeting. Once back into the Holy Land, Su Mu could hear people's discussions. Have you noticed that, although senior brother Chen Shu is in the outer sect, he actually has the strength of the Tianyuan realm? This is already the standard for inner sect disciples. Yes, I remember that during the apprenticeship ceremony, senior brother Chen was only at the second level of the Nahai realm. I didn't expect him to break through so quickly. This is true genius. It takes me half a year to break through a small realm. Why is the gap between people so big? In my opinion, the first place in this year's outer sect competition must be senior brother Chen Shu. Everyone nodded repeatedly, agreeing with it. There are 10 levels of cultivation in Shenyuan continent, from low to high: Xuanqi, Ningdan, Hunti, Nahai, Tianyuan, Dixian, Tianxian, Shenhuang, Shanzun, and Shandi. As for whether there is a higher realm, that is not something they can know. Yaofeng Holy Land is one of the 3 holy places in Shenyuan continent. The level of its outer disciples is generally at the soul and body realm, or the sea conquest realm. In remote areas, this is already the level of a clan leader. The standard for inner disciples is the Tianyuan realm. Chen Shu and Su Mu have both reached this realm. I don't think so. Suddenly, a cute voice sounded in the crowd. I think senior sister Nangong may also win first place in the outer sect competition. Yes, how could I forget this one? Everyone was reminded and suddenly understood. Nangong Shi, the eldest daughter of the Nangong family, suffered damage to her soul when she was young and was forced to sleep for 10 years. She only started practicing 6 years ago and has now reached the first level of Tianyuan realm. Moreover, the other party is the deacon of the law enforcement hall Nangong Lu's sister. Hearing this, Su Mu couldn't help but look over there, his heart moved slightly. Nangong Shi, Nangong Lu's sister, is one of the heroines in the original novel. In a normal plot, she would be the second in this outer sect competition. As for the first one, of course it's the male protagonist Chen Shu. However, Nangong Shi will also become the chief disciple because the Holy Land selects 2 chief disciples every 10 years, 1 male and 1 female. In popular terms, these are the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter. In order to compete for this title, countless geniuses fight each other every 10 years. Su Mu vaguely remembered that Yin Niancho seemed to be the Holy Maiden of Miaoyan Holy Land. He couldn't help but recall the lazy look of the other party when she stayed in the Su family, and felt that she was a little weird. The real rulers of Shenyuan continent are the 10 major families after all, but the 3 holy places were jointly founded by the 10 major families, and the relationships between them are complicated and difficult to distinguish. This is also the method used by the top 10 families to recruit wild talents. The 3 holy places are the Yaofeng Holy Land where Su Mu is, the Miaoyan Holy Land where Yin Niancho is, and the last one is the Tianyuan Holy Land. Su Mu walked towards his cave. He had been staying at the Su family for some time recently. After all, his own home was much more comfortable. Along the way, he could hear many people discussing the outer sect competition, and it sounded like the 2 biggest dark horses at the moment were Chen Shu and Nangong Shi. It looks like my storyline is about to begin, Su Mu muttered to himself. When the second stage of the Secret Realm trial comes, he will release the ancient ferocious beast Baki according to the original plot. I don't know how many people will die this time. The boy was silent for a moment. For the sake of the plot mission, he had no choice. Su Mu suddenly remembered that he seemed to have something to do before that. According to the original plot, Su Mu should have just been released from the confinement room of the law enforcement hall at this time. Full of anger, he brought a large group of his younger brothers to find trouble with Chen Shu. Then, Su Mu gathered a large group of people that day, ready to directly break into the outer sect competition. There was something wrong when counting the number of people. Su Mu frowned. Where is Yanlong? Ah, this kid didn't come. Qian Kun scratched his head, not quite caring. Who cares? I haven't seen him for half a month. Brother, I didn't think much of this guy anyway. He's probably scared. We can do it on our own. Su Mu thought for a moment, thinking that the other party was the protagonist Chen Shu's man after all, and might have been called to do something. Okay, follow me. Soon, the group arrived at the scene of the outer sect competition. On the stage, Chen Shu was fighting fiercely with an outer disciple, and Su Mu came closer with a large group of younger brothers. Yi Yan, who was in midair, noticed it immediately and was delighted. Su Mu is here indeed. Since there were so many people participating in the outer sect competition, it was divided into several venues, and each venue had an elder in charge of maintaining order. Yi Yan happened to be assigned here. Although she was only at the earthly immortal realm and not as good as other elders, she was more than capable of dealing with the battles with the outer disciples. Although the gap between the Tianyuan mirror and the earthly immortal realm seems small, it is actually a qualitative leap. Before reaching the earthly immortal realm, no matter how strong you are just a mortal. Only when one reaches the realm of earthly immortals, one's lifespan increases greatly, one's vital energy becomes endless, and one can invoke the great way of heaven and earth with just a move of one's hands. This is what it means to be a true immortal. Come on, show me all the weapons you prepared. Su Mu raised his hand and directed his younger brothers. Chenkin and the others immediately gathered together and surrounded the small venue, attracting everyone's attention. What are these people doing? Are they trying to cause trouble? Not really. This is an outer sect competition and there are elders watching. That shouldn't be the case. If someone gets hurt, it will be a big problem. After all, the outer sect competition is a major event concerning the inheritance of the Holy Land, and the top leaders will not allow anyone to mess around. If anyone doesn't open his eyes at this time, the punishment he will receive is not just solitary confinement. Therefore, during the outer sect competitions in the past, even if the disciples had conflicts with each other, they would resolve them on the stage. This also resulted in a much better order in the Holy Land. But, Su Mu chuckled, he is here just to cause trouble today. And make some noise. The bigger the better. Chapter 52, Serious Illness Requires Strong Medicine. Inside the venue, countless viewers noticed this scene, their faces filled with confusion. Has he always been this brave? After all, he is Su Mu, nothing is impossible. After hearing this, everyone fell silent. What he said really made a lot of sense. At this moment, Yi Yan suddenly fell from the air and stopped in front of Su Mu. Her expression was gentle and her red lips slightly opened. Why are you here, Yi Yan? Su Mu pretended to be surprised, as if he didn't know that the other party was the elder in charge of this place, and then snorted coldly. Humph. Of course I'm here to cause trouble for you, Chen Shu. Su Mu's tongue almost got tied because he changed his words so quickly. He really wanted to say as in the original plot that he came to take revenge on Yi Yan and Chen Shu, but he suddenly remembered that the plot had been twisted. According to the lines in the original script, that would be very strange. Su Muqing coughed. Ahem, I'm here to see Chen Shu today. It's none of your business. He hasn't finished embarrassing me in front of Jingru last time. Oh, there was a hint of amusement in Yi Yan's eyes. She had just keenly caught the hesitation in Su Mu's words. Sure enough, he was still not good at making excuses. He just mentioned me, right? Is he here to see me? Yi Yan's heart moved slightly, and she suddenly remembered her plan of being a Taoist companion for 10 days. Hateful. If Chen Shu hadn't suddenly appeared to disrupt the situation, Su Mu would have been hers now. How could she continue to use Qing Jingru as an excuse? Yi Yan became even more angry with Chen Shu, but when she saw Su Mu in front of her, her mood suddenly became good again. She suppressed her smile. Revenge? Then what are you going to do? I am the elder in charge of this place, I can't just sit there and do nothing. Yi Yan knew that Su Mu was actually a kind-hearted person. She also noticed the abnormal behavior of the boy. If he was planning to disrupt order at the competition, how could he bring just a few playboys with him? Su Mu raised his eyebrows. Damn, why don't you play by the rules? In the original story, Su Mu brought his brothers to the venue, and just as they were about to cause trouble, Yi Yan immediately took action and suppressed them forcefully. She did not allow them to interfere with Chen Shu. Only after the fight between Chen Shu and others was over, were Su Mu and others allowed into the arena. But now, Su Mu looked at Yi Yan's pretty face carefully, and seemed to catch a glimpse of a faint smile. "No, what's that expression on your face? As an elder, you should maintain order. Get me out now. Why is it that now I feel like someone is teasing me?" Su Mu was confused. He decided to put some pressure on the other party, so he pretended to be gloomy. "Don't block my way. Even if you are an elder and a woman, and you are in my way, I will not be polite. Are you going to hit me?" Yi Yan asked knowingly, with a hint of doubt and sadness in her tone, showing her little girl attitude. Su Mu. Wrong. There is a big problem. What's going on with Yi Yan seeming to be flirting with him? Are you willing to do that? Yi Yan took a step forward and raised her head slightly, greatly shortening the distance between her and Su Mu. The boy suddenly smelled a faint fragrance at the tip of his nose. Su Mu's eyes widened. He clearly saw the other person's fair and delicate neck, as well as the depth under the collar. Yi Yan, who had the memories of her past life, actually knew that Su Mu would come a long time ago. After her plan of being a Taoist companion for 10 days was forced to be interrupted last time, she had been looking for an opportunity to get along with Su Mu. Now, the opportunity has come. For this moment, Yi Yan dressed up specially before going out this morning. Su Mu was so frightened that he stepped back repeatedly. What the hell? What is going on? Is the heroine's plot going to collapse again? Su Mu. The person you hate is me. If you have any grudges, just come after me. Chen Shu suddenly landed beside him and spoke slowly. The words were so powerful that the expressions of the onlookers immediately brightened and they couldn't help but feel favorable towards him. Chen Shu was secretly annoyed as he was originally competing with someone. Despite the fierce battle, he immediately noticed the abnormality in the audience. Seeing Su Mu leading everyone to surround the arena, he was a little excited. Could it be that Su Mu dares to attack me directly at this time? Is there such a good thing? As everyone knows, the outer sect competition is an important moment concerning the inheritance of the Holy Land. If Su Mu dares to disregard the rules at such an important moment, he will surely be met with severe punishment from the top leaders. Even if his father intervened, this matter would not end well. Chen Shu was just worrying about having no place to vent his anger, and then the other party came to his door. Very good. Come, Su Mu. Come on up and get started. He had been looking forward to it, but in the end, Yi Yan suddenly flew down and began to have an intimate conversation with Su Mu. There was a faint sense of ambiguity between the two of them. Chen Shu. His smile froze, and he subconsciously clenched his fists, quickly knocking his original opponent out of the field and appearing here. Chen Shu originally regarded Yi Yan as his own property, so he naturally would not allow Su Mu to flirt with her. Seeing the protagonist appear, Su Mu's eyes suddenly lit up. Not bad, not bad. The hero is the hero. He always stands up at the most critical moment to diffuse the awkward atmosphere. Su Mu immediately crossed his arms across his chest with a playful look on his face. Chen Shu, today I have prepared a special gift for you. As he said this, he raised his head in a very arrogant manner, signaling his younger brothers to get to work quickly. Qian Kun and the others understood immediately. They quickly took out a crystal stone from their pockets and immediately began to play the contents in public. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. This matter is not over today. Get out of here. Ha ha ha. Around the venue, 8 giant light screens began playing simultaneously to ensure that all the audience could see it. The contents on the light screen were all the same. That was the scene where Chen Shu was humiliated in public by Qing Jingru during the apprenticeship ceremony, and then forced to get out. The audience was stunned. Most of them were outer disciples who had been present and witnessed the event at the time, and were now reliving the classic. Some people couldn't hold it anymore. Puff. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Mad, this is so talented. I laugh every time I see this. There was laughter in the audience. Chen Shu was stunned for a moment, his mouth wide open, his face full of disbelief. Oh shit. Su Mu. You will die a miserable death. He reacted quickly, his face flushed red, and he roared loudly. As the male protagonist, although Chen Shu has a different personality from ordinary people, he is still a teenager after all. No one can tolerate such public humiliation. His body was shaking violently, the anger on his face could not be concealed at all, he clenched his teeth and looked extremely ferocious. Su Mu nodded with satisfaction. Yes, yes, yes. This is exactly the effect he wants. But the fire is not big enough. Su Mu immediately took a step forward, glaring at him with an arrogant and provocative attitude. Chen Shu, do you still remember this scene? I spent a lot of money to buy this crystal stone from someone else. I want to give you a surprise today. Su Mu laughed loudly towards the sky, extremely arrogant. Don't think you can get away with participating in the outer sect competition. You dared to embarrass me in front of Jingru, and now I'm going to let you experience that feeling. Chen Shu was furious. Chapter 53 Nangong Creek. Chen Shu was angry. The whole person turned visibly red and warm. Su Mu. Ah. Die. Chen Shu originally wanted to wait for Yin Luan's plan to take effect, then kill Su Mu by borrowing his knife, but he can't bear it anymore. Su Mu is going to die now. Su Mu. Do you dare to come up and compete with me again? Chen Shu roared. Su Mu curled his lips slightly with a look of disdain. That's why I came here today. I'll beat you up so hard that you'll call me daddy. Chen Shu's body froze. He recalled the embarrassing scene during their first duel, when he was distracted by Su Mu and the first words he blurted out after waking up from a coma were, "Father." Thinking of this, he became even angrier. Su Mu. Not only do you want to snatch the woman from me, but now you dare to humiliate me in public. I think you are ready to die. Seeing that the other party was furious, Su Mu was even more delighted. Yes, yes, yes. That's it. The angrier the better. In fact, Su Mu didn't need to use such an ostentatious method. In the plot of his previous life, he just provoked the other party in a normal way, not as cruelly as he is now. But Su Mu was also helpless. The main reason is that the plot has been too biased recently. If he doesn't find a way to take some measures, what will happen to the subsequent plot tasks? So, Su Mu came up with this ruthless trick overnight. Directly and completely offend Chen Shu in public. Make the conflict between the two completely public. The bigger the noise, the better. The more people know about this, the better. Su Mu has already thought about it. In the original plot, Su Mu had accumulated a lot of resentment in his heart because he had repeatedly run into obstacles with Chen Shu. Later, he exploded in the secret trial and did not hesitate to release the ancient ferocious beast. But now the plot has gone awry. Compared to Su Mu, Chen Shu's resentment was obviously greater. That's why Su Mu started to use drastic measures. He deliberately made such a big fuss just to set a stage for the protagonist Chen Shu. As long as the other party defeats him severely here today and humiliates him, the protagonist's reputation can be completely saved. Afterwards, Su Mu lost face in front of so many people, his mentality was completely broken, and then he released the ancient ferocious beast in the secret realm. This explanation is obviously much more reasonable. When Su Mu thought of this plan, he couldn't help but marvel at it. I am such a genius. Neither the male nor the female protagonist is reliable, and I have to patch them up. There will be no problem with the following plot. Su Mu suddenly raised his eyes and met Chen Shu's gaze. Seeing the other party's imposing and righteous appearance, Su Mu laughed heartily, raised his hand and drew the golden halberd from the ring, pointing it at Chen Shu from a distance. Chen Shu, come and fight. Wait, a cute voice suddenly sounded. A young girl flew in from outside the field and stood in front of Su Mu with a firm look in her eyes. Let me fight for Su Mu in this battle. Su Mu took a breath of cold air. What the hell? Why is Meng Xiaoxiao here? On the field. Meng Xiaoxiao was wearing a long skirt and holding a sword in one hand. She had a slender body but exuded a domineering aura. Everyone was stunned for a moment. What is this unfolding? Yi Yan's brows slightly frowned. She naturally remembered Meng Xiaoxiao. They had met in their previous life and had met several times in this life. Why would she fight for Su Mu? What is her relationship with Su Mu? Doesn't Su Mu only stick around that woman Qing Jingru? It's Meng Xiaoxiao. On the ring, Chen Shu looked very ugly. He had thought that something unexpected would happen in today's battle with Su Mu, but he didn't expect that the first person to show up would be his childhood sweetheart. So, you really betrayed me. Why? Chen Shu's mind was full of thoughts, filled with reluctance and anger. Why should you give up on me and join Su Mu? What's so good about this loser Su Mu? Chen Shu gripped the black sword even tighter. He once couldn't believe that Meng Xiaoxiao had really betrayed him, he was just suspicious. I also wondered whether Su Much would use Meng Xiaoxiao as a trump card in his hand and use it at the critical moment after he opposed the other party. I didn't expect it to be exposed in such an abrupt form. Why? Chen Shu's words were cold, he really wanted to ask. What did Su Mu give you? Or, what did the Su family give you? So that you can abandon the friendship between us that has lasted for more than 10 years. Meng Xiaoxiao sneered but did not answer. Of course, she had considered deeply before doing this today. In her previous life, Su Mu was severely injured by Chen Shu at the competition and was humiliated in public. It was precisely because of this that Su Mu's mentality exploded. Under the instigation of others, he unlocked the seal of the ancient ferocious beast and then fell into an abyss from which there was no escape. As someone who used to be close to Chen Shu, Meng Xiaoxiao of course knew that all this was planned by the other party, in order to completely get rid of Su Mu and severely damage the Su family. After her rebirth, Meng Xiaoxiao made a secret decision. No one can hurt Su Mu again. No one. If anyone wants to hurt Su Mu, then step on her corpse. Meng Xiaoxiao never wanted to see that gentle boy fall into depravity again, and she never wanted to lose him again. Chen Shu and Meng Xiaoxiao confronted each other, and their auras collided. Su Mu was confused. What the hell is going on? In his mind, he imagined countless scenes of fighting with Chen Shu, and also thought about how to lose in a reasonable way and to highlight the hero's style. But no matter how hard he racked his brains, he could not have anticipated the current situation. Why did Meng Xiaoxiao interfere? This wasn't in the original plot. Su Mu was a little crazy. Can you heroines stop adding drama to your own scenes? Yi Yan just now was the same, neither of them played by the rules. Su Mu suddenly remembered. Some time ago, when he was put in solitary confinement, the other female protagonists were very dishonest, but Meng Xiaoxiao was the only one who behaved normally. He had high hopes for Meng Xiaoxiao, thinking that she was a rare normal heroine. It seems now, normal as, the emotions and drama have been added here. Su Mu couldn't understand, so he quickly raised his hand and tugged at the corner of Meng Xiaoxiao's clothes. This is a grudge between Chen Shu and me. It has nothing to do with you. It does matter. Meng Xiaoxiao looked stubborn. I am Brother Mu's follower, so I will go through fire and water for him. Su Mu, I really thank you for your professional ethics. Then can you please study your main job and be a good heroine? Su Mu forced a smile and was about to speak again to persuade him. Etc. Another charming voice was heard, and then someone fell into the arena. Su Mu suddenly felt something was wrong and quickly turned around to look. I saw a young girl approaching slowly and gracefully. This is Nangong Shi. Su Mu's eyes widened. Why did the new heroine appear at this time? Nangong Shi, one of the heroines of Shenyuan continent, and the sister of Nangong Lu. She was wearing a Taoist robe and carrying a huge guzheng on her back. She stepped into the arena step by step, standing between Chen Shu and Su Mu, with a stern tone. I should be the one to fight this battle. Su Mu. Ah. Chapter 54, Interlinked. Nangong Shi stood between the two of them. Su Mu's eyes widened. Nangong Shi is the heroine with the most unique temperament in Shenyuan continent. She likes to wear light-colored Taoist robes, carry a huge mysterious guzheng on her back, have cloud-like hair with a slanted hairpin, and a dreamy face. In the original novel, this is also the only woman that the protagonist Chen Shu falls in love with at first sight. Nangong Shi opened her cherry lips slightly. I should be the one to fight this battle. She tilted her head to look at her best friend Yi Yan, forcing herself not to look at Su Mu, her eyes firm. This is the outer sect competition. According to the procedure, this should be the last match, which is the battle between me and this guy. Yi Yan immediately understood what her best sister meant, but she was still a little confused. You want me to help you so that you can fight Chen Shu? Although it sounds reasonable, isn't the timing of this appearance a little too clever? Su Mu was also in doubt at this moment. The timing of Nangong Zai's appearance was too coincidental. It was exactly the time when Su Mu was about to duel with Chen Shu and Meng Xiaoxiao fought on his behalf. It looks like Nangong Shi also wanted to fight in place of Su Mu. Su Mu immediately shook his head. This is impossible. As the heroine of the story, Nangong Shi naturally stands on Chen Shu's side. She chose to appear at this time. Could it be that? Su Mu's eyes lit up. That's right. The other party appeared at this time and forced to continue the outer sect competition, definitely to obstruct Su Emu's plan to humiliate Chen Shu and to maintain the face of the male protagonist. Wow, she is worthy of being the heroine. There are so many tricks in the timing of her appearance. No. Seeing that Yi Yan and Nangongshi were about to reach a consensus, Meng Xiaoxiao hurriedly stepped forward. Chen Shu has offended my brother Mu, so I must take on this battle today. What? My home. Brother Mu. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Shu, Yi Yan, and Nangongshi all looked over with extremely sharp eyes, which were filled with strong murderous intent, as if asking what this title meant. I almost forgot that Meng Xiaoxiao is Su Emu's follower. I think that's how I called her last time, that is. Yi Yan's pretty eyebrows suddenly twisted into a knot. Why didn't she address Su Mu in such a familiar way? No, she must think of one too. Yi Yan suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. She decided to put her 10-day Taoist companion plan back on the agenda and look for another opportunity. Thinking of this, she quickly raised her hand. This is the venue for the outer sect competition. Disciples are welcome to challenge, but the finals will be held first. Meng Xiaoxiao was secretly angry. She didn't know why, but she felt that Yi Yan did it on purpose just to prevent her from working for Brother Mu. Even though she was unhappy, Yi Yan was an elder after all, so she had no choice but to obey. The girl's heart suddenly moved. During the entire selection conference, the disciples can challenge each other, so why don't I wait until they finish the finals before going on stage again? Meng Xiaoxiao was excited and secretly expectant. Thanks. Nangongshi smiled at her good sister with a look of gratitude, then she flipped over and jumped onto the stage, getting ready and facing Chen Shu. Bring it on. Chen Shu was still not able to react for a moment. He was in a daze. All the anger he had felt from being humiliated by Su Mu had long been thrown out of his mind. It was really because the Nangongshi in front of him was too charming. Deep and quiet. She has a peerless beauty, a great mind, a slender waist and straight legs. It's as if every part of it is based on his aesthetics. Then, Chen Shu was not in a hurry to proceed to the finals. He first lifted his hair and then showed a gentle smile. My name is Chen Shu. May I ask what is your name, junior sister? Nangongshi frowned slightly. Of course she knew who Chen Shu was. In her previous life, she almost died at his hands, so her memory was extremely clear. Moreover, at that time, the two met at the outer sect competition. Not only did Chen Shu defeat her, he even flirted with her verbally. She felt that the other person was not a good person at the time and was extremely disgusted with him. The girl narrowed her eyes and looked at the other person. To be honest, Chen Shu's appearance was not bad, on the contrary, he was quite handsome, with a sunny temperament and gentle conversation. In addition, he possessed the purple pattern fragment, which blessed him with the heavenly Tao. Normal strangers will have a good impression of Chen Shu when they first meet him. But Nangongshi had a blank expression on his face. He took down the guzheng behind him and hung it in front of him. I didn't tell you my name, take it. The girl's jade fingers flicked repeatedly, and a sound as gentle as pearls and jade instantly spread out. Chen Shu's face changed drastically, and he quickly activated his internal cultivation. He is actually a master of music. The sound was extremely strange, and the means of attack were even more unpredictable. But Chen Shu was not panicked at all, because he knew the fatal weakness of cultivators who practiced the way of music, which was their weak defense. Without saying a word, he circulated his energy, used his body skills, and flashed continuously, quickly approaching Nangongshi. Nangongshi seemed to have expected this. He disappeared from the spot in a flash and appeared on the other side of the venue. Chen Shu frowned, changed direction and continued chasing, then Nangongshi appeared again. The two men kept changing directions, and the battle came to a stalemate for a while, leaving the audience dumbfounded. How can this final be like this? Playing hide and seek here. Yi Yan frowned slightly and became worried. She saw the current situation on the field clearly at a glance. Nangongshi kept dodging with long-range attacks and flexible movements, while Chen Shu kept chasing and defending at the same time. Once Chen Shu fails to defend first, or Nangongshi is caught up by Chen Shu, they will be defeated quickly. This has turned into a pure tug-of-war, a competition between each other's energy reserves. Su Mu watched with great interest. At this time in his previous life, he was thrown directly outside the venue and could not see the interaction between the male and female protagonists, but now he can watch it up close, and he can't help but marvel in his heart. The male and female protagonists are really good at playing around, and their flirting methods are so niche. She ran away, he chased her, and she couldn't escape even if she had wings. Soo-Mu felt a lot more relaxed for a moment, mainly because he was no longer needed to participate and the plot was proceeding normally. This familiar sense of security was really wonderful. Brother Mu. Meng Xiaoxiao walked to Su-Emu's side. She had no interest in the fight on the stage. No matter who lost, it would have no effect on her. Nangong Shi lost, and Meng Xiaoxiao had the right to go on stage for the duel. If Nangong Shi wins, Meng Xiaoxiao can also be thick-skinned and drag Chen Shu to fight another game. Of course, the premise is that the opponent has not completely lost his combat effectiveness. By the way, why are you here? Su-Mu was very confused. In the original plot, you were not in this part at all. What happened? Meng Xiaoxiao lowered her head and took out a food box from the storage ring and handed it to Su-Mu with both hands. This was made by Miss Han Ying today. She specifically asked me to deliver it to you. I didn't expect that when I first arrived, I saw Chen Shu provoking me, so I couldn't help myself. The girl smiled innocently, and seemed a little embarrassed. Su-Mu raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect it was because of Su Hanying. Is this also the butterfly effect? Chapter 55 If the hero is killed. The battle on stage continues. Off stage, Su-Mu nodded as Meng Xiaoxiao gave a detailed account. This makes sense. No one knows what's wrong with Su Hanying, who came back early. She is no longer busy with family affairs all day like in the first plot. Instead, she is keen on cooking. So is this today's poison. Su-Mu had a look of disgust on his face. He really couldn't understand why the other party insisted on letting him try the food. Could it be that? The boy's eyes suddenly glanced at the ring. Could it be that Su Hanying also came into contact with Chen Shu in advance and developed a secret crush on him? It is said that a woman in love will change a lot, so even a tomboy like Su Hanying began to try cooking for her lover. By the way, you can also use him, the cannon fodder villain, to test the poison, killing two birds with one stone. Su-Mu curled his lips, and his logic suddenly became clear. The villain's supporting character really has no human rights. Not only is he stepped on by the male and female protagonists, but he even has to digest this kind of semi-finished poison. He pinched his nose forcefully, took a piece of cake and put it in his mouth, and immediately looked surprised. The taste is so much better today. The extremely salty osmanthus cake a few days ago, and that I don't know what kind of creature it was made of, but the dish was still moving. It almost caused Su-Mu to die on the spot and leave this not-so-beautiful world early. Seeing that the young man had no doubts, Meng Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. This was a copy she had asked Su Hanying for in advance, just so that she could have a legitimate reason to come to the competition at this time. Su-Mu ate pastries while watching the battle on the stage. As time passed, the battle gradually came to an end. The two people fighting on the stage are only at the Tianyuan realm. Chen Shu is at the third level of the Tianyuan realm, and Nangong Shi is at the second level of the Tianyuan realm. Vitality is limited. Huff. Hateful. Chen Shu was panting and clenching his teeth. Not only did he have to worry about defending against the opponent's sonic attacks, but he also had to find a way to catch up with the opponent in time and disrupt the rhythm of the attack. Chen Shu now just felt that the sound method was really disgusting. Not only can it boost vitality, it can also cause mental damage, and it is a method of attack that covers all angles without any blind spots. If it weren't for his profound cultivation, which was different from that of ordinary people, he would have been exhausted to death by the opponent long ago. But, pity. A sneer appeared on Chen Shu's lips. He informed Master Tianpo directly in his heart, and the other party immediately took over his mental defense, reducing his pressure sharply. Nangong Shi seemed to be fighting with him, but in fact he was fighting with the residual soul of an immortal king cultivator. How could he possibly win? Seeing that the opponent was showing signs of fatigue, Chen Shu immediately stepped forward and swung his sword. Sure enough, Nangong Shi was already pale with exhaustion. The dodging movement is also extremely slow. The sword was about to hit, but Nangong Zai's expression suddenly changed and a blush appeared on his face. Oh no, it's a scam. Chen Shu's heart was filled with alarm and he wanted to retreat quickly, but it was too late. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud explosion in the field. Chen Shu and Nangong Shi were blown away at the same time and fell to the ground, their lives or deaths unknown. What the hell is there an explosion? Su-Mu stood up suddenly, his eyes almost popping out. Did the male and female protagonists fight so fiercely in the original plot? They even blew themselves up. They were afraid that they couldn't kill each other. Yi Yan was also shocked, but after all, she had a high level of cultivation, so she reacted immediately and protected her good sister's life. Nangong Zai's face was pale and she forced a smile. She didn't self-destruct, but used a very powerful magical weapon, but the side effects were a bit serious. I tried my best. The girl also knew that not only did Chen Shu have many hidden cards, but there was also the residual soul of an immortal king monk residing in his sea of consciousness. After all, he is the immortal king. He is the overlord of the entire Shenyuan continent and is far beyond the reach of a mortal like her in the Tianyuan realm. That's why she chose this method to inflict heavy damage on the opponent. Even though he was seriously injured, he could still recover with some time. Is it worth it? Yi Yan had a complicated expression. Nangong Zai's eyes unconsciously glanced in a certain direction below the stage. Her boy had already stood up, his face full of worry. The girl smiled suddenly. Of course it's worth it, in my opinion it's already won. As long as Chen Shu is severely injured and completely loses his ability to fight, he will not have the time to provoke Su Mu. Su Mu would not have suffered a mental breakdown and finally released the ancient ferocious beast, plunging himself into an abyss from which there was no escape. As long as it's for Su Mu, all this is worth it. The girl lost consciousness. Off stage, Meng Xiaoxiao was also completely stunned. She didn't expect that Nangong Shi, who looked so weak, could be so fierce in battle. She was even so cruel to herself. This is trouble. The girl frowned. Chen Shu has now completely lost his ability to fight and is lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. Even if she steps forward to challenge him now, the other party has the right to refuse. Help! The other healing monks who stayed behind in the field only reacted at this moment and hurried forward to treat Chen Shu. As for Nangong Shi, Yi Yan had already taken action herself. This outer sect competition ended suddenly in such a sloppy manner. Su Mu was still confused and speechless for a long time. Isn't this right? Is there such a heaven-defying battle in the original plot? If you hurt the enemy by 1,000, you will also hurt yourself by 1,000. Are you kidding me? Aren't you the male and female protagonists? Is it necessary to fight to this extent? Su Mu's heart suddenly moved. He looked at Chen Shu, who was still unaware of his own safety, and asked the system in his heart. System, if I go up and kill the protagonist right now, will it be considered as completing the plot mission? Host reminder, your identity is a supporting role in the plot. This does not count as completing the plot mission, and you cannot return. Su Mu said inwardly, as expected. After all, this world is the novel, Shenyuan continent. If there was no male protagonist, everything that followed would have collapsed. Haha, I was just joking. Host, come on. When I returned to the field, I found that everything around me was in chaos. No one expected that the final of the outer sect competition would end in this way. The elder has just announced the news that both of them are not dead, but they are both seriously injured and need to recuperate for some time. That's not right. Su Mu suddenly reacted. What if Chen Shu doesn't appear until the second stage of the selection? Should I still release the ancient beast in the second stage? And the most important third stage, the occasion called the marriage meeting. In the original plot, the protagonist Chen Shu showed his prowess in both the first stage of the outer sect competition and the second stage of the secret realm trial, while the matchmaking meeting saw all the heroines appear at the same time, with Chen Shu winning the beauty and the event ending perfectly. What the hell just happened? Su Mu went crazy. When did the plot deviate to such an outrageous degree? I thought everything would end here today. Unexpectedly. Chen Shu, who was supposed to be unconscious, suddenly woke up. Although his eyes were dull and his face was pale, he actually stood up after a slight adjustment. There are experts here. Su Mu took a breath of cold air. Chapter 56, Blood of All Races. New abilities. Chen Shu actually stood up. No one present had expected that the other party could still move on his own after suffering such a fierce attack right in front of his face. Fuck. Awesome. Su Mu couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in his heart. He is worthy of being the male protagonist. His vitality is so strong. Fortunately, he didn't have any bad intentions just now. If he had gone forward and tried to kill the other party, he might have been killed by various coincidences. It seems that the system is still good for me. Su Mu couldn't help but sigh. On the other side, Meng Xiaoxiao's expression suddenly brightened. Her eyes seemed to gleam with brilliance, and she looked eager to try. Chen Shu actually stood up again. Does it mean that the other party still has the ability to fight? So can she rush up and challenge the other party? Su Mu also noticed the change in Meng Xiaoxiao's expression beside him and couldn't help but sigh. Oh, I still caught it. You are a woman who is good at pretending. As expected, she is the heroine, and her whole focus is on the safety of the hero, Chen Shu. He was so excited when he saw that the other party was out of danger. On stage, Chen Shu stood up unsteadily, his face pale, and he looked like he was going to die in the next second. But he still raised his head and looked around, looking as if he was a little dazed. All right, the outer sect competition is over. Because Yi Yan was busy caring about her good sister Nangong Shi, another newly arrived old man began to preside over the scene. After a simple judgment, he quickly announced the result of the competition. The first place in the outer sect competition is Chen Shu. The second place in the outer sect competition is Nangong Shi. Su Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Although the process is a little different, the result is obviously consistent with the original plot. The plot is not biased. Su Mu felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. This seemed to be the first time that nothing went wrong since he started the second round of the story. Who cares? As long as the result is right, that's fine. Sudden. Chen Shu. Meng Xiaoxiao suddenly shouted, turned over and jumped onto the stage, pointing her sword at the opponent. Now that the outer sect competition is over, it's time for you to duel with me. I haven't settled the score with you for humiliating my brother Mu just now. Su Mu was completely dumbfounded. What was going on with this sense of being chased and killed? Wasn't Meng Xiaoxiao busy worrying about the other person's safety? Why did she have to act out this at a time like this? Could it be that, in order to make Meng Xiaoxiao completely gain my trust, Chen Shu actually went to such an outrageous extent? He is willing to risk his life just to deal with a supporting role like me. Su Mu felt a surge of admiration in his heart. He is worthy of being the leading actor. Such fucking professionalism. You put all your effort into killing a small monster. If you don't succeed, who will? On the stage, Chen Shu obviously hadn't reacted yet. He swayed his body, tilted his head, and pointed at himself. Huh, challenge who? Me. The elder who presided over the scene frowned. He recognized Meng Xiaoxiao. Among this session of disciples, only 16 people directly became inner disciples, and Meng Xiaoxiao was one of them. My disciple, as a senior sister of the inner sect, you should not challenge your junior brother when he is seriously injured. Perhaps he couldn't bear to watch it anymore, and felt that Chen Shu was quite pitiful and would probably die if he fought again, so the elder helped the other party to refuse the fight and started to arrange the follow-up matters directly. Meng Xiaoxiao pouted, feeling very dissatisfied. Su Mu was a little confused. For some reason, he always felt that Meng Xiaoxiao regretted not being able to kill Chen Shu. Illusion. It must be my illusion. After all, the other party is such a reliable heroine. It must be that I have been poisoned too much by Su Hanying recently, and my mind is a little confused. Su Mu nodded, thinking it was very reasonable. Suddenly he raised his head again, looked around, and frowned. It still seems a little wrong. I remember that in the original plot, I should have had some roles. Su Mu vaguely remembered. In the original plot, he should have just returned from the sidelines at this time and met Chen Shu, who had just won the championship. The opponent was very proud of himself, and Su Mu was very unhappy, so he went straight forward to provoke him. He was beaten again and severely humiliated by the other party. Su Mu was dissatisfied, so he turned his anger towards Yi Yan, saying that the penalty was unfair. Nangong Shi, who was at the scene, was also very unhappy when she saw her good sister being picked on. For a time, the male protagonist Chen Shu and the two female protagonists formed a united front to target Su Mu, and the relationship between the three quickly heated up here. Even later on, Chen Shu and Nangong Shi formed a team and entered the Secret Realm trial. But, what now? Su Mu was confused. Chen Shu was seriously injured and it was not known whether he could participate in the Secret Realm trial. Nangong Shi was in a coma and in a similar situation. Not to mention forming a team, it was even a question whether he could get out of bed in a short time. If Chen Shu doesn't go in, should I still release this ancient beast? Su Mu was puzzled. He vaguely remembered that in the original plot, he walked to the seal of the ancient ferocious beast. This seal was created by the ancestors of the Su family and could only be unlocked by the bloodline of the Su family. Chen Shu got the news from Master Tianpo, and handed the plan to Yin Luan to create, which made everything connect together. When he walked in front of the seal, Su Mu hesitated and did not unlock the seal immediately. Then, the undercover agent Chen Shu left beside him took action directly and made the decision for Su Mu. Fierce beasts are rampant, injuring countless people. At the critical moment, the protagonist Chen Shu discovered the weakness of the ferocious beast and came out to save the situation, showing his great power. By the way, where is Chen Shu's undercover agent next to me? Or did I fail to discover it? Where is Yan Long from last time? Su Mu felt confused and had a vague headache. He was neither humiliated nor surrounded by any other undercover agents of Chen Shu except the abnormal Meng Xiaoxiao. Then what is his motive for releasing the ancient beast? Where is the rationality of the plot? Ah, damn it. Su Mu was secretly angry. He thought there was nothing wrong with today's plot, but now it seems that there are big problems. Can these male and female protagonists be more reliable? Don't always cause me so much trouble. I have to clean up your mess every time. I'm tired. Su Mu felt a sense of contempt for the male and female protagonists. Now it's so difficult to be a villain supporting role. The male and female protagonists are having an affair, and he has to sort out the plot and actively create opportunities for the male protagonist to show off. On the other side, Chen Shu was now fully awake, and thanks to the elixirs provided by the Holy Land, his injuries had not worsened. He frowned, and his face looked extremely ugly as he recalled what had happened before. That was a close call. If I hadn't suddenly activated another ability at that time, I would have been unconscious for several months and missed many subsequent opportunities. Chen Shu looked at the back of his right hand, where there was faintly visible text made up of purple lines. At the critical moment, Chen Shu subconsciously activated everything in his body and accidentally activated the purple vein fragment. This time, his new ability is Blood of All Races. The Blood of All Races is an ability that belongs to the way of transformation. It can imitate the appearance and aura of others to a certain extent, while greatly enhancing physical abilities, flesh and blood strength, and recovery speed. Chen Shu curled the corners of his mouth. The most important thing is that this ability can imitate the blood and breath of a person. Chapter 57 Reassuring Teammates. Chen Shu had already returned to his cave. He studied his new ability Blood of All Races carefully, and after confirming that he could imitate the blood aura of others, he suddenly had a new plan in his mind. Although this imitation is not comprehensive, it should be enough to deal with the secret seal that Master Tianpo told him. After all, the seal had been there for nearly 100,000 years, the scene was obscure, and it was now in tatters. In this case, I won't be able to team up with others in the Secret Realm trial. I'll have to act alone. Chen Shu frowned. In his original plan, it should be Yan Long who persuaded Su Mu to unlock the seal, but Yan Long has not replied to him until now, so he doesn't know what is going on. Even it's possible that he has been killed by someone. Chen Shu suddenly let out a light exclamation. Something is wrong. Why do I feel like Su Mu is not the only one against me? What exactly is the problem? On the other side, Su Mu woke up from his cave. He has now adapted to Meng Xiaoxiao's presence. After completing a set of routines, he begins to think about the Secret Realm trial 3 days later. After the outer sect competition is over, the disciples will be given 3 days to rest and prepare for the Secret Realm trial that will take place later. In this session, all inner disciples and the top 1,000 outer disciples will be eligible to enter the Holy Land's Secret Realm, Hukai. Brother Mu, let's team up for this Secret Realm trial. I'm your follower, and now is the time for me to show my role. Meng Xiaoxiao looked excited. Su Mu's mouth twitched, but he couldn't refuse the other party, because in the original plot, Meng Xiaoxiao was teaming up with him. After all, the other party is an undercover agent of the protagonist Chen Shu, so he has to be monitored at all times. Okay. Su Mu nodded. Immediately afterwards, at noon, Su Mu actually received 2 packages, delivered by Flying Sword. Huh, someone actually sent me a package. I have acquaintances in the Holy Land. Su Mu opened it in confusion and found that it was indeed an acquaintance. The first package came from Nangong Shi, who sent a jade communication token, a letter, and some gifts. The meaning of the letter is roughly this: I think Meng Xiaoxiao beside you looks very capable, so I hope to team up with her in the Secret Realm trial, but I heard that she is your follower, so I want to ask for your opinion. Su Mu. Nangong Shi actually woke up, and wanted to team up with Meng Xiaoxiao, but Su Mu looked strange. In order to keep the plot straight, he had to bring Meng Xiaoxiao with him. Does that mean he was going to team up with Nangong Shi? But wasn't this Chen Shu's position in the original novel? Why was it me now? Why would he suddenly look for Meng Xiaoxiao? Haven't we just met once? And I always feel like the other party is coming for me. Su Mu was puzzled and immediately opened the second package. This package came from Yi Yan. It contained a jade token and a letter, but no gift. After reading the letter, Su Mu finally understood what was going on. It turned out that Yi Yan recommended Meng Xiaoxiao to her good friend Nangong Shi. There are a total of 16 inner disciples this session, and they should be the 16 most powerful ones. Therefore, every position in a team with inner disciples was extremely popular. Yi Yan thought she was relatively familiar with Su Mu, so she acted as the middleman. Su Mu looked down again and suddenly raised his eyebrows. We haven't finished our last business yet. When you come out of the secret realm, we'll have a good chat. Su Mu began to suspect that the other party's statement of introducing her good sister was false and that this sentence was true. Of course Su Mu had not forgotten what happened last time. Yi Yan was actually like a madman, wanting him, the villain, to be her Taoist partner. It's numb. I was completely numb. Su Mu covered his face with his hands and took a deep breath. How can she still remember this? How long has it been? Shouldn't you go find Chen Shu? He is the male protagonist. Su Mu thought about it and felt that the best way to deal with this kind of thing was to just ignore it. As long as he ignored the other party, they would get tired of dancing after a while. Yes, that's it. Su Mu nodded secretly and decided to ignore Yi Yan and not reply. As for Nangong Shi, Su Mu thought about it and replied. What it means is that if you haven't found teammates before the secret realm trial begins, you can come to me. Neither acceptance nor rejection. Su Mu has already thought it through. Since Nangong Shi and Chen Shu are both awake, they will definitely meet, accidentally. Later, sparks will fly, and then they will naturally form a team to participate in the trial. Su Mu is too familiar with this kind of bloody plot. This is the nature of the book, Shenyuan Continent. Therefore, even though he gave Nangong Shi a hope, the other party would definitely not seize it. After all, the male protagonist Chen Shu was still waiting for her. Su Mu couldn't help but secretly admire his own wisdom. Only a genius like him who is both handsome and smart can take on the important role of a villain, using various methods to set off the protagonist and advance the plot. Well, Su Mu looked up at the sky, feeling lost. If you guys were more reliable, I wouldn't have to work so hard. That afternoon, Su Mu didn't expect that someone would come to see him again. Wang Tizi, an inner sect disciple of Luosheng Peak, has reached the first level of Tianyuan realm. Brother Su. Wang Tizi bowed to everyone he met, which scared Su Mu. What are you doing? Brother Su. I'm here to seek refuge with you. I want to team up with you to participate in the secret realm trial. Please do me a favor. Su Mu raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He seemed to remember that Wang Tizi was mentioned briefly in the original novel. He seemed to be people from Tianhe Palace under Chen Shu. Another undercover. Su Mu was overjoyed. Very good. The protagonist Chen Shu has been quiet recently, which made him think that he was depressed after being seriously injured. He didn't expect that he was waiting for him here. It's really great. Very good. Su Mu was overjoyed and patted the other person's shoulder hard. Okay. Not bad, not bad. You will follow me from now on. Let's form a team together this time. According to the rules of the Holy Land secret trial, disciples are allowed to form teams, but each team can have a maximum of 4 people. There are 3 people here with Su Mu now, himself, Meng Xiaoxiao, and the newly joined Wang Tizi. All 3 of them are inner disciples, a luxurious lineup. Looking at his 2 teammates, Su Mu felt really relieved. Both of them were undercover agents of the protagonist Chen Shu, so the plot would not go wrong this time. Wang Tizi smiled stiffly, with a faint light flashing in his eyes. Young Palace Master asked me to keep an eye on him this time and to cooperate with him in the secret realm. I don't know what the subsequent plan is. And then, what did Elder Yin Luan mean when he advised me to be sensible in what I do when I left home? A power struggle at the top. Wang Tizi was puzzled and just kept smiling foolishly at Su Mu, pretending to be honest. 3 days later. The time for trial has come. Su Mu got up early in the morning and was in a very good mood. He opened the door with a smile, but was suddenly dumbfounded. A figure stood right before my eyes. What the hell, why are you here? Nangong Shi tilted his head in confusion. Didn't you call me here then? Chapter 58, Su Mu. The strongest. Nangong Zai's eyes were burning. Su Mu was sweating profusely. No, I was just joking with you, why did you take it seriously? Are you really coming to me to form a team? Nangong Zai's eyes turned slightly, and sure enough, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure beside Su Mu, who gave her a simple smile. This person seems to be Wang Tizi. It seems that this person was not in the previous life. Never mind, it's all the same. Memories flashed through the girl's eyes. In her previous life, it was Chen Shu who placed people around Su Mu and framed him for releasing the ancient ferocious beast. Although she still had the memories before her rebirth and knew who were Chen Shu's subordinates, she was unable to take direct action and couldn't even remind Su Mu. Because she couldn't explain where the information came from. So she could only use this stupid method to protect her boy. You really want to come with us? Certainly. Nangong Shi was still carrying her huge guzheng on her back. She raised her chin stubbornly, looking playful and cute. The girl then explained the whole story, saying that she had been busy recuperating from her injuries these days and had not found any teammates, so she had no choice but to come here. The corner of Su Mu's mouth twitched, and he wanted to slap himself a few times. Why was he so rude at that time? He had to tell people that if they couldn't find anyone to form a team with, they should come to him. Now that's good. Su Mu smiled awkwardly. You haven't met anyone else in the past few days. What he actually wanted to talk about was the male protagonist Chen Shu. No, I have been in seclusion. The girl's answer was decisive, killing the last glimmer of hope in Su Mu's heart. He gritted his teeth. Okay, then just follow us. Damn it. The day hasn't even started yet, why is there already trouble? Su Mu's good mood from not long ago was gone, and he couldn't refuse Nangong Zai's request to team up with him. Since the other party is not looking for the protagonist Chen Shu now, how can the key plot be played without the heroine? So Su Mu can only sacrifice himself and guide Nangong Shi to the right position. Let's go. The four people in the group all had Tianyuan mirrors, and they flew away at the same time, leaving the maid Shaolin in the cave to look after the house. Logically speaking, there are only 18 Tianyuan realm warriors in this trial mission, and 4 of them are in our team. The 16 inner disciples, plus Chen Shu and Nangong Shi, are all the Tianyuan realm cultivators in this batch of disciples. Su Mu thought secretly, thinking that their team should be the most luxurious lineup this time. Pity. His purpose was not to participate in the secret trial at all. He only wanted to complete the story mission and nothing else mattered. If he really won the secret realm trial by accident, he would have to face trouble from his father Su Ningye when he returned home. If I win first place in the trial and become the legitimate heir of the Su family, that would be terrible. Su Mu made up his mind to only do story missions and not participate in anything else. The group of people soon arrived at the entrance to the secret realm, Hu Kai. This is a mountain top. Fairy mist was curling all around and white cranes were taking off. Several elders had already been waiting here to maintain order, and Yi Yan was among them. It was originally a mountain top, but it seemed as if someone had suddenly cut off the tip, creating a milky white deep pool here. This is the secret place of heaven and earth, Huchi. Legend has it that the water inside the pool contains an entire world, which contains not only various precious resources, but also the most important things, weather, and earth energy. Even Su Mu knew that if a cultivator wanted to break through from the Tianyuan realm to the Dixian realm and become an immortal, he must connect the two energies of heaven and earth with himself, but how much he could attract depended entirely on his personal talent and accumulated practice. But Huchi is different. The two energies of heaven and earth in it are concrete. Once found, they can be directly absorbed to increase the foundation for becoming an immortal. Even the Holy Land would only provide such precious resources to the most outstanding disciples. There are 16 inner disciples in this session, and only those who rank in the top 1,000 in the outer sect competition can enter. Certainly, there are not only opportunities in the secret realm, but also many dangers. There is a strange black beast in the pond. It is extremely fast, has high attack power and thick skin. Some of them can even fly in the air, making it very difficult to deal with. Once killed by the other party, they will even be assimilated into the part of the ink beast, which is irreversible. Su Mu was not worried. He has a lot of defensive magic weapons on him. If the Mo beast can hurt him, he will give it a thumbs up. At this moment, Su Mu vaguely saw Yi Yan blinking a few times in his direction. Is he winking at Nangong Shi? What hint? Su Mu was a little puzzled. Yi Yan must be standing on Chen Shu's side, but according to the normal progress of the plot, the relationship between Chen Shu and Nangong Shi has not really developed yet, so she should not do things directly for Chen Shu. Etc. Not necessarily. He is the male protagonist after all. No matter how outrageous something is, I think it is reasonable. Su Mu raised his eyebrows and looked at his 3 teammates, all of whom were Chen Shu's men. He immediately felt much more relaxed. Very good. This is exactly the kind of powerful teammate he wants. You must betray me ruthlessly. Su Mu also tried to find Chen Shu, and discovered that he had not formed a team and came here alone. Noticing Su Mu's gaze, the other party gave him an extremely hateful look. Why doesn't anyone form a team with Chen Shu? Is it because I kidnapped Nangong Shi? Before he could think more. All disciples, listen up. The pond is about to be opened, hold your breath and concentrate. An old man in a white robe suddenly shouted loudly, his voice shaking the world and his power was awe-inspiring. Everyone's expressions became serious and they tried to collect their minds. They had to concentrate when entering the huchi, otherwise they would easily get hurt. The old man looked around and nodded secretly. Then he winked at the other elders around him, and Yi Yan came back to his senses, secretly annoyed that Su Mu had just ignored him. But it doesn't matter. When you come back from the secret realm, you will still be mine. Yi Yan had a smile on her face as she joined everyone in attacking with all her might. The milky white pool water suddenly backflowed, surged into the sky, and then turned into clouds and rain, submerging the figures of the disciples. Wait until everything is clear. The water drops flowed into the pond again. On the huge mountain top, only a few elders were left. Someone stroked his beard and laughed out loud. Come on, put up the rankings. Suddenly, a huge piece of blue-white jade appeared in the air, with golden characters on it twisting like tadpoles, no more, no less, exactly 1016, symbolizing each disciple. By immersing your mind in it, you can also observe the current specific situation of each disciple. I wonder who among this batch of disciples will win first place in the trial and become the chief. Maybe it's the little girl from the Nangong family. After all, she has a special physique. Well, I think it's Su Mu from the Su family. After all, he has the highest cultivation among everyone. I don't think so. I think it might be Chen Shu. Someone spoke quietly, and everyone frowned in thought. You mean Chen Shu, the one who won first place in the outer sect competition? Exactly. It's not impossible. Yi Yan watched coldly, not participating, but just sneered in her heart. If Su Mu had not been unwilling to compete, how could Chen Shu have become the chief in the previous life? Su Mu is the strongest. Chapter 59. The seal has been opened. Yi Yan did not participate in the conversation among the group of old men. As an inspecting and supervising elder, it is not appropriate for her to be too close to others, except for Su Mu, of course. Her eyes were fixed on Su Mu's name on the leaderboard. Su Mu, you will never be wronged in this life. Even if someone wants to frame you, I will give you justice. She held a peculiarly shaped jade ring in her hand, and remained silent for a long time. On the other side, Su Mu felt dizzy, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange world. The entire earth was red, and ancient trees as black as coal grew wildly, pointing obliquely toward the sky. The sky was a dark blue with golden streaks of light occasionally passing by. Is this the concrete manifestation of weather? Looking at the golden lights, Su Mu seemed to be thinking about something. It seems to be different from the one in the family treasury. The one here looks a bit thin. He had seen a lot of weather and earth energy in the Su family's treasure house before, and the energy was extremely pure. Father Su Ningye said at the time that when Su Mu ascended to immortality, he would personally protect him, connect the two energies of heaven and earth, and help Su Mu achieve true immortality. Su Mu didn't understand. Although he was born in a family of immortal cultivators, his character is that of a second-generation playboy. How could he indulge in cultivation? Isn't this not doing his job properly? But even so, in more than 10 years, his cultivation was forced to the peak of the Tianyuan realm. If he had not deliberately suppressed it, he would have broken through to the earthly immortal realm long ago. No one around. It hasn't changed at all here. Su Mu began his aimless exploration. What he had to do now was to try his best to find Chen Shu or Nangongshi first, and then guide them to the location of the seal to start the subsequent plot. At this time, the benefits of him and Nangongshi teaming up were reflected. As long as the team members were within a 5-mile radius, the jade ring on their hands would sense something. This jade ring is a token issued by the sect and is used to monitor the status of each disciple in real time. The green jade ranking list from the outside world is used in conjunction with this jade ring. Soon, Su Mu's expression changed slightly. How come I'm so lucky today? I found it so quickly. A faint fluorescence came from the jade ring, reminding Su Mu that his teammates were to the southeast. Su Mu immediately flew into the air quickly, with some excitement in his eyes. Don't know who it is. But it doesn't matter who it is, they are all Chen Shu's men, so quickly expose my position. It's you. Nangong Zai's eyes suddenly lit up. She didn't expect that she was so lucky today. The first person she met was Su Mu. In this case, could she go on a one-on-one date with him? Go on a date. The girl's earlobes turned slightly red, and I don't know what she was thinking about. Ahahaha, how about we go wander around? Su Mu scratched his head in embarrassment, but he really didn't want to be alone with the heroine. The last incident with Yi Yan left him with a psychological trauma, and he was now afraid that she would do something weird. Oh, that's right, Su Mu suddenly thought, since he had already met Nangongshi, could he directly take the other party to the seal and wait for the opportunity? Anyway, Chen Shu's men will definitely go there. I hope nothing goes wrong this time. Su Mu prayed silently in his heart, please, just follow the script, okay? Okay. Nangongshi looked somewhat happy, wandering around, aimlessly, with Su Mu. He didn't know if it was Su Mu's illusion, but he always felt that Nangongshi was also leading him towards the direction of the seal. Both of them were Tianyuan cultivators and moved very quickly. They soon saw a canyon with peculiar terrain. Hey, Su Mu, look, what's over there? What a strange canyon, how about we go in and explore? Maybe there are resources there. Su Mu. Why? He felt that Nangongshi was more proactive than him. That canyon is where the key is sealed. Now he doesn't need to say anything. Nangongshi begins to take the initiative to lead him inside. About to enter the canyon. The girl suddenly paused, as if she remembered something. Right, let's observe the surroundings first to avoid any danger. Okay. Su Mu also wanted to take this opportunity to observe whether the people arranged by Chen Shu had arrived. If they didn't come, he could only find a way to drag Nangongshi here. The young man suddenly hesitated and looked at Nangongshi, who was busy not far away. The girl has a graceful figure and long flowing hair. She is like a butterfly among flowers, fluttering around, making people unable to take their eyes away. Under normal circumstances, the original plot should be like this. Chen Shu and Nangongshi entered the canyon hand in hand. Su Mu happened to come out of the canyon at this time, and happened to learn that he could unlock the seal of the ferocious beast here, so he happened to unlock the seal. The hero and heroine are trapped in a canyon and face off against an ancient vicious beast. Chen Shu remained calm and collected. He helped the heroine through thick and thin, helping them escape death and winning her heart. But there was a problem with this plot in the previous life. Chen Shu ran away on his own at that time, and Nangongshi was rescued by Su Mu, which put the relationship between the male and female protagonists on the right track. Should we take her in? Su Mu hesitated. Let's take him in. He seems to be in Chen Shu's position now. But he couldn't take the girl in. He couldn't think of any way to keep her here. Nangongshi is indispensable in the subsequent plot, so Su Mu can only go ahead with it. Okay, Su Mu, I've checked all around, there's no problem, let's go in. Good. Su Mu nodded, not noticing that there were inexplicably many tiny crystals around the canyon. If he looked at it carefully, he would find that the crystal looked very familiar. It was the photo crystal he had used not long ago. The two figures just disappeared into the canyon. Soon, two more people gathered here. Young Palace Master. Wang Tizi bowed respectfully. In his mind, there was a remnant soul of Master Tianpo, guiding him to find Chen Shu. Chen Shu nodded casually and then asked, "Have you found Su Mu?" "I am incompetent, so I haven't found it yet. Moreover, after getting closer to the canyon, the sensitivity of the jade ring has become blurred, making it even more difficult to find." Chen Shu pondered for a moment. "It's not your fault. This place is a little special." He looked around and then chuckled. You protect me, and I will unseal this place. Young palace master. Wang Tizi was a little scared. Do we really want to release the ancient beast? If we release Bagui, I'm afraid that none of the disciples in this secret realm will survive. The Holy Land will definitely do its best to track it down. Of course. What are you afraid of? Chen Shu frowned. The people Yin Luan found for him were becoming less and less useful, and they actually backed down at the last minute. I have my own way to pin the blame on Su Mu. I will leave his unique bloodline sent here and cover it up afterwards. No one will know about you and me. All right, keep an eye on it for me, I'll start now. Chen Shu sat cross-legged on the spot without saying anything, and then a mysterious aura began to connect the entire canyon. The aura continued to rise, and then collapsed with a loud bang. The seal is opened. Chapter 60, The Woman Wants to Die with Me. Despair. Clatter. The canyon was unusually empty, with only the footsteps of Su Mu and Nangong Shi, who kept looking around. Su Mu's eyes were dim. It was still the familiar environment and familiar scene. He had been to the canyon in his previous life, but it was after the seal had been lifted. I didn't expect that the heaven and earth energies here are so rich. Nangong Zai's tone was slightly surprised. He took out the jade pot he carried with him and collected the two energies of heaven and earth into it. He looked happy and there seemed to be no problem at all. Su Mu, however, was not interested at all. He had no interest in these things at all. Not to mention that he already has a lot of these things at home. Besides, he himself is not interested in cultivation. Now his mind is full of the plot. How did it become me in the canyon? Su Mu had a slight headache. The position he is in now should be the same as that of the male protagonist Chen Shu. But even until now, he has no news about Chen Shu. Damn, what bad luck. Su Mu began to regret it. Why did she end up meeting Nangong Shi first? How could she be related to the male protagonist? When I think about the cause of the current situation, it is that these male and female protagonists do not follow the plot and make changes everywhere all day long. Su Mu was very angry. He didn't understand. After all, you are the male and female protagonists. Don't you have any obligation to follow the main plot? But in such an important occasion, the male protagonist Chen Shu is nowhere to be found. The one accompanying the female protagonist is actually a villain like him. What is this? Su Mu actually wanted to escape early, but he was not sure when the people arranged by Chen Shu would come to unlock the seal. If the heroine was killed by chance, the subsequent plot would be ruined. Once the heroine dies, the subsequent plot will become confusing and may even affect the ending of him as a supporting character. At that time, Su Mu will have to explore again. Damn, what kind of joke is this? Now you can win easily by going through the plot normally, and you can make it to the ending without any hassles. Isn't that good? Su Mu is not stupid enough to make things difficult for himself. He absolutely cannot accept exploring new plots again. How abominable. Su Mu was so angry. It was all these people's fault for changing the plot, which resulted in him having to increase his workload. If it weren't for this, he might have completed the plot mission long ago and returned home comfortably. Speaking of which, Su Mu frowned and pinched his chin. My bloodline is needed to break this seal. What is Chen Shu's plan? Who cares? After thinking for a moment, Su Mu gave up decisively. He thought that since he was the male protagonist, he would definitely find a way when the critical moment came, so he didn't need to worry about it. The boy cast his gaze to the other side. Nangong Shi quietly withdrew his gaze from Su Mu and pretended to concentrate on collecting the two energies of heaven and earth in front of him. If she remembered correctly, it wouldn't be long before Chen Shu's men would lift the seal. The person who took action in the previous life was Yan Long, and in this life, it should be Wang Tizi. Although she didn't know exactly how to remove the seal, she had made all the necessary preparations. The girl felt at ease when she sensed a special ring-shaped jade pendant in the storage ring. This was something she brought specially from her clan at a huge cost. It was said that it could even withstand a blow from a half-step immortal king. Su Mu, I will protect you. There was a hint of determination in Nangong Zai's eyes. At this moment, buzz! A strange sound suddenly rang out, coming from the depths of the canyon and finally spreading to the entire secret realm. Everyone looked up at this moment, confused. Su Mu's face changed drastically. What the hell? Oh shit, who the hell suddenly opened the seal? Is it such a coincidence? I just came in. Su Mu turned around and wanted to run. Although he really wanted to save the heroine, this was obviously not in line with his character setting. He was a villain. So Sumyu immediately came up with a complete plan in his mind. Run first. Wait until the heroine loses consciousness, then come back to save her. Then attribute the act of saving people to the protagonist Chen Shu, just like in the previous life, which can not only reverse the plot but also hide the credit and fame. Okay, let's do it. But, as soon as Sumyu turned around, Nangongshi grabbed his arm tightly, as if she was afraid that he would break free. Holy shit. Su-Emu's eyes widened. No, what's wrong with you? Are you planning to drag me down with you at this moment? Sumyu was still confused, but Nangongshi grabbed his arm and turned around and ran desperately towards the depths of the canyon. Ah, Sumyu was really shocked. Does Nangongshi really want to take him to die? The deepest part of this canyon is where Baki is sealed. That's an ancient beast, the incarnation of the Tao, the strength of a half-step immortal king. Are we, the little minions of the Tianyuan realm, so eager to die? What is the situation now? Follow me. I sense a glimmer of hope. Nangongshi rushed forward and took the time to turn back and explain to Sumyu. He encountered this situation entirely because of my plan. I must protect him well. The girl's eyes were determined as she rushed quickly towards the direction of the broken magic circle in her memory. Soon, a waning moon emitting golden light appeared before the two of them. Nangongshi jumped in with Sumyu without saying a word, and the two were immediately wrapped in soft golden light, feeling extremely warm. The girl finally breathed a sigh of relief. Huh, by the way, are you okay? Sumyu was confused. He had already remembered that this formation was the remaining node of the seal and the only safe place at present. In the original plot, Chen Shu should have brought Nangongshi to hide here, but something went wrong in the last plot. It was Sumyu who brought Nangongshi here and then left quietly. Why is it the other way around this time? Sumyu was extremely confused. Why did the other party know this place? And why did he seem to be well prepared? Could it be that the other party had also been instigated by Chen Shu? Did he get the news in advance? There was a pause. Sumyu shook his head again. No, she originally belonged to Chen Shu. But everything in front of him still made Sumyu confused. Before he could think about it, the entire canyon had begun to fall apart, and under the broken land, there was nothingness. There was nothing but endless darkness. But everyone felt that some existence had arrived. This is Baki, a conceptual existence that transcends the material world and is part of the rules of heaven and earth. Immediately afterwards, countless dense black spots rushed towards the canyon frantically. Su-Emu's eyes focused and he saw clearly that they were countless strange-looking, ink beasts. These black beasts were attracted by the Baki and poured into the canyon. Sumyu was sighing before, as he hadn't met any monsters since entering the secret realm. Now, all of them have come. These are ink beasts. But don't be afraid, I'm here. Seeing that Sumyu hadn't said anything, Nangongshi thought that he was frightened. She felt even more guilty and actually took the boy's hand. Sumyu immediately turned around to look. The girl smiled suddenly. I will always protect you, Sumyu. Chapter 61. Defenses maxed out, clear the level without any damage. Something is wrong. Something is so wrong. At this moment, in Su-Emu's eyes, the gentle and beautiful girl in front of him was more terrifying than the tide of beasts. He was confused for a moment. No, why? Why are you suddenly so gentle? And facing such a huge tide of black beasts, you still look confident. Isn't that too suspicious? Although the plot seems normal, the seal is broken. But I always feel like something is wrong. Sumyu frowned deeply and was speechless for a moment. Nangongshi was more gentle. She took out a ring-shaped white jade pendant and handed it to the young man. Take this thing. It is a life-saving item my father gave me. It can withstand a blow from a half-step immortal king cultivator. Hiss. Sumyu took a breath of cold air. He was not surprised that Nangongshi had a life-saving item, because he also had the same thing on him. After all, they were both direct descendants of the immortal clan. But, the meaning of Nangongshi giving this jade pendant to Sumyu is very intriguing. Why? He asked directly. This. The girl showed a trace of shame. Because I was the one who brought you deep into the canyon, and now I don't know what happened, so I want to do what I can. So that's how it is. Sumyu breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that it was because the heroine was kind by nature, which made him think that something had happened to Nangongshi, which was so scary. It's okay, no need. Su Mu waved his hand. I have plenty of these. Now we should think about how to deal with the current situation and how to get out of this predicament. Good. Su Mu and Nangong Shi turned their backs to each other and began to pretend to check their surroundings. The same conclusion was reached. There was a seal in the canyon, and the seal had been unlocked, releasing something unknown. The place they were in was temporarily safe, as it was part of the original seal. But this incomplete seal could only be used to fight against that unknown existence, and not against these black beasts, so now they needed to resist the beast tide until rescue arrived. After sorting out the current information, Su Mu raised his head and glanced at the girl opposite him, and let out a light exclamation in his heart. Are Nangong Shi and I so in sync? The process of organizing information and deducing is so smooth. It's as if we knew everything in advance. The same doubts also appeared in Nangong Zai's mind. But neither of them said anything, instead they smiled at each other. Then let's use our defensive magic weapons first to buy time. Once the magic weapons are used up, we can start fighting. Good. Both of them nodded, and then began to take things out of the storage ring. As they searched, they both fell silent. Looking at the various defensive spiritual objects that were like a hill in front of him, an awkward atmosphere began to spread. Ahahaha, I didn't expect you had so much stock. Was it given to you by your family? Su Mu scratched his head. All these spiritual objects were given to him by his father Su Ningye, and he was afraid that something might happen to him. Forehead. The girl's face turned slightly red. These spiritual objects of hers were temporary reserves just for this moment, and she didn't have the habit of using them normally. But she nodded anyway. Yeah, that's it. Since there are natural reasons, don't explain too much. The more you explain, the more loopholes there will be. The two were silent for a moment. With the defensive spiritual objects they have now, it won't be a problem for them to hold on for several months, or they may not even have a chance to take action. Su Mu tore open the talisman paper casually and erected a protective shield covered with spiritual patterns without any consumption to himself. Countless black beasts also rushed to the front at this moment, and began to scratch the shield in front of them anxiously, but apart from a slight flash of light, there was no effect. Su Mu and Nangong Shi looked at each other. The young man suddenly took out Gobang from his storage ring. Want to get off? Okay. Nangong Shi was slightly stunned, but a sweet feeling suddenly arose in her heart. In her plan, this moment was the one she was most looking forward to. Being alone with Su Mu. The two of them were playing chess while chatting about random things. How long do you think it will take to find the Holy Land? Not sure. It will probably take several days. After all, the time flow in the two worlds is inconsistent, and there are also boundary walls and so on. Can those fellow students outside hold on? It's very risky. The two men froze. Any one of these black beasts outside has the aura of the Nahai realm, which means that they are at the same level as the disciples, but their numbers are far greater. If they confront each other, it can only be said that the outcome is more disastrous than good. Speaking of which, Su Mu suddenly stood up, shook the chess pieces on his body, and looked puzzled. Have you noticed that there seem to be more and more ink beasts here? It seems true. Nangong Shi also stood up, looked around, and fixed his eyes on the talisman used by Su Mu. Why is the movement of your talisman so obvious? She noticed it when Su Mu used it just now, but she just didn't say anything. Su Mu's mouth twitched. He can't say that he carries special effects enhanced versions with him just because he wants to show off and maintain his image. Seeing the young man silent, Nangong Shi seemed to suddenly think of something and his mind was shaken. Could it be that? Did Su Mu do this on purpose? He had made this preparation long before we were surrounded, deliberately making a big noise to attract all the ink beasts to our side to protect other fellow disciples. Su Mu is indeed an extremely kind person. Nangong Shi vaguely recalled her previous life. She fainted in this canyon and woke up in a trance. What she saw was the determined face of the young man. It was the other party who brought her out of the beast tide, and then pushed the credit to others. It was many years later that she understood the key. When she wanted to find Su Mu again, she learned that he had died at the hands of Chen Shu. She felt like the sky had fallen on her. But it's okay. Nangong Zai's eyebrows are gentle, and her eyes are like a pool of autumn water. I meet you again, Su Mu. The two started playing dice again. After all, there was nothing else they could do. Although they were all boring little games, the girl smiled happily, as if there was some special meaning to them. Su Mu was stunned for a moment. He quickly shook his head and admired in his heart, "She is worthy of being the heroine, her charm is really impeccable." The girl had a gentle temperament, with her long hair falling to Su Mu's hand. Due to the limited space, the two of them were very close, and the atmosphere seemed a little ambiguous. But Su Mu remained calm. "It's so funny, he is a cannon fodder villain, the enemy of the protagonist. And the girl in front of me is the heroine. Everyone just needs to follow their own story and stay safe with each other." Nangong Shi was slightly annoyed, thinking that Su Mu was really a blockhead, and was about to speak. Sudden, boom, snap. There was a strong vibration in the void, and then a huge crack appeared in the dark blue sky of the secret realm, and a soft voice spread to every corner. "Su Mu, where are you?" Chapter 62 Lightspeed Response. Outside the canyon, Chen Shu took Wang Tizi and hid in a place prepared in advance. He glanced at the group of black beasts outside that were like a tide, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "It's extremely dangerous outside right now. Let's hide and wait until the Holy Land finds us. Many people will probably die in the next few days." Wang Tizi trembled slightly when he heard this and glanced at Chen Shu, who was still smiling calmly. He suddenly understood what Elder Yin meant when he told him, "Be sensible in what you do," before he left. Among this class of disciples, there is a girl whom he has a crush on. Wang Tizi stood there in a daze. On the other side. "Su Mu, where are you?" A crack suddenly appeared in the air above the canyon, and a woman's gentle voice rang out from it, with a hint of anxiety and worry. "Yi Yan." Su Mu suddenly looked up, a look of disbelief on his face. "Holy shit, how could it be so fast?" When Su Mu completed the story mission for the first time, it took the Holy Land nearly 3 days to notice the abnormality, because the time in the secret realm was much faster than that in the outside world. How long has Su Mu been hiding now? Is there an hour? In that case, it means that only a few minutes have passed outside. Before he could think too much, the void shattered, and Yi Yan rushed in with a group of old men, and soon found Su Mu and Nangong Shi huddled in the corner. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, he saw the toys that Su Mu and Nangong Shi had used to pass the time still piled on the ground. "Yi Yan, why do I feel that you are so much more relaxed than I thought?" Yi Yan was concentrating outside, staring at Su Mu's name. The moment she noticed the unusual movement, she took action. "So we have this scene now." The other elders also rushed in and soon discovered something unusual at the scene. "Oh no, the seal of Baki is broken. Why did something go wrong all of a sudden? Hurry up and save them. Help, help now." Everyone hurriedly took action, and each elder released his or her skills without reservation, suppressing all directions with their aura. Roar. Countless black beasts roared at the sky, revealing their ferocious fangs. "Humph, bastard." An elder raised his hand and waved it, and a large number of black beasts were suppressed easily, and deep depressions appeared on the ground. Su Mu and Nangong Shi had already walked towards the outside of the secret realm under Yi Yan's protection. He looked back for the last time. Countless streams of light poured into the secret realm from the Holy Land, each of them was full of powerful and domineering aura. I even saw a familiar figure among them, Mo Shuangxing. What a familiar scene, Su Mu whispered in his heart. In the last plot, when an incident occurred in the secret realm, all the elders joined forces to suppress Baki again and rescue the disciples. However, at that time, only 1 in 10 disciples had survived. If Su Mu remembered correctly, there seemed to be less than 100 people left in the end, and the inheritance of the Holy Land was almost discontinued. It was also because of this that Su Mu later suffered extremely severe punishment, which implicated the entire Su family. But now, Su Mu felt a little toothache and couldn't help but brush his face with his hand. Why do I feel like this incident has nothing to do with me? I haven't even unlocked the seal yet. Forget it. Chen Shu will frame me later anyway. It's okay as long as the seal is broken. At least the plot won't be distorted. Nangong Zai's gaze was always fixed on Su Mu. He saw the young man looking back at the secret realm with a compassionate and complicated expression, and his heart was deeply shocked. Really? Su Mu is not only worried about me, he is also worried about the lives of other fellow disciples. He is indeed a kind person. Nangong Zai's eyes flickered and she bit her red lips lightly. She now had an impulse to go up to Su Mu and give him a hug, then comfort him and tell him that everything would be fine. But she can't. Because their relationship has not reached that point yet, Nangongshi doesn't want Su Mu to distance himself from her. Yi Yan quickly sent the two back to their own caves. After she confirmed that Su Mu was not injured, she turned around and left, also joining the rescue work in the secret realm. In the cave, Su Mu sat in the main seat, lowering his head in thought. The maid Shaolin waited for tea respectfully, without showing any killer aura. This should be all right, right? Su Mu looked up at the sky. He knew that according to the normal development of the plot, this would be a turning point in his life, and all his former glory and wealth would be gone. There's nothing to be reluctant about, since they're just story missions anyway. That is, why do I always feel like something is wrong? I can't tell you for the moment. Su Mu scratched his head and thought. Half a day passed quickly. The Holy Land demonstrated super high efficiency in this incident, and Su Mu quickly learned the full picture of the so-called incident. There are spies from other forces mixed into the Holy Land. They deliberately sneaked into the secret realm and unlocked the seal of Baki in order to wipe out the talents of this generation in the Holy Land. Fortunately, Elder Yi Yan discovered the situation in time and quickly made amends. Many of the more than 1,000 disciples were injured, but no one died. The top leaders of the Holy Land attach great importance to this. Currently, the three peak masters who remain in the Holy Land have joined forces and vowed to find the murderer. Su Mu secretly clenched his fists. Very good. What follows is the plot where the Holy Land launches an investigation and Su Mu takes the blame. Although he didn't know why Yi Yan reacted so quickly, everything that was supposed to happen happened, and all of this must have been part of the plan of the male protagonist Chen Shu. You are worthy of being the male lead. I still have to rely on you at the critical moment. Su Mu couldn't help but give the other party a thumbs up. Call. Next, he just needs to wait for news. There are many high-level monks in the Holy Land, and the means they can use are beyond imagination. I believe there will be clues soon. Really? That night, Yi Yan found a person who was directly related to the matter Wang Tizi. The other party had appeared at the seal entrance and stayed there for a long time. The Holy Land immediately held a public trial. Su Mu exclaimed in his heart, well done. Yi Yan finally became reliable again. Wang Tizi is Su Mu's teammate. If he suspects the other party's motives, he will definitely find Su Mu first. Under the cover of night, a huge crowd gathered in the square, talking about everything. Is this person Wang Tizi? And he's an inner sect disciple. I heard that this person unlocked the seal of the secret realm and is a spy of the evil cultivator. What? Everyone exclaimed. Su Mu happened to enter the square at this time. As soon as he saw Wang Tizi, he showed a shocked expression. What? How could it be him? In such an important occasion, veteran actor Su Mu's skills were fully unleashed. His expression revealed 3 parts of guilt, 3 parts of shock, 3 parts of concealment, and 1 part of panic. Old pie chart. Meng Xiaoxiao had returned to Su Mu at this moment, and she couldn't help feeling distressed when she saw this. This matter actually has nothing to do with you. Yi Yan and Nangongshi, who were not far away, also noticed Su Mu, and both felt as if someone was pulling their heart hard. They knew that Su Mu was a kind person, and they also knew his family background, and they knew he would never do such a thing. Quiet. In midair, Mo Shuangxing appeared in person, accompanied by 2 other peak masters. The 3 of them all looked serious, ready to personally inquire about the matter. Before the formal interrogation began, Mo Shuangxing raised her beautiful eyes and looked around. If anyone among the disciples can provide relevant clues, please speak up now. This is a reminder to people, encouraging them to surrender themselves. Su Mu's eyes lit up. How could he miss such a godsend opportunity? He stood up on the spot. I admit that this matter has something to do with me. Chapter 63. Is this the right development? Maybe. I admit that this matter has something to do with me. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked over at once, their eyes filled with disbelief. Su Mu him again. Did he break the seal? But why? That shouldn't be the case. He is a member of the Immortal Clan after all. How could he be an evil cultivator? If Su Mu says so, it doesn't seem impossible. Everyone was talking about it, with different expressions. On the high platform, the 3 peak masters also looked over immediately. Except for Mo Shuangxing, the other 2 looked extremely dangerous. The pressure from the high-level monks immediately fell on Su Mu's shoulders, almost causing him to kneel down, but at the critical moment, an inexplicable force offset it for him. This is Su Mu looked up at Mo Xuanxing, and his heart couldn't help but move slightly. Well, after all, I am the other party's disciple, so I will give him some face in such occasions. Little did he know that Mo Xuanxing was almost furious at this moment. She vaguely recalled this scene from her previous life. She was the one who presided over the trial at that time, wrongly accusing Su Mu in public and even implicated the entire Su family. This time, I will never allow anyone to wrongly accuse you. Whoever dares will die. There was a strong murderous intent in Mo Xuanxing's eyes. She could not care about anything else now. If Chen Shu wanted to kill Su Mu, she would kill Chen Shu first. She doesn't care about fate or the forces behind it now, she just wants to protect Su Mu. No one can hurt him in front of me. No one. In the square, Su Mu held his head high and spoke without hesitation. Wang Tizi is my man. This matter has something to do with me. Wow. The crowd was in an uproar, their eyes almost popped out of their heads. Su Mu almost laughed out loud. Damn, no one can stop me today. I'm definitely going to take the blame for this. Meng Xiaoxiao stared at the boy's back with tears in her eyes. It was the same in his previous life. No matter how she cheated him around Su Mu, the boy would always take all the blame. Obviously not, she was just a subordinate. But Su Mu is such a sincere person, caring and sincere to the people around him. Meng Xiaoxiao sometimes thinks Su Mu is so stupid. Doesn't he understand that if a person doesn't work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth? But Su Mu did the same thing, shielding his own people, time and time again. When she asked Su Mu why he did this, Su Mu just grinned. I'm your boss, of course I have to protect you. In comparison, Chen Shu is not a human being. He is a beast. A damn beast. Not only did he go to great lengths to get close to her and use her, but in the end he squeezed out all the value from her. In order to allow himself to break through his cultivation level, he even wanted to kill her. In the previous life, also after this plot, Chen Shu's men successfully framed Su Mu, but in the end all they got was Chen Shu's murder to silence him, and there was no good ending. Chen Shu is a pure villain, and Meng Xiaoxiao has long seen through this. Following Su Mu's high-profile announcement, more and more disciples received the news and rushed to the square, and the law enforcement hall also came to maintain order. Su Mu took the opportunity to look around and nodded secretly. Yes, all the roles that should be played are present. Mo Xuanxing, Qing Jingru, Yi Yan, Meng Xiaoxiao, Nangong Shi, Nangong Lu. And the most important thing is Chen Shu. Chen Shu was hiding in the crowd at this moment, covering his face with a hood to hide his hideous smile. Right, that's it. Keep investigating, and you will soon discover Su Mu's scent that I left at the scene. Su Mu, you will soon be ruined. Chen Shu's eyes turned red and the corners of his mouth were almost cracked to his ears. The hatred he had been accumulating for a long time was finally going to be released today. On the high platform, Mo Xuanxing took a step forward and looked at Su Mu disdainfully. Okay, since you said this matter is related to you, let's investigate it from the beginning. Please ask for the heavenly secret mirror. Feeling the other party's overwhelming momentum, Su Mu was overjoyed. Yes, that's it. The plot is finally going back to normal. He actually used the heavenly secret mirror directly. The crowd was in an uproar. The Tianji mirror, a half-step imperial weapon, is the most precious treasure of the Yaofeng Holy Land. If it is not a matter of great importance concerning the survival of the sect, it will never be used. The sect actually takes it so seriously. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Mo Xuanxing. Yi Yan secretly thought that this was not good. The evidence they already had was very unfavorable to Su Mu, and Mo Xuanxing was famous for following the rules. If the other party finds out something, even without actual evidence, they will probably be the first to harm Su Mu. Etc. Yi Yan flew out and showed her token. I am the Holy Land's patrol supervisor elder. Holding this token, I am like the Lord of the Holy Land himself. I request your assistance in the investigation. Good. Mo Xuanxing agreed without hesitation, which made Yi Yan stunned for a moment. Why would the other party agree? Although Yi Yan's words were powerful, strength is respected in the cultivation world after all. The Lord of the Holy Land is in seclusion now. If Mo Xuanxing doesn't want to give her this face, Yi Yan really has no choice. Well, in that case, let's get started. Su Mu was a little confused. Something seemed wrong. Was Yi Yan involved in the last plot? Shouldn't she be a bystander? How did she get involved? No, the closer it gets to this point, the more he wants to twist the plot. Let you see the skills of the veteran actor. Soo-mu took a step forward with extraordinary momentum. There's nothing to say. Wang Tizi is my subordinate. No matter what the truth is, I will be responsible for everything he does. No one can stop me from taking the blame today. I said. Even Jesus can't stop me. No one noticed that Wang Tizi in the center of the square trembled and lowered his head a little when he heard the words. All right, let's officially begin. Mo Xuanxing took over the topic lightly and drew everyone's attention to the Tianji mirror. The ripples flowed, and soon the picture appeared. Mo Xuanxing can change the viewing angle and watch at will with a flick of his finger. Using the heavenly secret mirror, theoretically, you can see everything that has happened in the past, and all the truth will be revealed. In the mirror, the first figure to appear was the back of a handsome young man. Everyone's pupils shrank slightly. This person was Soo-mu. The mirror began to play everything Soo-mu did after entering the secret realm. The boy landed, looked around, and flew straight in one direction. He soon met the second person, Nangong Shi. I thought it would be Wang Tizi, but it turned out to be senior sister Nangong. Could it be that senior sister Nangong is Su-mu's accomplice? That's impossible. Then I'd rather believe that the heavenly secret mirror is broken. That's right, don't even ask about senior sister Nangong's reputation. Discussions began to rise, but more people continued to watch. In the picture, Soo-mu and Nangong Shi met. The boy was confused and a little embarrassed, while the girl was full of joy, and she looked like a delicate flower. The two of them walked together. Along the way, Soo-mu only spoke a word from time to time, but Nangong Shi was chattering the whole time. The look in her eyes as she looked at the boy was as bright as stars, containing an indescribable meaning, so gentle, so focused. It was as if Soo-mu was the only one in her world. Soo-mu. Everyone. It seems something is wrong. Someone murmured. Chapter 64. You are this kind of Soo-mu. Is that right? Obviously not. There's something wrong with Soo-mu. I can't stand it anymore. Shit. Everyone gnashed their teeth in anger, their eyes fixed on the image in the Tianji mirror. What the hell is this? Is this a show of affection? Soo-mu was also completely confused at this moment. He hadn't noticed it when he was in the secret realm, but now from a third-party perspective, it was obvious that there was something wrong with Nangong Xi's attitude. Could it be that she? Su-mu's eyes widened, and an extremely horrified guess emerged in his mind. Nangong Shi is also crooked. Mo Xuanxing's beautiful eyes were also slightly stunned at this moment. Obviously, she had not expected this situation. She turned her gaze and the look she gave Nangong Shi became extremely dangerous. It's an opponent. Those who had the same idea as Mo Xuanxing included Qing Jingbru, Meng Xiaoxiao, and Yi Yan on the field. Nangong Lu looked at his sister with a complicated expression. Sister, could it be that you are in love with Soo-mu too? But why? Why? These words appeared in everyone's mind at the same time, and the huge square fell silent for a moment. Chen Shu was so shocked that his jaw almost dislocated, his hands clenched into fists, and his nails even pinched his flesh and made it bleed. No. This is impossible. Nangong Shi is mine. She is mine. Chen Shu still can't forget the feeling he had when he first saw Nangong Shi. It was like life suddenly became brighter and a shooting star streaked across the sky. He fell in love with Nangong Shi at first sight. But now, the other party is actually very attached to Soo-mu, this useless bootlicker. Why? Chen Shu's jealous anger grew more and more intense. The image on the Tianji mirror is still flowing. In the picture, the girl was still smiling and surrounding Soo-mu with affectionate eyes. The two of them flew in the air and crossed a long distance. Until the two of them arrived above a canyon. Here we are. It's right here. For a moment, everyone was a little nervous and paid close attention to the follow-up. In the picture, Soo-mu and Nangong Shi only stayed outside the canyon for a short while, and without even having time to say a few words, they went straight into the canyon. The seal on the outside was not touched at all. This. Some people were confused immediately. Isn't it Soo-mu? But why did they come here? Is it a coincidence? Then why did Soo-mu admit it so generously? This doesn't make sense. Everyone was talking about it. Mo Xuanxing heaved a sigh of relief. She had deliberately summoned the Holy Land's most precious treasure, the Tianji mirror, just to clear Soo-mu's name in public. Now it seemed that the effect had begun to show. The two people in the picture never stopped. Nangong Shi collected resources normally after entering the canyon, while Su Mu seemed a little bored and stood there in a daze. Why doesn't Su Mu collect the energy of heaven and earth? Is he playing tricks? Fool. Someone rolled his eyes in disdain. Su Mu is the eldest son of the Su family after all. How could he lack these resources? The two energies of heaven and earth are very precious to us, but they are nothing to Su Mu. Everyone was silent. Although this statement is a bit rough, it is true. They are all chosen ones from all over the continent. In order to get better practice and more resources, they came to the Holy Land and competed with each other. But these things are just commonplace to Su Mu and are not worth mentioning. Many people who had always looked down on Su Mu only realized at this time how big the gap in status was between them and Su Mu. Look, the picture has changed. Someone raised his hand and pointed, and everyone looked over quickly. Su Mu stood there for a moment, and before he could do anything, the canyon began to shake wildly. The earth cracked and the void shattered. Even through the Tianji mirror, everyone present could feel a fierce aura, as if they were facing the heaven and earth directly. This is the oppressive feeling of the ancient ferocious beast. Everyone's face turned pale at once, and a sense of insignificance rose in their hearts. Mo Shuangxing raised his hand to block the aura, then continued to watch. Inside the canyon, Su Mu and Nangong Shi were suddenly surprised for only a moment, and then they reacted immediately. As soon as the boy raised his foot, Nangong Shi beside him grabbed his hand. What the hell? Fuck, you don't even want to act anymore, right? As senior sister Nangong. Everyone couldn't believe it. Fart. Someone suddenly shouted and started to refute. It's clear that senior sister Nangong is kind-hearted. Facing this kind of change, she wants to save Su Mu's life. I chose to act this way out of desperation. Everyone frowned in thought. That seems to make some sense. Look, senior sister Nangong is really running away with Su Mu. Hearing the voice, everyone looked up at the heavenly mirror again, and a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. The young boy and girl in the picture are running hand in hand, constantly avoiding the dangers that may appear at any time. Although the journey is extremely dangerous, they quickly find a broken formation to hide. Some sharp-eyed monks noticed something different. This Su Mu, his cultivation foundation is so solid. He circulates his qi and qi in one go, and his body movements are top-notch. The rumored waste actually has this kind of strength. After Su Mu and Nangong Shi entered the formation, they immediately took out a large number of defensive magic weapons and reinforced it layer by layer. Everyone also heard the discussion between the two and understood that they were planning to hide in the Holy Land for rescue. After all, an opponent of the level of the ancient ferocious beast is far beyond the ability of two underage youths to deal with. This makes sense. But someone suddenly screamed. What the hell is this defensive magic treasure? In the scene, Su Mu casually took out a defensive talisman, and after tearing it open, a pillar of light suddenly rose into the sky, with such great momentum that it shook all directions. The special effects are maxed out. It's like they're afraid that others won't notice them. Is Su Mu such a show-off? Why would he make such a big fuss just by using a talisman? It's really too ostentatious. I was wondering what the light column I saw in the secret realm was. It turned out to be this. Someone's mouth twitched as he recalled his experience in the secret realm. At that time they also felt the vibration of the secret realm. Experience in the secret realm. At that time they also felt the vibration of the secret realm.